After that first hit, that blooper in the first inning,
he wanted the ball.
Yeah, he made the motion. It's like, okay, make fun of yourself, right? Make fun of yourself.
Funny.
That's good. I like things like that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That was fun. The Blackhawks were drafted away yesterday. Goodness gracious, they took a couple salaries on. They got the Josh Bailey contract, and then they got rid of Josh Bailey. They made a trade. They gave up a 7th-round pick for a player, and then proceeded to sign him, which was good to see. That is apparently a guy that the coach likes.
Okay,
so that's good. At least they got, and then they kept drafting. And I'll tell you what, they have built up a lot of future picks, and they brought in a lot of players and a lot of skill position players.
I'm unfamiliar with. I know in NBA terms, you draft a guy in the second round, you get his rights, he comes over 6 years later, a la Tony Kukoc. But I'm unfamiliar with it in the NHL space. So I know they drafted guys who are in, certain contract situations in the KHL and stuff like that.
Right.
How is that a normal thing? How long does that normally take?
The draft, you have to be 18 when the season starts, or they have whatever the deadline is. You got to be your birthday, so you have to be a minimum of 18. Obviously, Bedard is 17, but he will be 18
middle
by
of July.
The time, yeah, whatever. So you there's a certain cutoff in your birthday, and you can draft guys ages up to age 20, but you can't draft guys over 20 unless they're guys coming out of other leagues.
I see.
Foreign leagues. So, but mainly you're drafting like 18, 19-year-olds. And a lot of them are either in college and going back to college, or they are entering college. So you're not going to get that player right away.
Okay.
It's unusual that guys would go right into the professional league. Now, Bedard is different because of his talent level. But he will be the only member of that draft class that would go immediately to the Blackhawks. A lot of guys go into the minor league kind of system. A lot of guys go to college. I believe the second round, the second first-round pick, not the goalie, but the second first-round pick, the goalie too, but are going to college. I think the kid they drafted, Oliver Moore, the skater, is going to the University of Minnesota. The goalie is actually going to Minnesota Duluth.
Okay.
So I guess on your way to see a Minnesota game, stop in Duluth. Is that what it is?
A doubleheader.
Yeah. Right. So like last year, they had a goalie that they had drafted a couple of years earlier, and he finished up. He was at Boston University, and they went into the Frozen Four, and then he ended up coming to the signing with the Blackhawks. I think he went to Rockford. Did he appear in the NHL? I don't remember. But that's kind of it's more like a futures draft.
That makes sense.
It is, yeah. So that's why maybe when you watch it, you're astounded at the age of these. They're very young.
I'm reading up on all these guys, and it's like 18. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, this is a youth movement. But clearly that's what's supposed to be happening in these NHL drafts. But, a fine job by Blackhawks GM, right? Understanding the position that they're in, how to draft accordingly with your timeline, and really knocking it out the park from what it seems like. I mean, obviously outside of Connor Bedard, just the moves that he's making, right timing on a lot of things. So
what's interesting to me is that, okay, so they have signed, they've brought in, they obviously are eating a couple of contracts, and they are bringing people in. Could they then potentially turn guys around at the trade deadline again? Because I don't think anybody expects them to be able to they don't have a lot of talent at the NHL level, and they have a couple of serious holes. They get their defense core in particular. I would say the last couple of players, the last line of that is not going to allow them to be as competitive as you'd want to be.
Yeah.
So they'd have to. NHL free agency begins on Saturday. We know the NBA free agency begins today.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it doesn't look like the Bulls have a ton of money resources. It's not like they're going to be a centerpiece of, where this player or that player is going. I don't think Kyrie's coming in for a visit, let's say.
No, it's going to be the Bulls
facilitating
some sort of 3-team trade if they are to get involved in something like that.
They could get a shooter. There's been different names thrown around with their mid-level exception, but the problem is that they're locked into the group that they have, right? And they've just given Vučević another 3 years, $60 million. We learned that it is guaranteed. So
which I don't mind.
He's not going anywhere.
You don't. You mind it?
What's
your take on Vučević? Mully, I never asked you.
Yeah,
people are on the opposite sides of the fence on this guy.
I think Vučević is here because they traded for him.
Okay, right.
And I think that they're trying to make something work. The problem is they never got their team together. They had the whole Lonzo Ball thing, and that didn't work out. And so we've never seen them all able to play. I would prefer them to move on, just to be different.
From Vučević or from everybody?
From
a core,
whomever.
Okay.
Just the idea.
Give me a different team.
The idea that you are bringing back the same group, does that excite you in any way? I do not believe I'm excited about that. And Vučević is not. I don't think he's a bad player. I just don't know that he can play much defense. That's not why they got him. I thought it was interesting. AK's justification for on trade deadline, he was asked, they finally Orlando took Juwan Howard's kid. Yeah, so Jet Howard. And you see that happen, and it's like, okay, that closes the book on that trade. That's not a good trade. But he's asked about it, and he defends it and says that he thought it was a good trade because it announced their intentions to win. And they were making, I
agree with that.
Yeah, I thought it was a good answer because it wasn't a good trade. In retrospect, when you look at it now, it was not a good trade. But he felt it was a necessary trade in order to kind of declare their intention.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite end of that when it comes to deciding whether or not it was a good trade. I just think had you not traded Vučević and you still had your Wendell Carter, your Franz Wagner, and your Howard, that doesn't then take you from a 40-win team to a 50-win team. Those three guys, if you take out Vučević, it doesn't turn your team into a contender. And I think that's the biggest issue I have with that trade is that you get the fifth best rebounder in the league, a double-double machine, a guy that gives you 20 and 10, someone that you probably would be seeking had you not had him. And again, when you're talking about those three guys that you traded for, essentially, I just don't see them being difference makers. And I think that's the argument that people should be making when trying to decide whether or not it was a good trade.
And that's fine. I'm not going to argue that. I just don't think it worked with Vučević.
Okay, that's fair.
See what I'm saying?
That's fair.
I just think what happened didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't. I was surprised that it didn't work initially, but it was like, oh, they need some time together because of COVID and everything else. They haven't had time on the floor. Okay. And then it just didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work. And same thing with Lonzo Ball. When he played, wow, that was really good. Played 30 games. I mean, it didn't work. He was hurt. And it's a pity, but that's just the way life is.
That's a fair assessment. I mean, when you're trying to, give AK a little bit of criticism, you can say what you want about an injury or say what you want about a trade, but the fact of the matter is, like you said, it just didn't work.
Yeah.
You tried something.
Yeah.
But that didn't work. So now we got to give AK the opportunity to see what he can then pivot to. What is the next iteration of this roster look like after this year where, you get to move on from Lonzo's contract, from DeMar DeRozan's contract, and you can see what he's going to do to construct the roster to better fit clearly a Levine and Vučević combo.
Is Lonzo on the books for 2 more years?
I thought they both had 3-year deals, DeMar and Lonzo.
I think Lonzo had like
4?
a 4-year.
Okay.
Was it Lonzo's 2 years after this, right?
He got 2 more years.
Yeah.
2 more years.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh, that's bad. But, at some point, maybe they can figure out a way to get money back. Like, I think you can get $10 million of the 20 he's due this year. He's due 20 both of the years, right? Both this year and next year.
So 4-year, $80 million deal?
Yes.
I know that there was talks of a sign and trade with some teams that would, because the Bulls haven't asked for their like amnesty exception, as you were mentioning.
Yes.
But other teams would be willing to do it to save themselves some salary cap space. So it'll be interesting to see if AK can be creative in that space. But you're right, didn't work, and that's the unfortunate part. And no one sees a path to success. Yeah, and out of it.
Yeah. They're really stuck in NBA hell where they're never going to be bad enough to get like a really high pick. They're not going to Wembanyama their way out of this one.
Yes. Not going to wiggle Wembanyama out of that one. You're right.
Yeah. So that's a problem.
It sucks, man. It sucks as a Bulls fan.
It's a drag.
Yeah.
It's a drag.
Because you know it, and you know how far you are away from either the bottom or the top. You're just right in that middle, and you're
in NBA hell.
But let me ask you this then, Mully. Would you, going back now, obviously the Bulls had a bunch of seasons missing the playoffs.
Yeah.
But then, they got back to relevancy, so to speak. Would you trade a couple of years more of, bottom feeding
I'm glad that they tried to win. I'm glad that they tried to win. I think that's what I'm not a huge fan of the teardown, and we got it going on all over town. It's just the idea of the Sox, for instance, heading to another teardown. How can you let the same guy do it again? That's what I don't understand.
Great point.
But they're apparently going to do that. Bruce told us yesterday that we should think about the idea of trading Marcus Stroman. And you look at Stroman, he's 32 years old. He's having the best year of his career. He's got another year under contract. If he loves it here so much, he could just stay. But he wants to get paid for what he's done. And in free agency, the adage has always been, what did Theo teach us? You don't pay a guy for his past, you pay him for his future. I don't know that you look at Stroman as getting significantly better. We're going to get into this, and we'll talk about it at some point. But I just wonder, when you hear a guy like Bruce say that and suggest that, has he heard something? Are they thinking along those lines? So it would not shock me if the Cubs said not quite yet, because they did spend a lot of money and you want them to go for it. But what are they going for right now? And I know you don't react to a bad week of 4 consecutive losses,
right.
But we were hoping they were going to come home from London at 500, and then they would have this run-in before the All-Star game where you'd feel good about it, and that's not the way it's going. So they're going to have hard decisions to make at some point. Yeah,
and then when you're looking at Stroman, you're absolutely right? You know that there's a market for him. You know you can get a lot in return.
Get a ton for him.
But I think one thing that scares the Chicago Cubs is the actual dollar amount. When you're giving, Jameson Taillon $17, $18 million, then what does that look like for Stroman if you are to re-sign him to a long-term deal? And so that's the part that I feel like they're concerned with, and they don't want to get into those conversations.
No,
because they know it's going to be 20-something million.
But I think they do owe it to themselves to find out what it is, to have the conversation and figure out what he's looking for.
As opposed to moving on from him, you're saying?
Well, I'm saying it's before you inevitably trade him, you would like to know exactly what he's looking for,
right?
And whether you could swing that.
Yeah, I could see it being an astronomical number.
I mean, this is the problem. You could see him wanting $150 million over 5-7 years. He's 32.
Yeah.
And I don't know. As Bruce said yesterday, if you do end up making that decision, then Smiley, Hendrick, whomever, you're lining guys up to go out of town.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying if you make that decision that it's not this year, then you might as well kind of make that decision. And the Cubs, they got time. They've got time to turn it around. Let's hope they start with the Guardians for everyone's sake.
We selfishly want a 3-game sweep right there. First the Guardians.
For the Cubs.
Starting today, 120. I love it.
For the Stro Show.
Yeah, for the Cubs. Yeah.
Nothing to do with anybody else in town. All right, we got a lot to get into. Again, the free agent period begins in the NBA. We're going to talk about that, the possibilities. Have you heard the Bulls mentioned anywhere? No. They're not really. There's pie in the sky ideas, but they're not really mentioned anywhere. And then the Blackhawks, what are they going to do in free agency? Everybody's coming to town. All the young guys they drafted. That's good to see. Kyle from Chicago will be in town. Kyle Davidson.
Yeah, that was great. We should play that.
We played it yesterday, but
you did?
I'll play it all week. I thought it was awesome. I just thought that was the best was when he said that the guy asked him to talk, and he knew the guy didn't recognize him. And they moved on, and then he was like, "No, I'm going to do this," and he went back, and he had to stand in line and wait his turn.
That's great.
That's awesome. Wonderful stuff. So we'll get into all of it, and we've got the pick six, pick apart all the stories of the day, and maybe project a couple stories into the weekend. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Gabe Ramirez this morning on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Kyle from Chicago.
Hey Chicago, it's Dansby Swanson. You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10.
Swanson drives one in the air. It's got a chance. That ball is gone.
This was Lou Pinella talking about Steve Stone after, I don't know what he said, but something that Steve Stone said on the Score. Here's Sweet Lou.
We've got a lot of people here that haven't managed and won any games in the big leagues, but they know everything. Steve Stone, he's got enough problems doing what he does with the White Sox. What job has he had in baseball besides talking on television or radio? What has he done? Why isn't he a farm director and bring some kids around? Why isn't he a general manager? Why hasn't he ever put the uniform on and been a pitching coach? Why hasn't he been a field manager? There's 30 teams out there that could use a guy's expertise like that. You know? I'm tired of some of these guys. I really am. That's it. Now let's go to baseball.
What'd you say, Stoney?
Well, what I said was pretty simplistic. Tyler Colvin was the number one draft pick of the Cubs. They happened to bring Tyler Colvin up from the minor leagues. When you bring a young player up from the minor leagues, the worst thing you can do for that young player is sit him on the bench. Lou was not playing Tyler Colvin for whatever reason, and all I said was, if you're not going to play him, Lou's the manager. If you're not going to play him, send him down to the minor leagues. But as long as he's in the major leagues, put him in a game so he can actually learn. There's no reason to call him up if you're sitting him on the bench and watching him watch the game. So I think Lou got a little excited because Lou was 3 for 11 against me lifetime. I don't remember him driving in any runs. He certainly never hit a home run. And I think from his playing days, he was still a bit bitter. So, when he says, what have I ever done? Well, I won. He said I never won any games. I did. I won I think I won 107 games, maybe 108, something like that. I don't know exactly what it was, but I do know that Lou is a terrific player. He turned out to be a wonderful manager. I mean, it's difficult for a guy to win 116 games, dominate baseball, and then get unceremoniously booted out of the playoffs by the Yankees every year, which is what happened with Lou. But then again, Lou went wire to wire with the Cincinnati Reds in 1990. He was really a very good manager. We obviously patched things up after that. I always liked Lou. He was just a little bit aggravated that I would mention the Tyler Colvin thing because in his heart of hearts, he realized, number one, that he might not have had any control about bringing him up. He might have been unhappy about bringing him up, but the decision not to play him, I thought, was a bad decision. And so, look, I've been an analyst and an evaluator for quite some time, going on 40 years as a broadcaster, and I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of young players come to the big leagues, and I know one thing. If you're a young player, especially a number one draft pick, if you're sitting on the bench, you're not going to get any better. That's for sure. So Lou and I had a difference of opinion, but that was really it.
That's so great. And by the way, Steve, it was nice of you to pretend like you did not know exactly how many games you won because, of course, it was 107. You don't forget anything. You know your win-loss record for your career.
No. Sometimes those things, you just forget. You remember the 93 losses. You don't remember all the wins, things like that. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, over 1,000 strikeouts, over 100 wins.
1,065, but I can hardly remember back that far.
There it is.
Hours brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What are your thoughts on the Blackhawks' work on the second and final day of the NHL draft? What players or stories stood out to you? How about those salary dump deals?
Yeah, I got to tell you, the stuff that that kind of got me going a little bit is a couple of, like, was the one guy named Marcel? I loved that. I thought that was one of the funniest. I thought
it's like a Seinfeld episode,
but it didn't it feel like Marcel Marceau, like they drafted a mime, you know? And if you see the guy, he's a giant. He's like 6'4", 243. All the guys they took are kind of these skaters. Apparently, this guy moves pretty well on his skates. But the idea that was it the 5th or 6th round they took Marcel? The kid they took that grew up a Hawks fan, I thought that was fantastic. He grew up watching Patrick Kane, and he followed the Hawks because they were winning Stanley Cups, and that's his favorite team. And he said it was the best moment of his life being drafted to the Chicago Blackhawks. So, you know, little stories like that were great. But I think we definitely have a type now for Kyle Davidson. He loves guys that can skate, are fast, and he is willing to give up size for speed. And they got a lot of speed players out of that. The salary dump stuff didn't bother me. You know, they have a certain amount of there's a bare minimum that you have to spend, and they're working to get there. So if you're going to take on somebody's issue and then gain a pick in the future, I got no problem with that. And the idea that they made a move for a guy and just Josh Bailey and just cut him and, you know, split it into 2 years and paid it off. That's good. That's good business. If you've got this cap space, if you've got to work your way up, get something and do that. I was a little confused as to why they would trade a 7th round pick for a veteran player, but it turns out a coach's favorite. So that made sense to me then that the coach that Richardson knew him from when they were in Montreal together, and they believe that it's another example of sort of veteran presence in the locker room that will help some of the young guys. And I want to talk to you about that later in the program. We'll talk about that in relation to whether the Bears should do something like that, because they've got a lot of young guys, but they haven't gone out and gotten necessarily the veterans, although they would argue that.
I mean, I was real excited watching, obviously, them getting Connor Bedard. I was going to see if they was going to do any, like, wheeling and dealing more.
Yeah.
Like, probably move up, move down. The salary deals, it makes sense, like the dumb deals. I mean, they had to get to the floor, so that makes sense. And I think they're just there right now at that part, so that's why I took. And then a lot of people that they drafted, like, I do agree with you, Mully, it's a lot of size and speed. That's pretty much the theme that Kyle Davidson's going with. But, I mean, they need help everywhere. Obviously, they weren't a good team. I'm surprised they didn't get nobody on the defensive side. They got a lot of wings. They got a lot of forwards. And I know they need offense because they was one of the worst scoring teams in the NHL. But I just expect maybe a little bit more on the defensive side. And they only got, like, I think a defensive player, like, towards the last pick. Yeah. So that's the only thing that stood out to me. But overall, I mean, a good draft for Kyle Davidson.
Yeah, I think Kyle Davidson understands with Connor Bedard, in order to put butts in the seats, you got to score some goals. And so, you know, I know these are guys that are going to be helping the team in the short term or in the near future, hopefully. But you got to do that. To me, the draft, I mean, one person that stood out, we talked about him a second ago, Adam Gajan, the goalie that the Blackhawks took with the 35th pick, you know, heading back to Minnesota Duluth. I just think back to another famed Chicago Blackhawks goalie that was taken in the 2nd round in 2003, Corey Crawford. So, you know, you want that similar success to be there for a guy like Adam Gajan. But you love the moves. You love the salary dump deals. And you guys both touched on it. But it says more about Kyle Davidson, what his vision is, how he operates as a GM. And, you know, more often than not, as fans, we look at these positions and we only want them to do the right thing. And I think that what Kyle Davidson's doing, because it's easy to pinpoint what you feel like is off or wrong, and it seems like Kyle Davidson's just doing all the right things for where the Blackhawks are in the present. And so I think he's doing a great job. I think they did a great job with salary dumps, with drafting. I think overall the Blackhawks are just in a good position.
And the goalie, the first goalie taken. So you love if you're that late in the draft and you're taking the first guy at a position because you get your choice.
It's a good question.
With a trade yesterday for another second-round pick, the rebuilding Blackhawks now have 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks next year, and again in 2025, and a first-rounder and 3 seconds in 2026. When will this team begin to compete for a playoff spot? How long will it take?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you got to be ecstatic as a Blackhawks fan to see the amount of draft capital they have in these next couple of seasons. Just got to see if it turns into, talent and people that can actually help this team compete. I think a quote from Kyle Davidson that stood out to me is he said, I think the draft is always, depending on the player, it's always short, medium, and long, but it's probably all longer term in terms of what we're building here. Just excited about some of the upside players that we were able to acquire in the draft the last 2 days here, and hopefully more of them pan out than not. So, clearly it's a long-term play for the Blackhawks, as Kyle Davidson, pointed out there. So in terms of years, I'll just piggyback off what David Haugh said a couple days ago. He said 5 years. 5 years seems about, right when you're thinking about the Blackhawks and being able to compete at a high level consistently again. But I think all fans would hope that number would kind of shrink down to about 3, but it'll be interesting to watch it for the next couple seasons.
Okay, when they got Connor Bedard, it's a 5-year rebuilding plan. So I feel like if you got a generational talent, that should cut it down to 4 years. That's just my thinking overall. So with that being said, to compete for a playoff spot, I'm saying year 2, year 3. So right now it's like, okay, we're going to see the young players, got some veteran guys. I think by no later than year 3, you should be competing. And then if you're in that year 4 and then year 5, then you're talking about Stanley Cup type contentions overall. So year 3 for me is when they should be competing for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I think we should see significant improvement by year 3. I don't think we're going to see it this year. In fact, when you look at the team, even with Bedard, I think they're going to be like top 5 pick. I think they're going to have a good high pick again next year. That's not unusual. You got to remember they had 3 number 1s last year. They've already started this process. This is kind of year 2 of the process. Now, as you say, Brandon, I think that the hardest thing to get in sports is the kind of franchise changer, the guy that you can build your team around. It is a little different in hockey than in other sports. In basketball, 1-man, 5-man game, you can really start influencing things quickly. You get the quarterback right in the NFL, and you're gonna win, and you're gonna win fairly quickly. But it does take a build around. In hockey, you're coming at people in lines, right? So I think they might have a line. I don't know that they're going to have 2. And I think that's the problem. You need 4. So this is just a process that we're starting to look at. And I think it is. I think in 3 years, maybe they can compete and maybe they can surprise some people and start making some moves. In 5 years, they better be pretty damn good, or the rebuild didn't work. It's a 5-year project, and you should start to see 3-4 years in that they're on the right path.
That's a great question and a great thought, Mike.
How do you explain the White Sox getting caged 16 times, out-homered 4-0, and nonetheless beating the Angels 9-7 to split the series?
That made no sense. A lot of what happened yesterday did not make a lot of sense. They scored. They hit a round in an inning and scored. What was it? 5 runs, 6 runs, 6 runs. They were to get to 7. That was insane because I think they did it with like 5 singles and hit batsmen. They did. It wasn't like they were just knocking the heck out of the ball or anything like that. They were moving the line. They kept moving the line, and it was come on. You found yourself getting greedier and greedier. Get another one. Get that one in. He's on third. Knock him in. It was because you knew you were going to need a lot of runs. You knew that Lance Lynn was not going to be able to shut anybody down because he hadn't. He had already given up a ton of runs and at 3 homers. Good God, 5 runs. Yeah, I thought that the extraordinary thing about that performance is it wasn't just the long ball, and it wasn't even they attacked that inning in particular with death by 1,000 stabs, little tiny wounds.
I mean, every time we bring up a stat when it comes to the White Sox, it's just very depressing. Even though they won this game, it's just sad. I mean, and that just shows you about the Angels too. I mean, they got 2 of the best players, and look at you striking out teams out here 16 times, and you still lose. You out homer them and still lose. But I mean, this doesn't really even do anything for me. I mean, yeah, they won, man. That's okay. I mean, like I said, I really want the White Sox to get to 500. And that just seems like impossible at this point for this team. The only, I guess, good thing came out of it. I mean, TA finally hit. So that's something to be proud. Okay. Hopefully they didn't get it going. Just do something, White Sox.
Yeah, every single player in the lineup yesterday struck out, except for the pinch runners, Benintendi and Adam Hazley, of course. But, I mean, I know that's brutal, right?
That's unbelievable.
That's a brutal stat. I think when you're looking at it also makes you feel kind of good as a White Sox fan to know that, it's not just Lance Lynn that needs to settle down after the first couple of innings, right? Sandoval did the same thing, and that's ultimately what happened. I mean, he ended up getting 8 strikeouts. Jose Soriano had 5 in 2 innings, so that was tough. He struck out the side in one moment. But it's just they came in bunches. The runs came in bunches early, and then both teams couldn't seem to figure anything out until the 9th inning when both squads put up 2 runs. But the third inning for the White Sox is frustrating because we've seen so many solo home runs over the last week or two. And to think that in the 3rd inning, they put up all these runs with no home run, it's so you're capable of having a base hit approach when you get to the plate. So that is something you can do. It's just not something you do often. But, I mean, the guys that were responsible for it, Eloy Jimenez looked good in that one. Yasmani Grandal, Clem Frazier, Zach Remillard. I mean, those are all guys that, outside of Eloy, that should be hitting for singles. So, I mean, it's frustrating, but hey, sometimes it happens in baseball. The ball, it bounces your way, and you got to take these wins because the losses come at the exact same rate in this kind of a matter. So,
I asked Lance Lynn this exact question.
Do you agree with White Sox manager Pedro Grifol that Lance Lynn, who gave up 3 early home runs and 5 earned runs, was, quote, phenomenal, in my opinion? Grifol said the Sox needed at least 5 innings, and Lynn gave them 6. Is that phenomenal in your opinion?
I think what's phenomenal is, I know
that's not phenomenal.
It's a low bar, right?
Yeah.
But I think what Pedro Grifol is really trying to say is, any pitcher that can give your team an opportunity to win, then the performance is phenomenal. He touched on an outing by Michael Kopech earlier in the season where, or actually a couple, 4 or 5 outings ago, where he gave up some runs in the 1st inning, some home runs to be specific, and then he settled down and ended up, pitching 5 or 6. And he talked about, the growth that you get in those particular moments in real time. You get to learn from it. And Lance Lynn has been in this situation more often than we'd like, but he still comes through. And I think that's what Pedro Grifol is really trying to lean on. The fact that he still came back, had, a lot of strikeouts still, gave the team an opportunity to win, didn't give up much after the first couple of innings. And so when you're talking about phenomenal, I don't know if that's necessarily the correct word, but was an exceptional performance. Then yeah, that to me is a better word suited for the outing of Lance Lynn.
I mean, if that's phenomenal, I mean, that just shows you what the White Sox season has been right now. What did you always say, Mully? When Lance Lynn is on the mound, just watch the first inning, and it can pretty much just tell you.
You can tell right away.
You can tell right away. Lance Lynn's on the mound, first inning. What can you get for Lance Lynn right now?
Nothing.
Right? What can you really get?
I'd like to find out.
I'm very intrigued with that. I mean, I know Grifol's probably saying this to give his player confidence right now. He had that 16K performance that one time in the season, so. I just take it as a confident booster. Try to help him keep his confidence up so he can continue this season because I guess they're competing for the worst division ever.
Lance Lynn has an option for next year, right? I believe Lance Lynn can call his own shot and come back for roughly the same amount of money. So I'm not sure anyone wants that contract, but I think that if you could, who told us? Was it somebody told us that sometimes the old warhorse gets a smell of the finish line and, starts playing better.
We've seen that many a times.
Teams
in
would
Major
like
Leagues.
to see that happen. Maybe if he was available and you needed kind of a horse of a guy. I guess what I think what Grifol was saying was that even though he got spanked early, he understood that the team needed him to eat innings, and he took the ball and managed to get through 6 innings, and that's what was phenomenal. That on a day where, he understood that he didn't have his stuff and he was getting pounded and it was an embarrassment, that he still went out there and he battled and he grinded and they stopped hitting for him too, right? They really kind of didn't do much. They had one hit, I think, after that big push where they scored the 6 runs. That's not phenomenal. That's not phenomenal. Phenomenal is when you win because of. He did. I think he retired 15 of 19 at one point.
Okay.
After falling behind as badly as he did, they came back and scored some runs, and then he stayed out there and got through. I mean, that was a very veteran kind of competitive performance from the guy because he had gotten his kind of his block knocked off, and he still managed to stay out there. So I guess that's what Pedro meant, but it was certainly curious to use the word phenomenal.
Club option for 2024.
Oh, it's a club option.
Yes.
Okay.
Even better.
That's great.
No, it's a valid question, certainly on the minds of a lot of people.
Was there confusion yesterday amid reports that Andre Drummond was heading to Dallas when he actually exercised his $3.36 million option to return to the Bulls, as our guy, Casey Johnson, who will join us at 7:25, said he would? With the team also reportedly talking to Pat Bev, does it appear increasingly likely that they are indeed going to run it back?
Yeah, somebody on Twitter said that he was going to Dallas, I think, and that kind of gained some steam. And KC had already written that he was picking up his option. So I was like, what? Hey, wait a minute. Like, where did this come from? And then I read, KC writes, oh, yeah, he's picking up his option. He didn't even, it was just that, he just stayed with what he had written. And I was kind of like, did I imagine the other part of this? Like, what the hell? Why do I care about Andre Drummond? Why am I, what happened? Why am I even interested in this? Because it's just another guy that's coming back for the Bulls, right? And they've extended offers to Io and to Kobe White, so we know that those guys most likely will be playing here next year on those. You got to be prepared for anything to happen, but I think both those guys will be back. They're talking to Pat Bev. I just don't know how they're getting better, and we will talk to KC at 7:25, and we can ask him that question. How, indeed, are they going to get better? Dalen Terry has been working out at the gym.
In KC, I trust. So when it comes to him reporting, I'm going to take his word for it. It does look like they're running it back. I mean, they need a better – I've been saying this for a long – they need a point guard similar to Lonzo Ball. But I do agree with Gabe said earlier in the week where he said, he'll like to see Pat Bev on this team. Probably coming off the bench, though, I think. Pat Bev also said, like, look, give us a full season all together. Look how we was all together. It was just half a season if you look at our record. But then again, Pat Bev says a lot of things that I don't always agree with, like saying Karl Anthony Towns is the number 1 player in the NBA or one of the best scorers. I'm just saying, but we'll see. But it looked like they're going to run it back.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other path for the Chicago Bulls at this point. I mean, they are running it back. They got, majority of their team coming. I'm disappointed that they didn't move on from one of the big three. Even if it was just to give Bulls fans a new offense, something different instead of actually running it back with the exact same squad. Pat Bev. Here's the thing with Pat Bev is like he was cool towards the end of the season because the players didn't have to deal with him for a full 82. So when he talks about give us a whole season, it's like, are your teammates going to be sick of you by game 60 and your antics? I mean, that'll be something that we'd have to see. I'd rather have an Io over a Pat Bev, especially because Pat Bev wants a bag. He wants a lot of money. So I mean, that one's. And then the Andre Drummond thing, I was hopeful that he would have opted out, not because of the money, but I do like Adama Sanogo from UConn, and I thought he might have been able to get a little bit more tick. He averaged like 17 and 10 in UConn in their championship run, was the Final Four MVP, so I thought he would have been a good guy to spell Vooch in those situations, but he's going to be now the third center, so I don't know. Bulls, frustrating, but, hey, man, let's be very clear. AK has promoted continuity since the beginning of last season, and he's holding true to that. And so, what we're doing is we're just like you trust in KC. Hopefully, we can trust in AK as well.
That's a big question.
That's the voice of our guy Bruce Levine, who joined the show yesterday and advocated for trading Marcus Stroman if the Cubs don't make a significant move in the division.
I would trade Stroman, and people would, probably driving off the road saying, well, how are you going to trade the best pitcher in the National League right now? And the reason is that the chips are all on Stroman's side, okay? He can walk away from this contract, part of his contract right now, making $22 million a year for this year and next. He can walk away right now after this season. I don't think you can afford to play that game. I don't think the gamble is worth it.
Do you agree with Bruce, or would it be a major error that would set the franchise back?
I look at this and I say to myself, I agree with Bruce. Bruce and I had a conversation, I think it was like 3 weeks back, about this very same scenario. And, he brings up a great point, which is there is a potential to lose Marcus Stroman for absolutely nothing. And I don't know if you can play that game, especially because you haven't engaged in talks with him throughout the season, which he's been very vocal about. And so the last thing you want to do is put yourselves in a position where some other team in a championship window offers him a ton of money, and then you do lose out on Stroman for absolutely nothing. Should he be a pivotal piece of your franchise moving forward so he can be at the top end of the rotation? Absolutely. If that's what you want to do, then do that. I think that's the key right there. But you just do not want to play the game. You did it last year with Contreras, where you didn't get anything in return. You allowed him to walk away, and I think the Cubs, it's such a tough position to be in because the playoffs are right there, within reach. But I don't think the Cubs were anticipating making the playoffs this year, so they have to set themselves up for the future, and I think that comes at the expense of trading Marcus Stroman.
All right, I'm going to give my Dustin quick answer. If the Cubs are out of it, trade them. If they're in it because they say they're in the winning business, you keep Marcus Stroman and see what you can do in the playoffs.
Don't you have to extend him if you're going to keep him? I mean, don't you have to, as Gabe says, ensure that you don't lose him for nothing? I mean, that is really rolling the bones if you don't do anything with him. I mean, hey, you want to stay here? You like it here? You got a contract. Feel free to stay. He clearly wants an extension. He clearly wants to get paid. I think that he understands that this is his time to get his last paycheck, to get his last big paycheck, and he's having a good enough year that someone will cough and give him that deal. I think he's in a really good position because he knows he's got $22 million in the bank. He's already been paid over the course of his career, but he knows he's got a deal for next year if he wants to take it. I'm guessing he wants more. I think it comes down to the division. I think it comes down to whether you believe that you have a good enough team to compete, and then maybe you turn it around and go and get somebody. But at this point, they've had a bad week. I don't know that he's ever going to pitch better, and what you're going to have to do is pay him as if he will. But he's gotten to this point, and he's a hell of a player, and he's definitely worth what they're paying him. I I think they got a lot of young pitchers that they could move forward with. I know everyone's sick of them kind of rebuilding every year, but this might be a wise move to trade him and to get assets. Really, you'd get a lot. Everybody needs pitching, and he's probably if not the winner of the Cy Young, he's definitely in the team photo right now. There you go. 312-644-6767. We've got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Gabe Ramirez this morning on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
I want this town to host big games.
So it's
been a while since we've hosted big games.
The next team in town to be in a conference final.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face
Getting
most
smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, didn't show up for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man, it sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
he ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh, man. No, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think
And it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen it.
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
Central, can they count on help from the Cubs who host Cleveland? How many will the Cubs win?
The most Cubs and Sox thing to do, first Cubs, is to sweep the Cleveland Guardians. I mentioned that a second. I mean, after getting swept by the Phillies, to come back and sweep the Guardians, again, that would be the most Cubs thing to do. So I'm going to go ahead and predict that because it'll also benefit the White Sox. You got Justin Steele on the mound today trying to stop that 4-game losing streak for the Cubbies. No perfect games, no hitters. That's wild right there. But I'll say we did this last time, Mully, that when we were on the show together on a Friday.
I love doing predictions.
And you predicted correctly what would happen to the White Sox that weekend. I'm gonna say Sox will win 2 of the 3. 2 of the 3. That'll make me feel good. Maybe get a game there, and then they'll be 3.5 out by the weekend.
So,
oh damn!
No, I agree with you.
That's your whole take right there.
No, I'm done. So the no hitter in the perfect game. I mean, the question should be actually the Sox could get no hitter perfect game. I mean, they got Cade 16 times against the Angels, and the Angels ain't nothing special. But at the same time, like I agree with Gabe. I would want a sweep. That would be like great, but I'm being realistic. They should win this series. 2 games with this one. The Cubs now, they to me need a sweep of the Guardians. That's just because they just got swept by the Phillies. We talked about it earlier in the week, Mully. Like in this tough 13-game stretch, what record do we need them to be at? And we kind of all said around like 8-5 that they need to be around. And right now, you already lost 3 of those games. So I think you need a sweep here, but they're probably going to win 2. But they need the sweep.
Oh, they need the sweep. There is no doubt about it. That would be the only thing that would make you feel better about what just happened. And, Cleveland has improved, but you could sweep Cleveland here in Chicago. That wouldn't surprise me if that happened. Unfortunately, I think you're probably right. I think it's more like 2 of 3. The White Sox are a mystery to me. The White Sox, I believe the beloved to be determined is starting the opening game tonight in Oakland, California, and Dylan Cease, I believe his best shot at a no-hitter comes on Saturday, and that's the early game, and then the dreaded to be determined will pitch again on.
You mean they're not throwing out Tanner Banks again?
Well, I think that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to throw out Tanner Banks, and they're going to have maybe Jesse Schultens follow him. Maybe we see a little Tukey time. Could it be? Yeah, I don't think that they have the set pitching right now to pull off a sweep. So I'm going to go. They win 2, although I could see them winning 1.
Don't the Sox normally in Oakland of late? They don't really play too well, and
they have never played well in Oakland. But now Oakland is so bad.
Yeah,
that everybody should play.
It's us
well
4 in the rotation right now.
Exactly. So I think that they have to win this series in Oakland. This is the worst team in baseball. This is the team that just got that just had a perfect game thrown against them. And we asked the question: Is that legit? Is that legitimately a perfect game for Domingo Germán?
Of course it is.
Well,
no one's going to go back and say, "Oh, in 2023, the Oakland A's were trying to lose every game."
Dylan Cease throws a perfect game on Saturday, won't you wonder if that was the other one was a perfect game? They're just a bad team, man.
They're a double A team.
They're kind of a 4A team, maybe, you know? We're going to create a new team. They exist somewhere not MLB worthy.
So a sweep then. That's what we're all saying then, right? So a sweep because they're a double A team.
I think they should sweep them. I think the problem is I don't know who's pitching.
Yeah.
And I think it's very hard to pick a sweep. I'll go sweep.
But would you be shocked, though?
I'll go no-hitter from a guy you never heard of.
Would you be shocked, though, if they even lose this series? Like, if they lose this series?
No, that's what I was going to say. Like, I conceivably, if I wanted to just be, Mr. Negative, I could say they're going to win 1 of 3 games. Because you know what? I think, didn't the A's win? Didn't they have like a 5-game winning streak at some point? So they've won.
They're 21-62 right now.
That's not good. That's not good.
They beat up on the Braves during that stretch, I think.
Is that right? When they won 5 in a row, whatever it was? Yeah, I got to go with the Sox winning the series and the Cubs winning the series. I don't know that I can go sweep because our Chicago teams aren't sweep conscious at this point. So I will go Twins are swept in Baltimore just because I want that to happen as much as anything.
All right, because you said that, I'm changing mine to sweep, just like a full-fledged sweep.
Okay,
Sox have scored 11-9 in their last 2 games.
Yep.
Oakland has a -240 run differential. The assumption is the Sox are going to put up runs every game. No perfect game, no hitter, but sweep.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Correction.
Let's all go that
Correction.
way.
The A's beat up on the Brewers and the Rays during that.
The Rays. That's ridiculous.
Wow. I knew it was a good team.
That's
It's the Rays.
The Rays are better than the Yankees, that's for sure, right?
Yes.
What in the heck is going on in the world? That's just some upside down thing, right?
That's where you're Oakland, and at the end of the season, if the Rays win the World Series, you start playing that game. Well, we beat the Rays a couple of times, and they won the World Series, so therefore we are
I like it. So
that's how we are as Bulls fans.
Bears
right now.
fans too.
Bears fans, yeah, all
Bears
of them.
fans.
Just to clarify, you got a sweep
I got
for
a
the
sweep.
Sox. I got a sweep for the Sox. You got.
They're going to win the series too.
They're going to win the series, and I'm going sweep for the Cubs too. You know why? Because I'm feeling good. The 4th of July is around the corner.
Why not?
Let's go. Let's make everyone happy.
I like this.
I'm going Chicago sweep.
You're going to come back to work on Wednesday in a great mood.
Yeah, that's right. No matter what. Yeah, I probably should clarify that, but I'm going to stick with the sweeping.
All right.
There we go. All right. It's Mully and Haugh. Escape Ramirez, 312-644-6767. I think I've gone too far now, and maybe both teams lose their series. I've just
no.
We're
stay on your positive train. Stay on your positivity train.
Sweep.
Yeah.
Sweep.
I'm here for it. I'm riding.
Bring the broom.
Choo-choo.
Bring the broom. On the Express. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on The Score.
We're going to get you ready for the weekend in the right way. We are going to preview the Cubs series with the Guardians. That starts at 12:45 with pregame with Zach Zabin. Steve Stone talks.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
No. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
that was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
So technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep, that's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
He saw, yes. Okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his like hands in the air, like whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
Contract, part of his contract right now, making $22 million a year for this year and next. He can walk away right now after this season. I don't think you can afford to play that game. I don't think the gamble is worth it.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is our guy Bruce Levine. He was on yesterday and he suggested that maybe, just maybe, you got to go to the well one more time with the rebuild, Gabe. And Gabe Ramirez sitting in for David this morning. I understand the idea. I understand the logic of it. I don't know that I would be delighted by it, but I got to see what the Cubs do moving toward the trade deadline. Stroman's been great. He's been really good this year. I mean, Cy Young Award winning good. Unfortunately, they haven't reached any resolution with him. And unfortunately, if they're not going to be contending, they get a heck of a lot for him if they decided to put him on the trade market.
Yeah, and it really is a matter. It's all about timing, right? I mean, we all can see a path where Stroman is either a member of the Cubs or a trade piece. So we understand that and where the pros and cons are in those two situations. But it's timing. It's when can you maximize, that? When can you get the most for him, or when can you get him to a good contract to get you a couple of years? And you touched on it a second ago, Mully. It is about, when they are trying to compete. A lot of Cubs fans are okay with the fact of, the Cubs, they're only X amount of games out and, they can make a push. But then you're essentially the Bulls, where you're in the playoffs, but you're not really competing at a high level for the championship. So then it begs the question, so when do you move on or keep a Marcus Stroman? And I think that's where Bruce Levine's saying, where it's like, hey, you can move on from him, get these assets, so that way when you are in a position to compete wholeheartedly, or so what they're essentially saying is trade Zach or trade DeMar DeRozan, or one of those kind of, when they mention trading Marcus Stroman.
Yeah. I just think it's probably more DeMar DeRozan because of the age consideration that goes into it. I think that Zach is 4 years younger than him, and you would think that there might still be another step for Zach, but I don't know how long there is for Marcus Stroman.
How long do you think Stroman can continue to pitch at this level? He's turning 33 just in a couple
more years, don't you?
Okay.
I think he could pitch like this a couple more years, but I wouldn't stun me if he evened out after this year.
Yeah, I could see him. I mean, the thing is where you view Stroman in the rotation for the Chicago Cubs in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
If you are banking on him being your top of the rotation guy, but you're not competing for a World Series, then it makes no point. It makes no sense. But if you see him saying, okay, we're going to sign him for 3 years, fourth year team option, something like that, and if he ends up being our third starter, after 2 or 3 seasons,
sure.
Then that's okay, because then that means that you're anticipating having better starters in front of him, and then that makes sense for me. But it's tough. It's tough to do. It's tough to do because you want to have pitching is what everyone wants, and here the Cubs have a guy who's the best pitcher in the National League right now, or up there, and you want to move on from him, or the potential exists to move on from him. And so that's the tough part and a tough pill to swallow. But again, it all depends on the timing. When does your actual championship run begin? It's not right now. So you're paying a guy to, just kind of be there for you while you're, vying for a wild card spot or hoping to, take over a bad NL Central. It's a difficult position to be in.
312-644-6767. Let's get to Kevin. Kevin is in Palatine. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gabe, you just made some really good points, and I don't normally like agreeing with Bruce, but Cubs fans, as you know, I am one of them. We are deluding ourselves. I love when you could see a window, and if you could thread a needle to win a division, and then what? This guy's definitely opting out. There's no question about that. And if they haven't had these discussions, I love him. I think he's a really good pitcher, but you have to trade him if you can get a fortune for him. Because, and I wouldn't mind trading a few other guys. If you know you're not going to win this division, and Gabe, you're right. They're not winning the World Series this year. They're not even going to win a playoff series. So, I think I would like to see what Miguel Amaya is. I would love to see him get 4 days a week starting and see if you have your catcher of the future. Figure this out. And the other thing is, I am still 100% not sold on David Ross. I think he gets super crabby when he gets questioned on stuff. And if Christopher Morel is in the lineup today, after that bunt yesterday, and if Madrigal's in the lineup, Ross is too bunty. This team is not smart. They don't play smart baseball. Those 2 bunts were infuriating yesterday, especially Morel's. You're in the middle of and at least Ross said every game, you're there to hit home runs. Quit being so cute. hit the ball over the fence. That's your job. And the other thing is, everyone that wants to re-sign Bellinger, has he hit a home run in the last 60 days? Guy has no power anymore. So I'm not willing to give him $150 million either.
I believe he got engaged, so a lot of people think that's a home run, Kevin.
He's winning at life.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, he's winning at life.
That's right. Didn't he get engaged? Did I see that? I saw his bride flashing a ring. No?
Probably.
Future.
Wouldn't surprise me. I'll say this: there are some teams, right, that are a couple games out of their respective divisions that would love a Marcus Stroman.
Yes,
that would love it, and as you mentioned, Greg, would give up a fortune, a haul for a guy like Stroman that you can just punch in, and especially in the playoffs, right? What do you want? You want a guy that can start game 1 and game 4. That's what you ultimately want. You need, I should say. And so when you can just literally place someone in Marcus Stroman, I mean, geez. So it'd be interesting, teams like San Francisco, even the Dodgers might give up a haul. Look at Miami if they're going to put a bunch of young prospects to have just a year to get into the playoffs. I mean, there's teams out there. It's tough because you like Stroman. He's a good, good player. He's high energy.
I've looked forward to his performances. Yeah. He's been really worth the price of admission. He's been excellent this year. And he always gives you a good performance. It's really unfortunate that I honestly think that the logic, there's logic to trading Marcus Stroman. You may say it's illogical, but there is logic to it. And if you could load up even more with what you've got in the minor leagues, and they got a lot, and you feel good about all the guys that will be coming up as they come up. I think there was a point where you talked about, Bellinger, should he stay? Do you need him? Increasingly, I think what you ought to do, Chicago Cubs, is go ahead and do whatever it takes, spend whatever it takes, and bring in Shohei Ohtani because that guy can pitch and that guy can hit. And that guy is at the height of his powers right now.
He's just, it's so funny, like when you watch him, because you can't help but to laugh because he makes you uncomfortable with how good he is.
Oh, it's terrible.
And the other day when he had 10 strikeouts, Dylan Cease had 10 as well. And I said, what if Dylan Cease went up to the plate and knocked 2 homers?
Yeah.
Like you'd be thinking it was like the greatest thing that ever happened. And Shohei did it, and it was kind of just like, wow, Shohei, man, he just continues to impress. Like, no, that was incredible. 2 home runs and 10 strikeouts. That just, but
that was just absurd. That was absolutely the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. That was crazy, out of control.
And then one was on a 95-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle. Second on a off-speed pitch, on the outside corner that he just crushes. But do you think? I know we got to wrap it up here, but do you think the Cubs really have a solid chance to bring in Ohtani?
No, I don't. Okay. I don't think they're going to do it. But you should. Yeah. Because he helps you in 2 different ways, and he's worth the money, and he would. Yeah, I don't think the Cubs have to bring in Ohtani to fill their stadium. Let's put it that way. But I think if they did, boy, would that be some. That guy he's just beyond good. He's just, I don't even know if we can articulate what he is. He's an ace, and he's a home run hitter. He gives you.
That's unreal.
It's ridiculous. So he's going to be a bargain because he's a 2-for-1, and nobody is going to pay the full cost of both things. So if you have to give him $600 million, he's worth that.
What do you think the likelihood is that he stays in Los Angeles?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how he feels about that team. The damnedest thing is the Sox. The Sox just split with them. He hits a home run every time you play, and the guy also shut you down and had 10 strikeouts, and you ended up splitting the series. It's crazy. Yeah. You got Trout. Trout yesterday made a catch where he brought a home run back in.
Andrew Vaughn's homer.
And that was ridiculous. And you got those 2 guys, and you can't win?
There's frustration most certainly out there in L.A. I wish they were more than a game and a half out of the wild card race, because then they might be sellers at this point.
Help. All right. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. He's Gabe Ramirez at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Mark DeRosa.
I mean, TA, being around him, watching him do his drills, he has the quickest hands out of anybody.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. I know it was Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
Oh, the actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh my God, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
Is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
You know what? I saw the same thing when those guys came up. He almost had a little extra gear, and after that extra gear, he kept it, and that's when he retired. You know, with 15 and 19. So he found that extra gear.
Did this stuff get better? I mean, he had 24 swings.
It did. After those at bats, I think that this stuff got a lot better. 24 swings and misses. I mean, that's a big time game. You know, not as good as the one that had 36 and or 30, 35 or 36, but I mean, 24 swings and misses is big time.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score. That is the voice of Pedro Grifol, and he was impressed with the big-time game he got from Lance Lynn yesterday. Come on, that's kind of, God bless you, but that's insane. Do you have to talk like that? I mean, do you have to say things like that so that he can perform better? I mean, I get it. You're down and you really need someone to eat some innings, but are you going to mistake that for good?
It's funny because I had a chance to talk to Azagi on Wednesday, and he mentioned that Pedro Grifol is too nice. So he's not an a-hole enough for this team, that the team takes advantage of him. And so when you hear his statements on Lance Lynn, I mean, you could you just got to choose better words. You know, was it a good outing for a major league pitcher to go 6 innings and, fight through the first couple of, homers that you gave up? Yeah, that's fair, but you can also assess it accordingly and say, hey, rough start for Lance Lynn. Really happy he came back and gave the team an opportunity to win, but that's what we expect from our Bulldog. Good or bad that he pitches, and that's better than wow.
Phenomenal. Wow. I mean, look, I get it. The guy ate some innings. You need a guy to eat some innings, but man, I do not understand how that translates into phenomenal. It's great. It's great that he ate innings. It's great that, on a day when he didn't have it, he ground it out and he got to a point where you could win the game.
Yeah.
That's all you say.
But you said it, Mully. Great. It's like if you came in and you did the morning show and you had a couple flubs, said the number wrong, mispronounced a couple of names. But then you
670 the store, or something along those lines.
People would, but maybe you had like a couple good interviews and your teases were awesome. People would say, "Hey, great show today." No one would say, "Phenomenal show today, Mully. That was phenomenal." You're like, "Did you hear me say 670 the store?" I don't know if I just call it phenomenal. But hey, man, Pedro knows his team, right? He knows how to get them going and how to continue to play at a high level.
Does he know his team? Does he know how to? 312-644-6767. Steve is listening online. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how we doing?
Living the dream.
Yeah, I just wanted to refer. You guys got me?
Yeah, we're living the dream, Steve. That's all I said.
All right, great. Yeah, I just wanted to refer back to the Cubs conversation. You guys talking about trading Stroman and how the Cubs aren't going to win the World Series this year, and I understand all of that. I know they're not the greatest team in the world, but variance in the MLB playoffs is so high, and the Cubs starting pitching right now has been pretty good. So if they can get into a short series, they might be able to pull it off.
Pull what off?
I'm just saying I think it's a little...
Wait, but pull what off? Like a first-round victory? Or are you saying pull off the World Series?
I mean, not necessarily the World Series. I understand that they need help, but if they can get help at the deadline, like a power bat or maybe an additional starting pitcher, then, you're looking at something that's a little more in the realm of possibility. And I understand you could get a haul for Stroman, but I mean, the dude's 33, so are you really going to get top end? I mean, it's not like he's 28.
What are you going to pay him? I mean, if would you rather have them get to the end of the season with Stroman and maybe make the playoffs or maybe not, and then have him leave? Or would you rather get something for him by striking when he's hot?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand he's having a career year, so how often is he actually going to be able to repeat this in the future? I just think his stuff plays into older age because of how much movement he pitches with and location. So if he's 36 and can still get the ball up there at 91 miles an hour, he's still going to be fairly effective. So if you can sign him for 3 years and, I don't know, $80 million, something like that, with a player option on the end, you might be able to do that with him. But, you know, I think selling off again, prospects are prospects, but when you have actual ball players, you should go for it. And I think Lawrence said the same thing yesterday. It's like he just wants the Cubs to push the chips in and be the Cubs, spend money and go for it. And that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, well, then I think everyone wants them to spend money and be the Cubs. Everybody wants them to be ambitious and to be able to take this group that they have and figure out a way to, you know, add a power bat, add a couple of guys at the back end, and maybe get another starting pitcher. Add one rather than give one away. But just realistically, they went about sort of spending money this season, and again, it's they want to be smart about how they're spending their money. They're not going to go out and just throw money at Shohei Ohtani, even if he is the best player in baseball and is going to be for a few more years. I mean, this is a guy who is in his prime right now. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. If you really wanted to get a guy, get the best guy. Get the best guy you can get. I don't think they're going to do that. They're going to be making decisions based on what is the correct way to go about doing things within their budget without overexposing them from they want to. This is a business. They want to make money. They don't want to lose it.
Yeah, and let's not forget when the Cubs signed Marcus Stroman, they didn't assume he was, going to be this perennial all-star that was going to be giving them their best stuff. They signed him to be, a solid starter in the rotation. And so I'm sure if you were to have private conversations with Cubs brass, they're probably like, damn it, I'm kind of upset he's pitching so well, because now you're stuck in this position where you have to have the conversations of bringing him back for a lot of money, or moving on from a guy that, is pitching exceptionally, that is having a phenomenal season, to use Pedro Griffol's words.
I love that they went, oh, God. But he's really having a phenomenal
right, but he
season.
Really is.
I love that they go to London and they're at the Cubs pub and whatever it was called, the Horse and Guardsman. And the crowd starts chanting Stroman, 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 because Marcus Stroman has the crowd on his side because he's been pitching very well and
saying he loves it here,
saying he loves it, coming out saying he wants to get paid because he wants to control the narrative. He knows how these things operate. And I mean, isn't this what we're talking about in terms of the narrative?
Yeah.
That we're talking about, well, really you could get a lot for them, and if they're not going to win, he's trying to avoid that. He wants them to pay him to stay here. But the problem is that he does have another year left on his deal, so he could stay here for another year if he wants to be here so badly.
Yeah.
Then just accept the contract you signed.
If you love it here, then just opt in.
So that's kind of the way they're looking at it would seem.
But obviously, he understands he's having a career year, and he can milk it, like you mentioned earlier, Mully, into a long-term contract, 3-4 years to get that last big payday.
Yeah.
And not run the risk of having next season be less than what he's doing right now, and then obviously cut into some of his dollars. So Cubs are in a tough predicament. Do they pay the guy that's pitching well for them in the present, even though they're outside of a World Series window, or do you, let him go and bring in assets? I do think you bring in the assets because you can get a top tier pitcher in return for him.
And the thing that Bruce said is basically he said that you trade him because he holds all the cards. And I think that's interesting because that's not saying he's not worth the contract. He's not worth bringing back. It's saying he can basically get whatever he wants, and you can't do anything about it. So you may as well trade him.
Yeah,
it's a different type of way of looking at it, and you're looking at it again through the prism of not overspending. Let's try Zach. Zach's in Schaumburg. Hi, Zach.
How's it going? Thanks for taking my call. So I definitely agree with both of you about that. I would love them to see. I would love to see them sign Stroman, but I just get frustrated with we got the two of the top pitchers in the league, in Stroman and Steele, and I mean statistically the team is. I know offensively they get silenced sometimes, but I feel like I'd love to see this core with another manager, and I just wish that they would make that move, and I understand they probably won't, definitely probably won't, but I would love to see another manager in here because all the one-run games we've lost, all the, having the two almost best pitchers in the league at this moment, and to be 5 games under 500, I think falls directly on the manager. And you look at like Texas with Bochy, that is pretty much the same team last year, and they're 15 games over 500. So I really feel like Ross gets too much of a break.
It's a good point.
Thanks, Zach.
17 games over 500 Texas is right now. A lot of one-run losses. I never got your opinion on David Ross and what your thoughts are on him as a manager.
Well, let me tell you, first of all, today the Cubs begin their home series against the Guardians. Big on both sides of town. Pre-game begins at 12:45. The first pitch at 1:20 on the Score in the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Also, did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Did you know that? All you got to do, just tell your device to play 670 The Score. I was kind of amused that David Ross was catching grief earlier in the year because the Cubs were playing better, and it was like, wow, this is a team that has a chance. Then they went into a little bit of a tailspin, and it was immediately, you got to get rid of the manager. And I had not heard that with David Ross before because he oversaw some of the worst teams that they've rolled out
playing
there.
Well.
So, and they were playing better than people might have thought, and it was all Rossi. And then you get to a point where now you have higher expectations and they start winning and you're feeling good about it. Now they go into a slump. The guy is there trying to get people to bunt because he's desperate trying to get runs. They're trying to create runs because they couldn't score any runs. They got one run. And you don't say, wow, this is a very poorly constructed roster. Why don't they have more power to it? Why don't they have guys that can do? You say you got to fire the damn manager. All of the analytics will tell you that a manager is worth like 2 wins. A manager, believe it or not, the Joe Madden thing doesn't happen all the time, where you get some huge bump and everybody starts playing better and you end up winning the World Series. So I think that it's unrealistic to believe that if you change the manager, you're suddenly going to start winning more games. I think that's a fallacy. I also think that Joe Madden was considered a genius right up to the point where he won the World Series, and then he became an idiot en route to that because it was hard. It was hard to do. And, I mean, that guy's reputation was ruined by winning. It's weird to me that we look at people and we celebrate them when they're overseeing awful, and then when things get better, we no longer think that they have any special to them. They're the problem.
America. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happens, right? I mean, you mentioned Joe Madden. I mean, obviously, all his antics, everyone loves him when the Cubs are winning a World Series, and then shortly thereafter, it's too much. This team's too mature. You have to find a different approach. But that is coaching and managing in professional levels, right? We see it all the time. What is the construct of your team, and what manager best fits that squad? And so Rossi was the right guy, a new manager, a guy that can kind of mentor the younger kids that were playing for the Cubs in that space. And then what do? You go out and get them more talent, and then the fan base is unhappy because you have more talent. You should be able to perform at a higher level, and then people are frustrated with that. But I go back to the point that I made earlier, which is he is put in somewhat of a difficult situation with the rotating talent that comes in to his dugout, where he has to find a way to make it all work, especially with pressure from upper management. I thought he did a great job last year with the talent that he had, especially at the end of the season, had him playing well, got the pitching staff, development, like all that. I thought he did a really good job there. I just think this year, the Cubs are only 5 games under 500. I don't think they're in a terrible position, because then you have to think about what your expectations were going into the season. Did you expect them to be 10 games over 500 at this point? Like, what are we measuring him based off of? And if it's a 500 record, well, he's not too far off from that.
Yeah, I like David Ross. I understand that people get frustrated, and that the manager is a very easy guy to kind of go after. But I don't know that they're that far off what you might have anticipated them being able to do. It'd be great. You got to stop at some point and take a look at everything that you believe they're missing and how you're going to fill those holes and what happens moving forward. I think that they have improved this team quite a bit, and I think they've been fun to watch at different points of this season. Obviously, they're in a downslide right now, and we kind of knew they were going to be, because they won some games. They get to London, you lose a game you probably should have won. You got the whole Stroh show thing, the blister coming out of the game, the terrible error at first base. Okay, that's bad, but you can't let that change the course of your season. So you come home and you get swept. Again, that team is a team that won the National League last year, and they are playing better than they had been playing. So they're coming around a little bit. And they got the better of you in a series. I think the Guardians are beatable. I think you got to win the series. That's all. And I think the Cubs should just zero in on winning series, and it's all going to work out for them.
Yeah, that's the hope. And then, listen, if you're looking at their record right now, 37-42, if you were to multiply it out, and you're 106, they're still on pace to be like a 77, 76, 78 win team. And that was the prediction at the beginning of the season, that they'd be in that range in the mid-70s. So they are exactly who everyone thought they'd be. So it's tough, a tough gig to have for Ross, to be putting a team out there, winning at that rate, but still being looked at to be replaced. Tough position to be in.
Hey, make sure you continue to listen today to our show, Mully and Haugh. You get a chance to win a pair of tickets to Dierks Bentley, special guests Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden. That is on Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets are on sale now. Go to livenation.com or continue to listen, and you'll get a chance to win a little bit later in the program. Make sure you do that. livenation.com, the place to go. We've got Casey Johnson. We're going to bring him in. We're going to ask him what moves are anticipated. Are any moves? Is there any room for anything? We'll talk to Casey about it next. It's Mully and Haugh. He's Gabe Ramirez on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUD.
Mike was on, and then Jason decided to have fun with sound with Mike.
Hello? Did you see Paul Newman and Sally Field in Absence of Malice?
Who's talking to me? Who?
I don't think Oswald did that. I don't think he might have been in the plot, but I don't think he killed Kennedy.
Oh, you're talking Bob the movie man.
They're getting this new Cuban slugger, I guess, from Cuba. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Where'd you go there?
I'd rather have McDonald's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet.
Well, hey.
So is Paulie coming back, or did Frank say for sure?
Frank? Who the hell is Frank?
Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Are you kidding? It's, Way beyond that. What about Eddie Murray and the Nutty Professors? Well, I'll see you on the golf course.
All right, Mike.
Happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, right?
What?
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
You know, I can't understand you guys. You know, it's like, jeez. Oh, gee, I don't know. Well, I don't either. I don't know. Am I talking to Bob?
Hello there.
Hello there, Bob.
You ever try that new pizza yet? That one with the cheeseburger pizza yet?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I haven't tried it yet either.
Yeah. Well, I'm up here. You know I'm in.
What do you think about women's boxing and that?
Women something.
What church you go to?
Are you crazy? I can't understand you.
How do I wash the shirt? Do I wash it or do I dry clean it?
Well, I think you should throw them away and just buy new stuff.
All right.
That's what I do. Pull the line drive. He was up in the air, and he pulled it from Jungle Jim.
What's wrong with my balls?
Huh?
What's wrong with my balls?
Look at that free shield. You know, I'm telling you, me and my brother were at Comiskey when they gave the Nellie Fox night. I don't know if any of you remember.
I think he needs psychiatric help.
And they brought in a sailboat and everything. You remember that?
When's Derek going to be ready for the playoffs?
Who?
Have a great day, Mike.
All right.
For a long time. With Mully and Haugh.
Most
on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez kind enough to sit in this morning, and we are delighted to welcome in KC Johnson. He joins us on the Busey Bank Score hotline, building business, growing wealth. Since 1868, KC does a great job with NBC Sports Chicago. Hey, KC, how are you?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
We are wondering how the Bulls are going to be different, if the Bulls are going to be different. They need to get a little bit better. I don't think anyone would argue, but KC, it looks like that's going to be a hard chore given sort of the cap complications with that.
Yeah, so I'm as curious as you are because the vibe I got coming out of draft night was, I mean, Arturas's answer to the last question of the night, when he was asked what he might say to a disappointed fan base, that hasn't seen a lot of changes. He said, wait till free agency's done and what we look like then. So he certainly, and I've written this a couple times, he certainly exuded a lot of confidence that they have a plan as to how to attack free agency to upgrade this roster, make this roster look a little bit different. Obviously, it hasn't materialized at this point with the expected re-signing of Vučević and then Andre Drummond opting in. But, free agency is an opportunity to improve your team, and it starts tonight. So I'm as excited as anybody to see what they do.
Casey, I look at the guard rotation for the Chicago Bulls, even those that they're trying to bring back. It just seems like it's a carbon copy of one another, right? Whether it's Pat Bev, Ayo Dosunmu, Alex Caruso, like those guys. When you see the possibility of them bringing back, the Pat Bev, Ayo, Kobe situation, do you have like an order of preference, like who you prefer to have back on the team first, and what that looks like for you?
For me or for the Bulls?
For you.
I don't care enough to probably rank them because my job is to cover the team. I mean, I think Kobe's important just because of his growth and how young he is and his ability to shoot. I think, Ayo definitely had a strong rookie season, kind of regressed a little bit last season, but if he's the right price, he's definitely a rotation guy. And then, Patrick Beverley's impact was significant down the stretch. But I think if you bring all three of those guys back, it really limits you. So I'd be surprised if that happens. And that's certainly what Arturas has said publicly. And I know that they've obviously had contact with all their own free agents they're allowed to talk to. I assume they'll talk to Patrick Beverley. They signified to him in their exit meetings that they'd be open to a return. So we'll see how that plays out. I guess I would probably answer that by saying Kobe is the most important one to me, just because of how dynamic he can be and how young he is and how much growth he showed last season, playing his best basketball while scoring his fewest points in his first few years in the league.
So far, everything has kind of gone as expected, right? I mean, I was mentioning earlier, I saw Andre Drummond rumored to go to Dallas, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's picking up that option. I was very confused that there was a report about him moving, and then, of course, it was all false, and you jumped in and clarified that for us, KC, much appreciated. It was it's just weird. And we've talked about Max Strus, and I guess Dante DiVincenzo is a guy that the Bulls would have some interest in with that mid-level exception. They are fairly handcuffed in terms of what they can do, right? So they can get a player that might be able to hit a 3 for them, but it's not like they can do a ton given the salary cap restraint. Even if you say you're going over it, I don't know by how much.
Yeah, I mean, you mean the luxury tax? I mean, they're definitely going to be over the cap, so it's the luxury tax that's the number that they're looking at. So, I agree. I'll believe that when I see it. I think there's a way to probably still fill out this roster without going over it. To me, it comes down to what they do with that guard rotation, because then free agency is an opportunity where you can actually, in the draft you always say best talent available, but in free agency you can obviously specify need. And if you do follow through on your publicly stated desire to re-sign your own guys in Kobe and Ayo and maybe even in Pat Bev, you got a lot of guards on your roster, so you got to start filling out that front court. So then maybe do you try to add, a front court shooter, whether that's a wing like maybe a Josh Richardson or more of a specialist big man like Georgie Nang, or, I know these names aren't going to wow people, but that's probably where they're at. I do think DiVincenzo would be a great option. I think he's a dynamic player. I do think his bidding is going to get pretty expensive. And if you do him, how many of your own guards do you bring back? So, free agency is always a game of musical chairs, and there's a lot of balls in the air. You have to have a lot of contingency plans, and I expect there to be some league fireworks tonight. I don't know how many Bulls fireworks will be tonight, but there'll certainly be some league fireworks tonight.
Well, there was one Chicago Bull that did make it out to, all the way to free agency, and that's Vučević getting that 3-year, $60 million deal. What do you think front office's expectation is for Vuč? I mean, I'm a big fan of Vuč. I love what he brings to the team. I love, his rebounding, obviously offensive presence. But the organization, when they look at him, do they still expect him to be a high-level contributor on this team? Or do you think he's just more so a cornerstone of a franchise that's trying to find an identity?
Yeah, I mean, I think you heard it, Gabe, on the night of the draft when Arturas was asked to reflect upon the trade. After now officially became official. I mean, it's been official for a couple of years, but it was more symbolically official with the closure in the last draft to convey into the Orlando Magic. And so Arturas was asked to reflect upon the trade, and he talked about the impact of that move and just how it signified a franchise that was ready to win now. And the money quote was, I thought that trade worked out pretty well for us. So that trade is created a lot of negativity amongst a strong segment of the fan base, and there are a lot of league observers who think the Bulls have overpaid for that trade. Internally, I can tell you that what he said is their belief. I mean, they think Vuč is a high-level player and is important cornerstone of their franchise, as you mentioned. So that's why they re-signed him. I think another thing that is so valued internally about Vuč is not only how he comports himself on and off the court, but also just his ability to kind of transform into any role and still make a positive impact. I mean, he has sacrificed more than anybody since he's come over from Orlando, and yet he still impacts statistically the games. Hasn't translated to winning, and that's kind of the rub, and that's the frustration that is apparent. DeRozan, Levine, and Vuč all had good seasons individually last season, and they're all very healthy. Vuč obviously playing all 82 games, but those three guys collectively, it just did not translate to much winning basketball. And also offensively, that three-man unit did not register a very strong offensive rating, which is surprising given how well they all played individually. So that's where you've got to get the pieces, however you do that, whether it's free agency, trade, you've got to get the augmenting pieces around those guys to make that trio more impactful in the win and loss department.
3-and-D guys, right? They need 3-point shooting. Their defense was pretty damn good by the end of the year, wasn't it? Their ratings were very high. I'm just curious, can you rely on that if you're not knocking down 3-pointers?
To me, it just comes down to 3-and-D guys would be great. I mentioned Josh Richardson. I think he'd be a great signing. But to me, it just comes down to the 3-point shot. I mean, how many games did we all look at and just go, okay, do the math? I mean, there were so many first quarters this season where, they're down by like 8 just off 3-point shooting, just a 3-point discrepancy and disparity. And it's not even just the makes, it's the attempts. I mean, they're the only team in the NBA last season to not take more than 33 pointers a game. That's astonishing. And that has to change. It's simple math. I mean, you just cannot have that disparity at the 3-point line every game. And so, I mean, even if you end up just settling with a specialist, like I mentioned Yang, or, Seth Curry would be targeted defensively, but the dude can shoot, it's like, I mean, I think you just need to add shooting, and you need to get better floor spacing. I think that better floor spacing will certainly help what I was talking about before, the impact of the big three. Of those three, I mean, Levine is really only one that can stretch the floor. DeMar doesn't shoot a lot of threes. Vuč can, but, often is better at the elbow or down on the block. So they just got to get more shooting. You watch how Miami played, right? I mean, it was just, obviously those guys got on a heater in the playoffs and shot above their career percentage, but they just had so much floor spacing and so much shooting. And then Jimmy could do his thing, and Bam could do his dive rolls and things like that. So I don't care if he's a 3-and-D guy. You just got to get shooters in free agency.
Yeah, we'll just take the 3 part.
Exactly.
We'll be fine in that space. It is frustrating to watch, Casey, because you're absolutely right. Like first quarter, you see the opposing team make 3 3-pointers, and then the Bulls have missed 2 layups and made 1 mid-range jump shot from DeMar, and then you're down 8 points, before you know it. So that's the frustrating. But let's operate under the assumption that they do bring someone in. But obviously, the names that you mentioned is not someone that's going to put up 10 to 12 3-pointers a game. Is it going to come down eventually to the current roster and the guys that are on it? It's going to be up to them to put up more shots. Like, are we going to be expecting Kobe to throw up a couple more, Zach to get closer to 10 per game, DeMar to get over 4 per game? Like, is that even a realistic possibility for the Bulls with those guys?
Yeah, it's a good point. And the other guy I throw in there is Patrick Williams, who shot over 40% from 3 last year and really showed a lot of development. And I know. Mark Eversley, the night of the draft, alluded to the hiring of Peter Patton and touted that as important. And, he's got obviously a lot of name recognition here from his local ties, but he does have a very, very strong reputation throughout the league for his shooting coach work with both the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Dallas Mavericks. So I think he'll have an impact as well. Obviously, it comes down to the players making shots, but I think his hiring will be significant. I was lucky enough to have him on the Bulls Talk podcast yesterday, and I thought he was very good at detailing his philosophy and how it's all about the players. But he obviously is going to have an impact on, what those players do on the court. So it's an organizational focus. I mean, again, it was pretty simple to see last year, the discrepancy, the disparity, whatever word you want to use, and you got to have the players to do it. But to your point, Gabe, the internal improvement with Kobe, if he's re-signed, Patrick Williams, Zach, has been up over 8 attempts 2 seasons ago, over 7 attempts last season. You heard Billy Donovan at one point during the season last year say he'd like to see him taking 10 3-pointers a game. So it can be done internally too, and Peter Patton and the coaching staff will be a part of that as well.
I just think I got no problem with the change of philosophy or the way they're going to do it. I'm just trying to think of teams that have changed in the fashion in which we're talking.
With the same roster?
Yes.
Right.
I can't
that's a
think
good point.
of
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. Yep. And, you even heard DeMar at the end of last season in his exit interview with us saying, he always likes to, try to add a new wrinkle or whatever, and he might try to take more threes. And so maybe that'll be a focus of his. But sometimes, as you know, when things get tight or guys, they want to revert to their comfort zone. So, I think free agency will be important to address the shooting thing, but the organizational focus will be interesting to watch too. But to your point, there is fatigue with this roster, and that's why, to this point, the fact that there's not a lot of changes, it can be frustrating. But I'm gonna listen to what Arturas said. That was the last thing he said that night. Wait till judges until see what we look like after free agency. So it opens tonight, and it's going to stretch over the next few days, and we'll see how their roster fills out.
Casey, just given the type of player they're looking for, is it unlikely that they'll be part of any big splash early? Isn't it more likely they'll be waiting to see who's available as this goes on?
No, if you've targeted a guy, and here's a dirty little secret in the NBA. Everyone knows this. It's like free agency's a lot of times kind of done. The league can do it all at once. And I do think in the new CBA, I haven't read that part yet, but I do think in the new CBA, it's going to be much more punitive. And I think I read somewhere, I want to make sure I'm speculating on this, but I think I read somewhere that agents are not even going to be able to verbally announce deals during the moratorium until it lifts in the new CBA. So that's next free agency that this would apply to. We'll see how that plays out. And obviously the Bulls were dinged with the Lonzo thing. But, if the Bulls have targeted someone and they've set on a price, that's going to come out tonight. So, free agencies, a lot of that work's already been done.
Great stuff, Casey. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right. Have a good day. Thanks, guys.
That is Casey Johnson from NBC Sports Chicago. He does a great job. 312-644-6767. I know what Casey said about AK telling him, well, wait till after we're done with free. I just struggle to figure out how.
That might be the most replayed quote in the upcoming season, depending on what happens.
How that's going to happen. I mean, I hope so. I hope something wild and dramatic, both drastic and dramatic, made up word. I hope that happens, but no idea what that could be. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Gabe Ramirez on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Coming up today at noon with Bernstein and Holmes.
They've got to score more runs. Maybe draw a walk or two. When you don't walk a lot, you need a lot of home runs. And sometimes you get 4 home runs and don't win the ball game because they're solo home runs because nobody walks ahead of them.
Don't miss Chicago baseball icon, Steve Stone, talking Sox 3 times a week throughout baseball season on Sports Radio.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps. But there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow.
Something just...
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it, and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
It
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Sports Radio 6-7 in the score. David enjoying a well-earned day off, and Gabe Ramirez kind enough to sit in, and that is the voice of AK at the end of the draft after they had traded up and gotten into the draft. Turns out they gave 2 second-round picks to get in to grab Julian Phillips, and you're scoffing at that. You didn't like that move?
It's such a Bulls thing to do. You know, you get your 19-year-old and then you give up 2 second rounders. Second rounders. Don't you remember, Mully, back in the day, a second rounder was nothing. You trade 1 second rounder for another second rounder, give you 2. Yeah. Like, nobody cared. And now, you know, there's just a lot more talented guys coming out, someone that can be a role player. Like they said, Julian Phillips being a guy that can take over for Derrick Jones Jr. eventually. Right. But, you know, it's just funny. You give up, I don't know, that part is funny to me. But what AK said, you know, judge us after free agency, or wait till free agency to judge us.
Yes.
So after free agency, then we can come in with there's not enough done for the roster, just not now. That's how I took that, where you can complain, but just wait a little bit longer to complain.
Yeah, I here's the problem. The problem is I don't know what they're going to do that's going to make me feel like I shouldn't complain. I don't know what they're going to get done in free agency. They're limited in the moves they can make. And so I just don't know that they're going to look significantly different.
It's extremely difficult for a franchise that understands you're not going to win a championship, but you're not necessarily trying to bottom out to get a number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Going into the season, you already know that. And then you're trying to make your roster better, but the amount of ways in which you can do that are few and far between. That's the toughest part for AK right now in this situation. So when you talk about free agency and who they could bring in, I mean, you heard Casey, the names that Casey was throwing out. These are guys that are like, 6 through 10 in the rotation. These aren't, you know.
Yes. But there are different moves available to them if they traded somebody, right? If they wanted to package some kind of a deal. You know, Alex Caruso has value in the NBA.
Sure.
I wonder if they would do anything with one of their stars. We haven't heard, you know, this is the damnedest thing that you did hear around the draft. You did hear at one point, well, you know, the Knicks really want Zach LaVine. Oh, well, no, not really. And then you heard like Miami. There's a talk about Portland, Miami. Zach could be in play. Well, no, they were just talking to people. They're not going to do anything. I'm just saying, I don't know how this team changes significantly without a significant move.
It's the return that they're asking for, right? And no one's going to meet that. They want more than Bradley Beal got, and you know, they want more there.
They want 2 number 1s, and they want a legitimate, bona fide NBA player.
Yeah,
right.
It's a tough ask. Tough ask, but I think what you and I said, Mully, off air, I think that's what most Bulls fans should be hoping for, and it's just a different team, a different trajectory, a different makeup, something that you can watch. What's a little bit more fun? Give me a team that's a little more 2023. Couple, you know, some speedy 3-point shooting, you know, fast breaks. I think the Bulls are very methodical. We see it a lot of times. They end up in that half court offense, you know, slowed down tempo. So it's tough, and you know, I just can't say it enough. I think I'd even welcome a move for DeMar DeRozan, even if it didn't get you back what you would hope for.
Just to open things up,
just to change it up, switch it up. Get Pat Will 5 extra shots. Get Kobe White, you know, 3 more pull-up 3-pointers in a fast break situation. Give Zach the opportunity to put like this anything other than what I watched last year.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine how they'd go about that because again, I get it. AK seems, you know, secret squirrels dating Morocco mole. He just wants everything to be kind of kept quiet. True. I understand there's not a lot of noise outside the organization. They're not spilling tons of news and trying to, and because there isn't a ton of news, but I just have a difficult time imagining something significant happening tonight because I haven't heard hide nor hair. It's usually there is some noise. there are interesting things happening around the NBA. I mean, James Harden. What the heck is that? What are they doing?
Yeah.
He picked up that option, which means that he didn't play ball with them, which means that they're going to probably trade him. And what are they going to do? And there's a breakup between him and the general manager, Daryl Morey. That two of them were always together. Oh, they were on the same page. That's how they got rid of the coach. And now what? Now what do you got to do? And how are you going to get better by doing it?
What's weird about that is you want to separate yourself from Joel Embiid, the MVP.
That's
like,
well,
why don't you want to play with Joel Embiid and try to,
he wasn't really the MVP, was he?
Come
on now. Come on.
He was dominant.
No,
he was dominant.
That was an anti-Joker vote. That wasn't.
I agree with you wholeheartedly there.
Yeah, that was
Didn't want to give him the third. I thought Joker not getting the MVP kind of put a chip on his shoulder in order to push him to that in that playoff push.
See, I thought that was I thought it was inevitable that he was going to win
the championship,
yes.
or the MVP,
no, I just think he's a really good player, and the thing about him is he plays a team game.
Yeah,
he makes everyone around him better. I get it. People didn't like that he was going for a third MVP because it was more of the same, but. When you watched him, it was extraordinary. He just has this game that it's fantastic to watch. It's totally satisfying, and he plays a great team game. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed watching them. And even earlier in the playoffs, as we were talking about, I was kind of like, why is no one paying attention to these guys?
Yeah, the number one ranked team.
Do we just, they had... we were picking everybody. We were wait do you see what the Suns are going to do? And, Golden State's getting it back together. Like, we never considered that they would be that as good as they were.
Right. The assumption there was that they were like the Bulls of the 2010s, finishing in first place in the regular season and then bowing out at some point in the playoffs to a superior team. But Jokic, I mean, you touched on it, playing well from the beginning. I remember he came to Chicago, I think it was in November of last year, and I was at that game. I think he might have had like 8 points, but like 20 assists.
Yeah,
he affected the game. They blew out the Bulls, and that's what he does. He makes everyone around him better. But then it was something that happened in the playoffs where he said to himself, "Oh, I can get easy buckets.
Yeah,
I can put up 50." Like you weren't seeing that during the season. I think that's where he really separated himself and really tried to push his team towards that championship. But nothing like that exists over here in Chicago. I heard you mention your thoughts on Zach. You say you'd be okay. You'd be okay with the trade for Zach LaVine?
I just want different. I'm not trying to get rid of Zach LaVine. I thought at one point we had decided that there was a changing of the guard and that Zach was now the man and he was taking over the team. And then nobody scored in the last 15 minutes or whatever, 5 minutes. They got to a lead at the end, and then everybody looked at each other. I was kind of like, oh my!
Are you going to do it? Or am I going to do it?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going to do it? I don't know.
Neither of us are doing it. DeMar DeRozan, didn't he? They have this new award, like the Clutch Award. They gave it away for the first time. He finished like third in that because he's hit big shots and he takes big shots. So I don't know. I honestly don't know how they're going to get better, and that's what's kind of confusing me right now.
Continuity, Mully.
If we're relying on like interior development as opposed to getting better from the outside. I think this is I like you said continuity because I think it's a major fallacy in professional sports that we are always looking for like Beowulf. When will the great warrior come to our rescue? Oh, there he is. Bring him in, and now we will win. It's not. That's not how life works, and you got to kind of get better as a group. And hopefully that's what this whole offseason, that's what's been happening. But I'm very skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm very skeptical.
I likened it to the team that you see in like Chicago Sport and Social or like the YMCA rec leagues. Like you walk in, they look like they're nothing, but they've played together for so long that they end up beating every team in that rec league that you're in. And I think that's what AK and most of the Bulls brass is hoping is that, with continued time playing together, that they could just, operate at a higher level, get themselves like 8 more victories, put them in the 50 range.
That'd be great. Why have the Cubs stalled? That's one of the questions we're going to ask Ron Coomer. We're going to bring him in next. We'll talk to the Coom Dog. It is Mully and Haugh. We've got the great Gabe Ramirez here this morning on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live.
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You know, you're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of Pizza Friday. You're welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, we got a little worried.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters. Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Spiegs calls me 5 minutes later. Oh, my God. I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are.
Hang on to those feelings about feeling terrible.
Yeah,
by the way.
Can I get the pizza there? Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background. Just sausage.
Because the indecisiveness.
Yeah,
Shane's
he's
not
screaming.
Saying,
yeah, he just wants sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now and then I go back. Hold on. I go back to the email and I see spinach and jardinera is what Lynn said, so I made sure I got them spinach and jardinera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh, it is. Just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's is
is
awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing,
And what
as
else?
requested.
And what else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I got sausage on the entire thing. And then I made an executive decision.
Okay.
It's not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination with which
literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
you're
irrelevant.
Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Spiegs. We told you on Wednesday. You don't have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah.
This is our
I eat
thing.
the pizza.
Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats
Right.
the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing,
I
we get to
wanted
decide
you-
what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never
Sausage.
asked me for bacon and jardinera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him. When
Shane,
somebody
hold on a second. There
I
is
hate it.
I'm at the
sausage.
edge of my seat. What was
There
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way
Your
to
opinion
judge a
doesn't
pizza.
matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate
that's
yelling.
true.
It's 2:37 and I'm
That's
already
true.
yelling.
I didn't bring
Now-
my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion
I
because
would've
sausage
said-
and onion
Do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage. If I wanted onion, I would be like sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case, when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm going to assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just going to throw onions on it.
There's
And
onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
doesn't matter.
You only
It was on the
paid
whole
for
thing.
half onion.
that would
I only paid for half onion.
That
He
would-
wants
And
his
as-
$2 back.
it wouldn't
Yeah,
happen
I-
if you wouldn't have interjected.
That's a nice knock for the old hometown boy, isn't it?
Chicago Cubs radio analyst.
What a ball game. The wait is over, right? It is over. The Cubs are World Series champions. How does that sound, partner?
1999 American League All-Star.
From the American League All-Stars, infielder Ron Coomer.
The Coom Dog with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. David with a rare day off, and Gabe Ramirez filling in this morning, and we are delighted to welcome in the man himself. Ron Coomer joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Ron, good morning. How are you?
I am doing great, Mikey. How are you? Gabe, how are you boys doing this morning?
Good. We're living the dream, but it feels like the Cubs are hungover from the long trip to London. I don't know.
I don't know if hungover is the right word. The young guys, they live a little different lifestyle than the guys did in a few years back. You might say, Mike, that's not quite the issue that it used to be.
I meant it metaphorically.
I understand that.
But I like your answer,
I absolutely understand that. But I'm fully aware of the other group. I did play in that era. Where you could say that and go, yeah, maybe you're right. It could be. Yeah, I do believe that there's some carryover to this London trip, and I was worried about that with the team. They were on a roll. Pitching, defense, the offense had really come alive, and we saw some of that in London in Game 1 of that series, and then played a sloppy game in Game 2 in London. And then just, it just hasn't worked out. The pitching got banged around a little bit. Philadelphia is a hot team with really good pitching. They've pitched it outstanding through the month of June in particular. And, it was a tough series for the Cubs. They just couldn't do anything right. Everything Philadelphia did was right. And, when that's the case, it was a tough series, no doubt.
Yeah, and Coom, I think that the lesson that was learned is, don't put a first pitch over the plate to Kyle Schwarber, anymore for the rest of the season. It seemed like he just jumped on those things early. But now the Cubs get an opportunity to face the Cleveland Guardians in 3-game set. Cleveland has allowed the most home runs, tied with the Cubs, actually, in the league this year. Do you expect a nice little offensive explosion from this Cubs team after only putting up 1 on the board against this roster?
Well, you certainly could, and you hope that's the case. Cleveland has had their struggles, too, along with the Cubs. Both National and American League Central divisions have been the ultimate roller coasters, right? And nobody has dominated in either division, even though I didn't look this morning, but Cleveland was in first place, and there was nobody with a plus 500 record in the American League Central. So we'll see. You just never know right now, Gabe. When you're looking at Major League Baseball, when you're talking about the teams that are like this, that are all in the middle of the pack, kind of record-wise throughout the league, everybody has gone in streaks, right? It's been a season of streaks. Pittsburgh's had a couple of them. The Cubs have had a couple of them. Cincinnati's had some. So you just hope that the issues that have been going on against Philly for these 3 days kind of wash away, and you get that streak of guys being a little more aggressive at home plate, making better decisions at home plate. I thought yesterday was a game where the Cubs didn't hit with runners in scoring position, had a lot of traffic, but then made some poor decisions. Bunting with, men in scoring position a couple times. I thought, those could have been possibly rethought. First and third, nobody out, and you got a bunt. That's not something you want to see your 3-hole hitter do. You hope that this streak ends. I just like it when the Cubs are really aggressive at home plate, swinging the bat early in the count. That, to me, seems like when they're in their best groove. So hopefully that will be the case here against Cleveland.
Conversations with Coomer is sponsored by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and home automation, EOCaudio.com. And Ron, we talked to Bruce Levine yesterday, and he said that, depending on how this goes, that he would advocate trading Marcus Stroman. That, obviously everybody needs pitching. Stroman's having an incredible year, and he carries all the cards. He's got all the leverage because he can turn down his contract and leave for nothing after the season, and he clearly wants a lot of money and a big deal. And, it's a sensible argument if you think about it. Now, a lot of people would push back, and a lot of people would say, don't give up on the season. Again, there is time before the trade deadline for the Cubs to get back in it and prove that I think if they had won that game in London, they'd have come home 500. And instead, they're 2 under, and now obviously 5 under after the sweep. So it just kind of is a bad moment to be talking about this sort of thing, maybe because they didn't get it done. But they're what's your take on that idea that you're eyeballing a trade deadline too?
Well, it is a tough time, and the old cliche, timing is everything, Mike. Well, we've seen that here with the Cubs over the past years, and when you hit an uptick in your performance and you get on a roll, is just as important as when you struggle. And if you struggle or do the opposite at the trade deadline, right? What are you going to do then as an organization? Are you a buyer or a seller? So we saw that after a West Coast trip a few years back. Cubs went on a terrible, had struggles on the West Coast, went out leaving as a buyer and came home 12 days later as a seller, and that happened really quick. So there's something to be said about both sides. I really, I hate being, the guy that's in the middle, but you could make a case easily for both sides. Everybody's looking for starting pitching, right? If you're a contending team, you're looking for that. The Cubs have a lot of starting pitching right now. I mean, look at their rotation. If the Cubs stay in the race and the Cubs battle for the National League Central, it's going to be because of their starting pitching. Their starting pitching is strength of the team. It's where the veterans are at. You've got good pitching. You need Tyone to be Tyone. You need Smiley to get back on track and be Smiley, and like they were in the first half, especially for Smiles. You watched Kyle again last night. He gave up 3 runs, but Kyle looks like he's back to being Kyle, and Steele is very good too. So do you move on Stroman? If you feel like you're not going to or maybe throw a big deal at him and you're up in the air because you have him under contract, then maybe you have to look at that. That's why Jed gets the big bucks. But Stroh wants to be in Chicago. That's what he said. He loves being here. He's under contract right now. He's got an opt-out, but that's an opt-out. He's under contract for another year. So, I can understand where the Cubs said, we have you under contract, and now, it's kind of in his court. And then you kind of see where you stand from there. But Stroh does have the leverage, and he has pitched. You got to tip your hat to him. He has pitched really, really well.
Yeah, he's making a good case for himself, Combe, in that situation. I mean, you actually brought up something that I've been saying all show long. It's about the timing of everything and where the Cubs find themselves in, and especially with Marcus Stroman. And then whether or not you're going to bring him back because of how you view him and where you see him at in this rotation moving forward as well. And like I said, if you're unsure of whether you're going to throw money at him, then it's something that they definitely have to consider. Ron, I got to talk about Canada for a second, and I'm not talking about the poor air quality that was brought down to Chicago. I'm talking about another Canadian, Jared Young, the young guy coming up for the Cubs. What have you seen? Obviously, he was responsible for the RBI yesterday. He hit a home run the other day. When you're looking at his approach at the plate, does he look to you like a guy that's just trying to go up there and do what he does well, or does it look methodical to you and more like a veteran that knows what he's doing at in the batter's box?
No, he's mechanically sound. There's no doubt, and he's there's nothing that you think this is a flash in the pan. He's got a good. I've always thought he's got a good swing. He's got a good approach at the plate. He's a good defender. So there's a lot of pluses with Young. He got taken off the roster, or was not on the roster, is the reason why we haven't seen him earlier in the season. And now the Cubs have roster space. I look at the roster, the 40-man roster, a lot different than if it's your actual roster and you're the Cubs, baseball operations people. All teams cherish those spots and are very hesitant about moving those spots. So that's one of the things that you gotta understand. It's easy from my chair to say, well, just put him on a roster and let's go. And it's just, there's a lot of repercussions to that. But I look at him, he's gotten bigger and stronger. He's a good defender. The strength that he has gained, in my view of him here in the short term, has been very good. He missed a season because of COVID. They all did, all the minor leaguers. I think he took that time to get himself bigger, stronger, faster, and now all of a sudden you're seeing the best of Jared Young. This is the best player he has been since we've seen him in a Cubs uniform. And the other thing, don't ever discount when a guy is in AAA and he is red hot, and he is raking, that confidence carries over to the big leagues. And if you get some at-bats and you get to play a little bit, you're going to run into some balls and get some confidence even in the big leagues. And I think that's what you're seeing from Jared Young. I expect him to play, and I expect him to do well here in the short term. And then once the league finds out about him, then that's when you got to figure can he sustain this or not. Right now, he looks good, and his approach looks really good.
Yeah, I agree with that. We got some calls today, and I was surprised at people going after David Ross again. And, we hadn't heard that when they were winning. It was like David Ross was doing a great job. And then the Cubs lose some games. Oh, what's going on? You got to worry about the manager. And then David Ross doing a great job again. And so you don't hear anything. And now they can't score runs. And he's trying to bunt. I mean, he's trying to do anything he can to get a run, right? Whatever. But people are calling this morning and going after David Ross again over different decisions that were made. I understand how much people don't like that sort of thing, but they're not scoring runs. He seems fairly desperate to try to get anything going.
Now, Mike, I did not hear his post-game press conference. I can't imagine. I don't know if he put on any of those bunt plays yesterday to have Madrigal or Morel bunt.
Right. It seemed like Morel did it himself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine him putting on a bunt with 2 outs and first and third with Madrigal either. So those are things I don't think came from the man. I mean, I'll go on. It's not that much of going out on a limb. I'll say I know he didn't put those on. Those were, I think for Madrigal, he's a young player. He saw Nick do it and thought, oh, wow, I could do that, and do that and create create something. And then the pitch comes up and in, and it's just the absolute worst possible thing to happen, right? So the one thing the Cubs want out of Morel is who I'm talking about. You want him to be aggressive. When he gets a fastball, cut it loose, man. Try to hit it over the scoreboard. All good, because he can. And that's what you're looking for. And that's what happens when you get some young players sometimes. They see some things happening on a field and they want to do that instead of being who they are, right? Be who you are. The reason why you're in the lineup is because of this. Do that. Do that as much as you can, because that's why you're a big league player and why you're having success in our league.
Coon, when you're looking at the roster, I mean, you mentioned earlier, the pitching staff is the strong point for the Chicago Cubs. If they were to miss out on the playoffs, what would you feel like is the area that the Cubs need the most improvement in?
Well, you're minus a big bat in the middle of the lineup, right? You really don't have that big thunderous bat that everybody's afraid of. So that would be one thing that you could look at. Bullpen arms. Every team in baseball is always dying for more bullpen arms. So that is one thing that, to me, you can always add. The Merriweathers and some of them guys, and Leiter has really stepped up and pitched great. So they're young guys in the league as far as their, how long they've been in the league, but they've stepped up. So that's really helped. But I would say a big bat, and then, you how this thing plays out in the rotation, right? Well, what do you end up with? When you set up a team to win, I always say, if you can't pitch it real well 1 through 4, let's say, in the rotation, you're not going to be a contender. You're not going to be an elite team. When the Cubs were elite in that 15, 16, 17, they were an elite team. They pitched it really well in the rotation. So that's what you have to be an elite team. So How this whole thing plays out with Stroh and the other guys in the rotation will determine, what they go after. But you got to get some thump in the lineup too. I love the guys that spray the ball around and can play the game when you're not hitting home runs. But boy, having that threat in your lineup, a couple of them that can launch the ball and change the game in one swing is big.
It's going to be interesting. I don't know if you follow the NHL draft, but the Blackhawks got Connor Bedard, and word is that the entire draft class, all 11 of them, are going to be at Wrigley on Sunday. So you'll get a chance to see the latest Blackhawk star, and maybe they can bring some of that young good luck to the Cubbies.
So we saw the draft, right? So we saw the first pick on the video board at Wrigley, and I looked and I went, so that's the newest Gretzky, huh? I remember watching Wayne Gretzky play at the old Chicago Stadium, Mike.
Yeah.
He was 16 years old, and I was in 8th grade being recruited by De La Salle, and I was with the De La Salle coach with my cousin who was being recruited by D. We're watching the Blackhawks, and he goes, that kid's 16. And I'm like, well, hell, I'm 14. How the hell is he in the NHL? But Bedard looked very young too, right? He looks like a young kid, but
yes,
wow, is he talented. So it's exciting for the Blackhawks. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for our city that's going to make them relevant, and you look forward to seeing him. There's a lot on that kid's shoulders, and he's a young kid, but I think he'll be all right. That's going to be great for the Blackhawks.
I think the city's just a better place, right, Coom? When teams are winning, when there's superstars in place to make everybody feel good about what they're watching.
This is our home, man. And so I don't care what team. If you put Chicago across it, I'm rooting for you. Now, I don't necessarily root for the team on the south side when we're playing them, but I certainly don't dislike them. I mean, if I said I didn't like Ozzie and Tommy and some of those guys, Big Jim would bop me on the top of the head and I'd be in trouble, right? I mean,
then why were you so cruel to them in your playing days?
Because they traded me.
Yeah, cool.
The truth comes out.
That's
The truth comes out.
That's it. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. What about the car race in town? How do you feel about that? If you like Chicago so much,
I do like Chicago, and I didn't have a choice. My dad made sure of it. I was staying here.
Yeah.
I think it's fun whenever we have major events. The only thing I'm not going to like about it is trying to get to and from Wrigley.
Oh my!
With the race going on this weekend, but I guess we can leave a little early and we'll be fine. They had some of the guys out last night at the ballpark throwing out the first pitch, and if you've never been to a NASCAR race, I went to one out in Joliet before they closed that track, and they are an absolute great event to go to. I've never been a race car fan, but one of my buddies from Lockport owns a race team that he drives in, and I had no idea. And then I went out there and I went, wow, this is something. And it really is. So for people that don't know much about it or haven't followed it, it is something to go see, and it's an event, and NASCAR does a great job with everything about it. It's just it's a cool sight to see, that's for sure.
I concluded watching that national anthem performance yesterday, or the 7th inning stretch performance, that apparently all those guys are tone deaf. They don't sing along with songs in the car like we do because they sounded terrible.
Well, I'm going to go on record and say there's no record companies coming after me either after I sing that song, buddy. So I'm leaving that one alone. I'm like, I sing it.
Hysterical.
Yep.
Ron,
play the organ louder.
You're the best. That is fantastic. Play the organ louder.
You boys have a great weekend.
Have a good one, Cole.
All right. See you, Gabe, Mikey. See ya.
God bless you. That is our guy, Ron Coomer. He's great.
Have you ever been to a NASCAR race?
No.
I've been to one just like Coom in Joliet back in the day.
Yeah, I was invited to one, and they were going to, let us into the whatever it's called, where the car comes in.
Yeah.
We were supposed to go there, and they were going to give us a suit for protection because it's so hot in there and all this. And I was just like,
you're like, I'm going to stay.
It's just not. It's not something I would enjoy.
I will say this: one shocking thing from when I went to the actual race, is your eyes tend to follow the smaller races within the race.
Oh, really?
So as you're watching like two cars next to each other, even though they're not at the front in pole position, you're still watching them and who can get in front of the other. Then your eyes go to another place. So there's other games, so to speak, going on within the race. And to me, that was the one thing that stood out because you don't get really a chance to see that kind of stuff when you're watching it on TV.
I may watch this. I may watch it. I think I've decided to watch it.
Told you, my in-laws are going to be at Congress Hotel.
That's crazy.
They're like, come on downtown, bring the kids. I'm like, I'm trying to avoid downtown.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to go into the fire.
I mean, just driving in this morning, they've got Lakeshore Drive goes down to one lane.
Wow.
When you get to like right around the turn, it goes down to one lane. Oh my God. I mean,
it's already bad on a Friday, let alone one lane.
That's what I'm saying. How is anyone going to get anywhere? Because they had to close all this stuff up, and I'm not. I hate that idea that like if I wanted to go to see my doctor at Northwestern, apparently they've got all these like roads that are open and the roads that aren't. Like they have to help you get there.
Yeah.
What if somebody is taken ill? How do you rush that? It's just
go to different hospital.
There you go. That's my problem is the congestion on a 4th of July
and
weekend.
the potential tire that could fall off a car. That's your other concern.
Me getting hit by a car. I just happen to be walking by and there's a tire that comes off, and next thing you know. That's a dumb way.
They had a good life, Mully.
It's a dumb way to go. You know what I mean? Why would you ever go down? Well,
you purposefully went downtown.
Yeah, very
sit in the stands,
trying to walk to the doctor. Ba-doom. Well, all right. We've got a lot left for you. 312-644-6767. We may yet talk some NASCAR before we get out of here. We're not thrilled about it, but it could happen. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
The problem is still not hitting.
Well, that's put him as shortstop, so it's a further throw, and he might re-aggravate his injury.
Correct. See, now you're thinking like a White Sox.
Then at 2, Bernstein and Holmes hand off the mic to Parkins and Spiegel.
You kind of were looking at Kevin Warren and going, there's no way he gets McCaskey. Well,
but what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best for the fans. I'll tell you that much. Like the game has changed in a way that makes it not as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous, and it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you guys, and just listening to what you just said, you're being dominated by the fake technology again. You think that all these guys throw 10 miles an hour faster than we did back in the day? Just watch the videos. Watch videos of guys back in our day who were the hard throwing guys compared to now. They are measuring fastballs and balls right out of the hand now, okay? The Jugs gun and the ray gun back in the day measured it as it crossed home plate.
Uh-huh.
So there ain't no difference. These guys, I've been there. I've been with these guys that they say are throwing 100 and sitting there watching them going, they ain't no different than anything I saw, hitting against guys in spring training. This is not... But they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job. And you look at this. Fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside and this and that, and when, watch the news today. Oh, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute. They can get into our technology from Russia. Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the technology that's running the strike zone at the home stadium.
Oh, this is fun. I had never thought of that. I had never considered this either, that like another front office would override the robot
the
umps.
umpire.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And it wouldn't be every pitch. It would be, okay, bases loaded. You know, we got to get this pitch right here. Strike, go quick. You know, that's the kind of stuff that I know would happen.
Somebody's going to do it now. You just gave them the idea, Jack. So thank you for that.
They think they don't have the idea. Come on, that's metrics and that's technology. Ruining.
Do you have a smartphone?
It's ruining our kids' lives. It's ruining our sports. It's ruining our countries all around the world. It's crazy.
Do you have a smartphone?
I'm on it right now, dude. So I'm sure that you know, hey, maybe Putin's listening to us. You never know.
It's not that interesting. I mean, it's good, but it's not that.
And he's game-changing bat. Just one of those things. I think he thought he was doing the right thing, and now he knows what's expected of him. You know, 3-hole hitter, we want him to bang, but you can see why you love the kid so much, and the way his mind works, and how much he cares about winning. He's still learning. Nick just, forgot the outs, forgot how many outs there were. So, we got to be better in that way. Give away a game and a chance to really kind of, the 2 innings we had there was some not our smartest baseball. So we'll be better for it.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Ross on odd bunts from Morel and Madrigal. And
Nicky Two Strikes thought he was for real.
Yeah.
Said, I can get there, guys. No, guys, trust me, I can get there.
Yeah.
Just the guy calling the game for the Phillies used the word dumb after Morel's bunt. He's like, I don't know. These are dumb decisions to do that. When I was watching the game back, and it's just, I don't want to say it's dumb. That's a harsh word, but maybe just not the best thought in those moments.
Yeah,
but I think it was Mancini on third for one of them,
and
I think when Magical laid it down, he didn't at least make the effort to run home. You know the squeeze is on, or not? No, when Morel did it. Excuse me, when Morel did it, you knew the squeeze. At least try to make the attempt to run home. There was no attempt whatsoever. Get thrown out at home. Leave 2 guys on base. I don't know. It's terrible to watch, especially in a 2-run game.
That's bad stuff. Yeah, especially when you can't do anything. They're not doing anything. They are in really bad shape right now. They're just not scoring runs, and I don't know how. Justin Steele is going, and then you got the Stroh show, right? Because he passed all the issues with the blister, and then you got Jameson Taillon in that third game on Sunday. Yeah, he's had nothing but a struggle.
It's been tough for Taillon, especially. I think he came in initially with too much pressure on his shoulders that he put on himself.
Yes.
I need to be the ace of this rotation. I just got a ton of money. I want to perform at a high level after getting paid, and so I think that factored in. Didn't get to 5 innings, for quite some time into the season. I don't know, but maybe the Guardians are exactly what the doctor ordered. A team that he's familiar with after pitching for the Yankees. Maybe it's what he needs.
312-644-6767. Let's try Dave. Dave is in Woodridge. Hey, Dave.
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing?
Good.
And a early happy 4th of July holiday enjoyment to both of you.
Yeah, I am not here. Are you working on Monday?
I will be working right after the Cubs game, July 4th.
Okay.
So I'll be here.
Yeah, I'm going to take the first. Is it the first or the second? Whatever day. I'm taking Monday.
3rd.
Okay, that's the 3rd. I don't even know what the hell day it is.
You're on vacation already, Mully. I know.
Yeah, no. I was told, I'm not naming names, but I was told that we were off the Monday and the Tuesday. And I was like, great. So we made plans and everything. Then it turns out that no, we're not. We're only off on the 4th. We're not off on the 3rd. And now I'm kind of like, well,
No. You're off Monday.
All this stuff.
You're off Monday.
I am personally off Monday, but the company's not off Monday.
Yeah.
So I was told we were off Monday and Tuesday.
I see what you're saying.
I'm not going to, Dustin's not here, so I'm not going to say it was him. I'll wait till he is here. And now why I would listen to him is a really interesting question.
Yeah.
But so anyway, we made plans for Sunday because I thought I was off Monday and whatever. I'm very much looking forward to the plans.
Well, Gabe and Grody, we got you on Monday.
Okay.
We're going to be the duo taking over.
Yeah, I thought you were here.
Yeah.
And at any rate, I won't be here. And part of it, frankly, is that race is going on, and I don't want to. The race is over. It's Saturday and Sunday.
I think the cleanup crew goes all the way to like the 5th.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, so there will be some residual.
Are they going to open up all the roads and everything? I just hate that idea. I hate all the concrete that's been laid out, and I'm assuming, again, that makes an ass out of me and you when you assume. I'm assuming they've fixed all the potholes on that course, right?
Oh, yeah.
So like they must have checked everything, so there are going to be no Chicago issues with the lakefront race.
They're able to fix 2.2 miles worth of stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. 312-644-6767. Dave, I'm sorry, buddy. We started talking to you, and now I went off on a tangent. How are you?
No, I'm doing great. Long-time Cubs guy. And watching the team all year, and this is a sub-500 team. They have never been over 500. You guys have already described many of the problems they have. They go through these long droughts of not being able to score runs. They're still having, although their starting pitching has been good, they still have significant issues there. Wisniewski had some trouble as a starting pitcher. Taillon has clearly not been able to live up to the responsibility he has. You guys talked about before, there's no big thump in the middle. They've been kind of trying to find someone to play first base and provide some pop there. So I got to tell you, if the idea is to build a team that can compete for the World Series, that team isn't here now. And so if trading Stroman gets you close to that, you trade Stroman.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that does get you closer to that. I mean, I think that you're probably trading Stroman for future assets, not for anything that would help you in the immediate, right?
No, not right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you do put yourself in a better position to compete in a couple of years, because if you're thinking that the Cubs are going to be competing at a high level in 2 years, what does Marcus Stroman look like 2 years removed from the present? And I think that's really what you have to ask yourself. And I think Kuhn kind of alluded to it, that, hey, he kind of agreed with it. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but when looking at the landscape of the Chicago Cubs, listen, I think one thing we've all agreed on is that it is a difficult decision to make because the timing has to be perfect. I think that's what both sides can agree on. Whether you think Stroman should be traded, or you think the Cubs should add talent around him, the fact of the matter remains that it needs to be a move that is made with precision when it comes to timing.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think that now is not the time to make these decisions. It's just the idea that Bruce floated it. It was interesting because I think there has been a general feeling that the Cubs need to add to and get better in order to make their move in the division. And instead, the idea of, well, wait a minute, maybe it's time to get rid of some things and move on from some things because you're going to turn and then have more in the future.
Yeah.
People hate that talk. They're sick of it because they've waited so long for this to work. So I can understand why that infuriates some. But goodness gracious, I mean, if indeed you were trading a guy who is like a top pitcher in the National League come trade deadline, who knows what you could get? You could get a ton.
You get a ton. And, someone in the text line just said, if you trade Stroman, you just have to go out and get another Stroman. You're right. But
you can buy another Stroman in the offseason.
With the right timing.
Yes.
Right? Because if you're paying for a Stroman, but for what? For what do you if you think he's going to be a front end, starter in your rotation, in the next couple of years, if you're not going to be competing at that, then what are you paying him for in the present? And I think that's what a lot of people are saying. You can, clearly the minor league system is stacked right now, but you can bring in some guys that can help you, while at the same time, to your point, Mully, then in a couple years going out and getting a Stroman and just paying for him in that moment. But it's tough. It's tough. Somebody said, what would it take to get Giolito from the White Sox? I mean, that's just it. If the Cubs were to even go get a Giolito, does that then make them the front runner for the NL Central? It puts them in a better position to do so, but it doesn't then necessarily just make them the clear-cut favorite.
Yeah, the problem, like Giolito has no years left on his deal. So you get him, and then you got to pay him if he does well for you. You get him in order to make a run to the playoffs, and then maybe you move on from him. With Marcus Stroman, you have, there is that he controls it, but he could come back. He could, zero in with you if you get him. I don't think he ever would.
That's never going to happen, right?
No, you're going to have to pay him.
I'll take a 1 year gamble on myself when I'm playing the best I've played.
No, he wants to get paid now. So I think that's the reality of where he's at. All right, we've got Chris Chelios. We're going to bring in Chelly and talk to him next. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Gabe Ramirez here this morning on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
Here I am talking about guys that people actually know. And in positions, what is left base? That's not even a position.
Pablo Ozuna moves over to left base.
What the hell does that mean? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Was it left field or third base? Which was correct?
Left field. I don't know. Don't know. I think it was left field probably.
Finally, former Steeler defensive coordinator Bud Carson died today at the age of 75. Carson was the architect of the Iron Curtain. The Steel Curtain, rather.
Oh,
when you get updates, did you not have a script?
No, I don't know what I did, dude. I don't know what I did. So
the Iron Curtain. That's great.
He says finally he's dead.
Finally, former Steeler defensive coordinator Bud Carson died today.
It's about time.
You've been waiting for it.
Guy's hanging on way too long.
Finally.
Damn, I'm stupid. Don't listen, Danny. Don't worry about any of this today because I am way dumber than you are, and I've got years on you too. So I've spent a few more years of my life being stupid. So you've got a long way to go, and I think you can right the ship. It's too late for me. I'm
There is
done.
some good news though. Leonard Floyd, who went to the hospital with a neck injury yesterday.
I remember that one.
I like that Tanny, when I was laughing at the Iron Curtain instead of the Steel Curtain, was mad that I was laughing at the wrong part of the drive. Like, no, it's funnier that he was laughing at finally. Yeah. Oh, God.
So don't feel bad, man.
No, I know that you've probably been on a plane where you don't get peanuts on that particular day. They're not handing them out. That's because somebody on the plane has a severe allergy. It's really horrible.
Are we going to all of them now? It's 2:25. We got a long way to go, fellas.
We're trying to make Danny feel better, okay? So if you really want to make him feel better, just empty in the Ranji vault here.
No, keep some in the chamber, man. This is good.
It's not like it's not going to get less funny every time you play it. Don't worry. We'll just play it throughout the day.
All right, good.
On the Smithsonian, Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score. Brian's taking a well-earned, David taking a well-earned day off, and we've got Gabe Ramirez here, and we are delighted to welcome in Chris Chelios. Chelly joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you guys, Mully? Gabe, welcome.
Yeah, we are really excited to talk to you because I just want to hear stories of Nashville. For God's sake, we were talking to A.J. Pierzynski the other day, and he said he was walking down the street and he saw you. And I don't know what he was doing there, but we know you were there for all the weekend. Just a fantastic weekend for the Blackhawks.
Yeah, I mean, it was like being in Chicago with all the Hawk fans, obviously because of the number one pick, Bedard, and it was exciting. I was really happy to be a part of it. I drew the good straw. Savvy had to go to that Morton Theater, which I guess was a big hit too. A lot of fans there back in Chicago, but I was fortunate enough to get there. And Pierzynski was there because his kid was playing in a baseball tournament. Just fluke. I ended up, running into him and having a good time with him after. But back to the draft and Nashville and all the excitement, the party afterwards with Connor Bedard and Oliver Moore. It was great to meet him. I never having met him before. His family. Moore seemed to be a pretty confident kid. Good personality. Connor's a little bit more shy, but it was fun. Great time.
Chris, I mean, you're talking about Connor, 17 years old, turning 18 next month. Being that young and needing to leave an impact on the franchise that drafted him has got to be difficult. You were 19 when you were selected by the Canadians. I mean, what's that like when you're so young? Hearing your name called, not only just being the number one draft pick, but being a teenager. And being asked to compete at the highest level of Major League Hockey?
Well, like for Connor, that's, and every Canadian kid, they dream, this is their dream to be drafted and play for an NHL team. And, the one thing that separated him from what I've seen in my lifetime with draft picks, the hype and the excitement leading up to his pick and what he's done throughout the course of his youth career and what he did in World Juniors and what he did with the Regina Pats. So that was second to none as far as I'm concerned to people, the hype, obviously Crosby and a few others were real close, and then, obviously to be getting the pick, the Hawks getting the first pick overall, you going into Nashville knowing you've already won, which is pretty cool. And, but when it finally hits, I think, he's got to be relieved. He's got to be just dying. He's coming to Chicago. He's been here. He said as a kid he was here, but not really remembering, visiting Chicago. But, development camps today, first time with him and his family. So he's got to be fired up. You can't wipe the smile off his face, as goes for the rest of the picks. But, Jesus, a lot of pressure on him. But, now you've seen what the Hawks are doing, making some moves that were unexpected. I guess, like I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, with a pick like that, you want to surround him with some talent, and they're just going to try and set him up to succeed. And it's great to see.
Yeah, they had 9 more picks yesterday. So you mentioned it too. Obviously the Bedard is meant to be kind of different level player, and Oliver Moore is one of the best skaters. The Blackhawks love shorter guys that can skate, just based on all these guys they took. I thought it was super cool. They took this kid. I think it was Lardis, Nick Lardis. They took him at 67, and he said that he grew up a Hawks fan because they were winning cups, and he was a huge Patrick Kane guy. It was just cool to think about a generation of players inspired by the generation before him.
Usually how it works, and I think back, and I had no idea Eddie Belfour. I did an appearance with him a few weeks ago when we were on stage doing Q&A, but from day one, Eddie wanted to be a Blackhawk. And, I didn't know that about Eddie. We were best friends, and I had no idea growing up that was his team, and, Tony Esposito and so on. So obviously this kid, they picked the teams. Like I know Detroit, when they were winning their cups, had big followings from, kids that were not, from Michigan, and same went for, Tampa Bay. So that's how it works. But it's got to be pretty exciting for him to go to the team that you grew up cheering for.
Chris, you talked about surrounding Connor Bedard with talent, and that could come in the form of younger players or veterans. When you were in the league, was there ever an instance where you were playing with a younger guy that had some hype surrounding him? And what is that like for, older veterans that are going to come in and play with a guy like Connor Bedard?
Yeah, I was fortunate. When I broke into the league, I had guys like Bob Gainey, Larry Robinson, Guy Lafleur, guys that have had success, won Stanley Cups, and a great veteran presence in the room. And I think I've always said that was like getting a Harvard degree, coming in as a rookie. So I really believe in that veteran presence. And I think, Detroit was a perfect example also of the guys with, Steve Yzerman broke in the league, and he was on his own, and it took him years to learn how to win. And Scotty Bowman came in there and bring in all those veterans, Larry Onoff, Fetisov, and there's something to be said for that, and especially in the room. So that's where you got Foligno, Corey Perry's been around and had a lot of success. He's a former, Hart Trophy winner, this kid. So what a diamond in the rough they found there. And you saw what he did over the past 4 years, being in the Stanley Cup Finals and last year with Tampa, how effective he is in all situations on the ice. So I think it's great, and it's going to take a lot of pressure off of Connor as a young kid coming into the league. There's a lot of guys that didn't have that luxury. Eddie Olechek's a perfect example of a kid who came in at a young age in his hometown and really didn't have that leadership and all that pressure. It went ass backwards on him. So it happens, but like I said, the Hawks are putting Connor in a situation that to succeed and not fail.
So, Chris, the race is this weekend, the NASCAR race, the race by the lake, whatever they're calling it, the street race. MJ's supposed to be in town with his crew. Are you going to any parties connected to the
and do you have an extra ticket? No.
No, God. Badger Bob Johnson told me from day one, don't get in the ticket business. So no, you know where to get them. Go online. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll just drop a little plug for my tequila company. We actually rented out Aurelio's right across the street on Roosevelt, and that's going to be our home base. Walking back and forth to the track. Got lucky enough to meet Charlie Jones, the former owner of Lollapalooza, who actually put this whole deal together with the city. So we got the VIP treatment, which is going to be great. He still says the best seat in the house will be on your couch on the TV, but I'm going to get in that mosh pit. I think it's going to be incredible. The traffic's brutal, but we got brutal traffic anyway. Who cares? So,
it's true.
That's Chicago. So it's hopefully the weather holds out. It might be spotty, rainy, but I'm telling you, like on TV with the lake and the buildings in the background, it's going to look magnificent. And if you're at the race, I've been to those NASCAR races, and they're pretty fun to watch. I mean, obviously the cars are just buzzing by, but it's just about being in the event. And we met a couple of the guys, the drivers, last night at one of the pre-parties. So I'm looking forward to it. The boat's right there. We're going to pull a boat as close as we can to the shoreline and just walk across there. So that's a luxury that I'm lucky enough to have too.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Chris, thanks a ton. Great catching up with you. Really appreciate your time.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend.
That is fantastic. Shelley, how about
Don't get in the ticket business. I should have took on that advice years ago.
Oh, yeah. No, that is number one. No, whatever you do, don't try to get anyone an autograph or a ticket or whatever.
Could you imagine him and Joe? Him and Mike are going to be partying. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah. No question.
Yeah,
He's
no
friends
question.
with Mike.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, that's good stuff. That's really good. All right. 312-644-6767. All right. The NBA, we have the free agent period running off here. We got Keith Smith from Spot Racks going to join us, and we'll talk to him about what the Bulls can do. How bad is their salary set up right now, and what are their options with this free agency period? It's Mully and Haugh. He's Gabe Ramirez on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Cody Bellinger.
Line drive, base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead. Bellinger digging for second, slides in safely.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
One year, Bob called in to talk about his New Year's celebration.
It's pretty good.
All right, but you had there's like a New Year's party where you are?
Yeah, I went to a New Year's Eve party. I kept my horn and that. So I won a scarf the other day, New Year's Eve, because we had a party. You had to guess Muhammad Ali's birthday, so.
And you won a scarf?
Huh?
You said you
He was born 1942 of the year.
Oh, you still have your New Year's Eve horn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you know Benjamin Franklin was born, I think it was July 17th of January in 1770, not 1775, that was too close to when they wrote this.
Yeah, he'd be very young.
I think it was 1700, maybe closer to 1796 or something. Well, anyway.
Okay. Do you still have the horn?
Yeah, Elvis is coming up next
Yes,
Wednesday.
he is.
His birthday.
Yeah, I want to hear the New Year's horn. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
Let's hear it.
What, Elvis?
The horn.
Horn?
Not porn.
You New Year's Eve horn left, Bob?
Yeah.
Is it in the room with you?
Yeah.
Can you blow it for us? Your pardon the expression.
Oh, I got. Mo, Larry, curly cheese.
That's not it.
You put the chair back.
That's just not it.
All right, Bob. I hope you have a fabulous New Year. And
Yeah.
okay.
Sound like you had fun.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Yeah, we just kind of, it was always just sort of not quite hooking up right. And I know we always get a kick out of the Ron G stuff, so let's revisit.
I was wondering about Jamarja. He was, last I heard, he was supposed to go to the Marlins. He didn't go anywhere yet, huh?
No,
not yet.
That's the lack of trying.
Maybe middle of the season by the trade deadline they'll move him.
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
Chris?
Is Chris busy?
Chris Ranji?
I want to wish Chris a Happy New Year.
No, he's not busy. He's right here. Chris Ranji is available.
Oh,
Hi, Bob.
Too busy?
There he is.
I'm never too busy for you. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Same to you.
How do the White Sox look for this coming year?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, Bob.
No?
No, you don't want to know.
No?
I'll tell you in 2 months.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Love you. Just hang
We
up
hung
on
up
you.
Ranji or Bob.
Sorry, guys.
Well, you're coming. I don't feel bad now.
Sorry about that.
Because he did not pay a lick of attention to Bernstein, which is fine. Not a lick of attention in that entire call. And then he pretty much just missed you. He wanted to say hi and then just goodbye. I'm gone.
And these calls happen in the middle of anything.
This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank.
Very long question, as always, KC. I think it all depends, on free agency, how that goes. And, Jerry and Michael have been always open with me to go into luxury tax if our team is competitive, top 4, top 6 in the East. If there are players in free agency that we can that can improve our team, and we're competitive, we'll retain our free agents.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We've got Gabe Ramirez sitting in this morning, and we are delighted to welcome in Keith Smith from Spot Track. They do a great job of monitoring all the contracts in all the sports. And here we are at the start of free agency, and we're looking at the Bulls and what they can do and what they can't do. And Keith joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Keith, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Well, we appreciate it, and we're just trying to figure out how, in the name of God, the Bulls get different. Just different.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out too. So I don't know how much help I'm going to be there, but they seem committed to let's try to be good right now, and not that hey, if everything goes right, that's playoff team and maybe better than that, and but it doesn't seem like there's any sense of let's go the other way and kind of tear this down and restart and start over around assets and draft picks and all the things that rebuilding teams do. It seems like they're committed to let's keep it moving forward, and no bigger sign than that than the Nikola Vučević extension.
Yeah, Keith. I mean, when you're looking at AK, it seems GMs have a tough time kind of repositioning themselves after they created a situation, and that's where AK finds himself right now. But you mentioned the Vuč signing, the 3-year, $60 million deal. I know this is your area of expertise. I don't mind it. I'm part of the half of Bulls Nation that likes Vuč, thinks he's a good fit, thinks the contract is good. But you being the expert on numbers, do you think the Bulls overpaid for Vuč with their 3-year, $60 million deal?
No, I don't think so. Not at all. I mean, this thing got turned around like they signed me to be the starting center moving forward. And that's, that's where it got, super crazy for me was, people started acting like he's, completely washed up and no good. He's a walking double-double. That's going to happen. He's, pretty efficient with his shooting and his scoring. He's a better passer than people think. He's defense. Yeah, you're sacrificing a little bit there. But, I think people forget defensive rebounding is the part of defense, and he does excel at that part of the game. But, $20 million average annual value for a starting center who's really good, potentially just borderline under the all-star line at that position, that's perfectly fine. I think the challenge comes in is it locks the direction to some extent, right? We're just kind of running it back. And I think that's what seems to have people more upset, at least most folks, than the actual signing of Vučević itself.
And they have a mid-level exception, right? That would be, obviously the concern for the Bulls is getting to the luxury tax. They have, we've heard from AK said that he would be allowed to do that, but I got a feeling they're trying to avoid it.
Yeah, that's always seemed like kind of an informal barrier, with the Bulls, at least over the last several years, and that's something that makes it real hard to build out your roster when you're kind of dealing with that situation. So I think, as you get there for Chicago, what you start looking at is, well, they could have the mid-level, which is about $12.4 million. They beefed it up a little bit this year with the new CBA coming in, and that's, a nice piece of spending power because a lot of these teams that had cap space have now used considerable amounts of their cap space, whether it be in trades or extensions of their own and things like that. So now you could be a player with that. That could get you somebody. But you have to balance that against, well, we're going to re-sign Ayo Dosunmu. We're going to re-sign Kobe White. Where are we going with those guys? Because if their contracts get a little too hefty, then all of a sudden it's, all right, well, we can use part of the mid-level, $70 million of it, but we can't use the whole thing because that trips us into the tax. And that's where, it's going to be a little bit of a complicated summer for the Bulls because you might be making some either-or decisions.
And then when you're looking at the third piece of the guard trio that the Bulls are looking to re-sign, Pat Bev, he's throwing out some numbers that are pretty high, Keith. And when I think about, what he contributed to the Bulls team at the end of last season, it was significant. It did kind of define roles, and you needed that guy, that court leader. But is he worth the amount of money that he's seeking currently in free agency?
Yeah, that's the tricky part, right? Because where teams get themselves in trouble is when you go too far to retain your own free agents. And there's, I believe it was John Hollinger of The Athletic, I think it was of ESPN, then coined the bird rights trap, which is the thought process of, well, we can't replace him if he leaves, so we just got to sign him, to whatever. And that can get you in a lot of trouble because then you get stuck. So that's where you got to be really careful. Now, their problem, for Chicago, which is, super unfortunate, is you're kind of working around a little bit of a, albatross on your cap sheet with Lonzo Ball's contract. But, you can't pretend like it doesn't exist. You have to, factor it into the different things you're doing, as you do this. But that's going to always kind of be there as a factor until either he gets back and plays or, is no longer on the team. So those are, unfortunately, even for some other guys, even if you pegged a fair value contract is $15 million a year for a guy, you may not be able to get to that number while meeting your other goals just because you're kind of working around that. So that's going to impact the signing market for anybody that the Bulls go after, especially some of their own free agents.
And it's my understanding that they can file a petition with the league if they want to kind of get cap relief regarding Lonzo Ball. How would that go about? And, I mean, that would mean that the player's not returning ever, right?
Yeah, so he would have to medically retire, and then 1 year from the date of his last game would be the date you'd go back to, and they would go back, and then they would say, okay, once he's been out for one full calendar year, they would wipe that money off the books, whatever's remaining, and he would be medically retired. Your challenge is if he returns to play at any point, then while the contract would have still been valid, that money goes right back on the book. So and then that's to close the loophole so you don't have somebody who's like, I don't want to be here anymore. I retire. And then, a week later, they're like, actually, I feel pretty good. I'm going to play again as a free agent. That's why they do that. And it's also to close a loophole from teams playing, doing some shenanigans with the salary cap accounting. So that's one of the challenges. Everybody I've talked to, and I'm sure you guys have heard the same, he's not going to retire. It sounds like he's going to give this his best bet to let this latest procedure in rehab, see what it does, and see if he can get back on the floor. So for now, just assume that's, just kind of money sitting on the books that you're going to work around. And then maybe, next season, something could happen. But for now, I don't think that's going anywhere.
Keith, I've heard people mention as well that there are other teams that might be willing to take on that contract of Lonzo Ball so that they themselves can be the ones to get the benefit there. Is that a possibility, or is that just like rumors speak of people potentially taking on something like that?
Yeah, I think that's more rumor type stuff. Okay. Now I've heard you could maybe, if they wanted to work some kind of big trade, you essentially make his contract a throw-in, if you will, to make the salary math work in a trade. And that happens regularly, right? We see guys, not always, that are injured, but sometimes guys are just, they don't have the skill to warrant what their contract is. They're thrown in there. But for me, that's probably more of a next year thing when that becomes an expiring deal. But it's possible, you could go in there. And what may happen, what's different in the league now is these teams that are sitting on cap space, like the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, you can no longer sit on $30-40 million in cap space into the season. Starting this year, you have to spend up to the salary floor, because otherwise what happens is when you get to that point of day one of the season, you're going to get a cap hold put on your books. So if you're $15-20 million under the floor, you're going to lose that ability to spend it. It's going to sit on your books as a roster charge for not meeting the minimum spending. So that's something where you could see, if we're a week into free agency and if the Bulls are like, hey, we need somebody to eat this deal, they could always pay a team to take that on with, probably a draft pick or two and say, go. And not necessarily even a first-round draft pick. That would all be kind of dependent on situation. But that could happen. But again, I think that's fairly unlikely this year. That's probably more of a let's have this conversation next season.
How do other teams do this? I mean, how can the Phoenix Suns be sitting there waiting to talk to Kyrie on top of having, all the players they have? It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, they take the CBA, they go to the nearest cliff and they just throw it into the wind. I think is how that plans out. It's funny. This is what I do, right? These are the things that I do, and I see the Kyrie report, and I'm instantly like, I can't even make that math work there. Now, I will say, if we wake up tomorrow morning and there was a report that broke overnight that an NBA star signed for the veteran minimum, you wouldn't even need to give me more than one guess. I would say, oh, it was Kyrie, right? Just because nothing he would do would ever surprise me. That said, I don't think he's going to do that. So what's happened with the Suns is, and really the league as a whole, the NBA under the new collective bargaining agreement, which takes effect at midnight tonight, as we change the calendar into the 1st, they basically put all these restrictions on these super expensive teams, which are the example I've been using for folks is everybody knows the Warriors were really expensive last year, and then they used their taxpayer mid-level to sign Dante DiVincenzo, and it was like, how do the rich keep getting richer? Well, now that's one of the penalties that starts this year. If you're that expensive, you don't even have that ability. You can't go sign a player like that. So what some teams, like the Clippers, who waived Eric Gordon, like the Warriors, who moved on from Jordan Poole's long-term salary, they took this, what's in effect almost a grace period year, which was designed around, hey, all these penalties come in full with the 24-25 season, some of them now, but most of them next year. Use this year to get your stuff in order. Then you had teams like Phoenix who looked around and said, hey, this is our last chance to add a ton of money. Let's blow right through this second apron. I call it the super tax. Let's just go and do that. And that's what they've done, with that. But now you're seeing they're limited to basically re-signing their own guys and signing veteran minimum contracts unless there's, some kind of trade for DeAndre Ayton or, that's been, depending on the day of the week, he's on the market or they love him and they would never trade him. So we'll see, how that all comes together. But that's what's going on around the league right now.
Yeah, I feel like, the rich always get richer in these situations. If you're a team that's competing at a high level, the Bulls did it in the 90s. At every trade deadline, they were bringing in somebody that was going to be impactful on their roster for the playoff run. And, it makes sense. If you're the Suns and you know that the door is being shut, then why not, take full advantage of the opportunity in the present. Keith, I'm looking at James Harden, and I'm seeing him opt in to his contract and then the ability of him being traded. I guess I just don't understand. I can't wrap my mind around why he would not want to play with Joel Embiid. Is it really just the disconnect from Daryl Morey, or is it more of an issue with Joel Embiid, or is he just really just want to get out of town, get his money, and play somewhere else?
Yeah, I think it's more of the first part, and I don't know that it's with Daryl Morey as it is with the 76ers. By all accounts, we're not going to give him a full max deal, whether that was max money in a year or max years, which would have been 4 years. It sounded like there was some level of disconnect there where, hey, we'll give you more money, but you got to take less years, or we'll give you, more years, but you got to take a lot less money. It didn't sound like they were willing to go to, the full would have been about 4 years, $200+ million, because he's an aging player. He's had injury issues. And, there's been, not a lot of playoff success. So it sounds like they were, hey, come back to us, but that's what we're going to do. And there also sounds like there was some reporting of, hey, go out there and see what, a team wants to, sign you for in free agency and then give us a chance. And it seems like James Harden was like, hey, I'm James Harden. Like, why do I have to do this? So there's no sense there's any problems with Embiid or anybody on the roster that he plays with. It sounds like he is, hey, you're not going to pay me, so I don't want to be here anymore, so get me out of town. Now, why a lot of people said, then why didn't you just opt out and go for free agency? Well, to get to the teams he wants to, which, the Clippers, the Heat, maybe even the Knicks, he can't just sign with them. They don't have the ability to sign him. Those teams can't really do sign-in trades for him because they're already too expensive, and those would be prohibited for them. So what happens in this case is it's better for him to opt in, be under contract. They can then trade for him and then figure it out. But it's going to be a fourth team in 4 years for James Harden next season. And he's an unrestricted free agent. If it doesn't go absolutely great, we might be looking at this guy, playing it out as kind of a mercenary over the, last part of his career here, where he's bouncing from team to team because he just can't find that right fit.
Wow. What will be the biggest news today? Do you have any idea? Who's in the best position right now? Yeah,
what's interesting is everybody's kind of behaving themselves, right? Mm-hmm. No one's leaking out agreed to deals and everything else that we normally are getting. Sometimes it got really silly for a while there, where it's like 4 and 5 days out from the start of free agency. I would think the league has done a good job of saying, hey, knock it off with that stuff. That said, 6:01 this evening Eastern, we're probably going to get a whole bunch of stuff that comes out. The Rockets have over $60 million in cap space. They're kind of the big player out there, in free agency. So it sounds like they're going to meet with Fred VanVleet. Sounds like they want to maybe look at Dylan Brooks. They're the team that everybody's kind of got their eyes on, because it's often whoever owns the most cap space controls the market for these free agents. But most of the best guys outside of Harden, who now opted in, they're expected to go back to their teams, whether it be, Kyrie Irving or Chris Middleton. Now, those guys are very likely to head back. I think the player that's going to get everybody excited, whether it's tonight or sometime in the next couple of days, is going to be Bruce Brown, and whatever happens with him, either takes a lot less to run it back with the Nuggets, or, he could be a guy who really cashes in this market as somebody who had a great playoff run and kind of almost NFL style, where it's like we got to pick guys off the Super Bowl champs. And we might see a little bit of that happen here with Bruce Brown getting picked off the Nuggets roster.
Great stuff, Keith. Thank you so much. Appreciate the clarity. Quickly, before we let you go, I'm curious, you guys have reported that the Bulls have indeed made tender offers to both Ayo Dosunmu and Kobe White. Will they have to play on those? I mean, they're unlikely to be able to offer them longer-term deals given their salary cap situation.
So what happens now, both those guys are restricted free agents. The Bulls can work out any kind of deal with them that they feel is reasonable. They could sign them to long-term deals if they want to. That's really what the qualifying offer does, is that makes them restricted free agents. So if another team comes in with an offer sheet for Dosunmu or White, and the Bulls feel like, oh yeah, that's very reasonable, they can match that offer sheet and go with that. So no guarantee that they'll be back with Chicago. No guarantee that they will be back on a long-term deal if they are, because the other option is they could just sign those offer sheets and just go back into free agency again a year from now.
Great stuff. Thanks, Keith.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
That is interesting stuff. The Bulls, as much as we want them to change, I don't know how much change there is there.
At least it'd be cool if they were setting themselves up for change in the future.
Yeah,
like if you were seeing some moves and then there was conversations like, well, these contracts, the reason why we're doing it is because it gives us flexibility in X amount of years. Like I would love like that kind of conversation.
The other element here is that they do not have draft picks. They don't have like a ton of second rounders where they could throw this or that. It's just they're handcuffed. That's all.
But that's why you get rid of a DeMar to get some of those back, right? I mean, isn't that the hope?
Well, I don't know what
we can hope, but that's it.
Yeah, that might be our hope, but I'm not sure that's fair to project it. I did think though when we played the AK quote, I did think when he said that indicated he had something in mind. So I'm holding out hope that there is something that he is planning that we are not privy to, and that something will change.
Yeah, that was a bold confidence. Like you felt a bold confidence in that statement. Judge me after free agency. You wouldn't say something like that
if he was.
If you hadn't had conversations, or at least conversations at the very least.
So hopefully there is something worthy of judging, right?
It's still gonna be the same Bulls team. We know this.
Yeah, and then the NHL free agency begins on Saturday. So I am curious to see if with all the picks and all the players added, they're not NHL ready, but you're filling out different guys. I'll be very curious how many of the guys from last year, taken last year, could be on this team this year. I got a feeling that there might be a guy or two, but I don't think they're loading up yet.
Yeah, you got to find out who you have, and then you mentioned a lot, during the show today that Blackhawks have to reach that floor. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that by signing some players or taking on some salary and dumping like they did during the draft.
Yeah, I'll be very curious to see how they get that done. All right, 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago.
The play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? Icy Light Mango? Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there is a
know,
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not the president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the Flats.
Oh, on the Flats. I love it. The South Side. I love it. The Flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to patch him in.
You'll be here, put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine, yeah.
Give it a shot.
Call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's a voicemail.
All right. So, Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
All right, good, because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead, keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God, I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We're talking about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an Icy Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an Icy Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fired. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
I wouldn't lie if I said that there were a couple races last year that just weren't fun. I mean, whether it was an ill-handling race car or just not a great situation to be in, there were definitely situations that weren't fun. So, that definitely kind of pointed me in the direction to where I am today, where I took less races to be a little bit of a more competitive level.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Josh Bilicki. We have Gabe Ramirez here filling in for David, and we have Josh on the line. That is fantastic. He will be driving this weekend here in Chicago. NASCAR driver Josh Bilicki joins us now on the Score Hotline, which, of course, is presented by the fine folks at Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Hey, Josh, how are you? Thanks for jumping on.
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me.
So you're driving here right now. You're getting ready for the weekend. How far out are you, and are you worried about traffic, for God's sake?
I am. I'm driving here right now, so I'm from Wisconsin. Fun fact is I still live in Wisconsin. I think I'm one of the only drivers in the Cup Series that doesn't live in that Charlotte hub of North Carolina area. So I'm driving up from Wisconsin, about half an hour north of Milwaukee. And actually, I just spent the last 3 days in Chicago with my sponsor, Ziegler Auto Group, at some of their Chicagoland dealerships. So I'm very familiar with the lay of the land in Chicago and the traffic. So honestly, I'm not very worried about it because I've spent so much time here that it kind of comes second nature. I wouldn't call it a second home, but I give myself an extra time because I've spent so much time in Chicago. So about an hour out, and I get to see the racetrack for the first time in person in just a little over an hour. So I'm excited.
That's going to be extremely exciting, Josh. But you got to take me into the mind of a race car driver as they're, sifting through regular traffic. Like, are you just behind the person in front of you, no big deal, or are you like weaving in and out?
No, well, I'd say I drive pretty safe on the road, but I definitely more aggravated sometimes than I do in the race car because you have people sitting in the left lane like they are right now, literally when I'm driving, going 5 over the speed limit, and I think the left lane's for 10 over the speed limit. So, I'm not one to go 100 miles per hour on the highway driving to the racetrack. I get the question all the time. How do you drive slow on the highway, when you come out of a car that does 200 miles per hour? And honestly, you just kind of go with the flow of traffic. So if the traffic's going 70 or 80 miles per hour and you're doing 70 or 80, it doesn't feel any different than when you're on the racetrack doing 190 miles per hour and the rest of the other cars are doing 190 miles per hour. So the flow of traffic is what really offsets the feeling of driving, fast versus not fast on the highway.
That's fantastic. So I'm just so curious, the fact that this is a street race, right? The fact that this is, obviously it's going to be all over TV, everybody's going to watch, but it is a featured thing that is not on a track that you'd be used to. Have you been on the, whatever the automatic kind of, the video portion of it? Have you already driven the race before you get here? Do you know all the layout? Do you have everything planned out in your head? How different is it in what we're calling a street race than an actual race on an oval?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying my background is road racing, road course racing, on purpose-built racetracks that turn left and right. So kind of like a very similar layout to what we're racing at this weekend, but the difference is the tracks that I grew up racing on are purpose-built and they're pretty smooth. So having this racetrack in the city, obviously it's not a permanent racetrack. It's built just for this race weekend. That's unique, and we're going to be racing around the bumps, and the walls are right there. There's no runoff area, so it's a lot different than what any of us really grew up racing, and that's what I think we're all excited for. But yeah, to answer your question, we've spent a lot of time on the simulator prepping for the race weekend. So between the Team Chevy simulator, which is in North Carolina, and a software called iRacing, both of those companies have came and actually laser scanned the surface of the racetrack, and it's a pretty accurate feeling when you're on the simulator. The only thing the simulator doesn't give you is that sense of speed, the sense of speed and the feeling in your butt when you're driving a real race car. But we can at least get comfortable with the layout of the track and where some of the big bumps are, some of the braking zones, and really just knowing which direction you're going when you get to the racetrack is a big help. So I've already been on the simulator. Actually, just last night I was at my house on my simulator till probably about 11 p.m. at night. So just getting some final laps before the race weekend, it'll make us all more prepared. But I'd say probably every single driver racing here this weekend has spent time on the simulator, just because it's such a unique track and a unique layout. If you show up and you have no idea which direction you're going, you're going to be in trouble this weekend.
Mully, I'm imagining Josh Bilicki sitting at home. You know, most 20-something-year-olds, Josh is like 28. Most 28-year-olds are like at home playing regular video games, and Josh is on his console in his simulator,
awesome.
which is a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Josh, talk to me about the importance of being in a city like Chicago, you know, for this NASCAR series, and what it means to the sport as a whole.
It's really important to bring the sport to an area like Chicago is massive. You know, you have a lot of race fans that probably just can't get out of the city that watch the races, but they want to see it in real life. And for them to take a quick Uber ride or a walk to the racetrack is really unique. And even people that aren't fans, you know, I know that we're probably going to have, you know, maybe 10 or 20,000 people this weekend that have never really had an interest in motor racing. They're coming to the race just because it's an event. And I hope that after the race weekend, we turn them into fans. It's going to be a really cool experience. It's not just a race weekend, though. You know, there's concerts and it's almost like a festival. So to have a race on top of that is really special for us. But yeah, just bringing the race to the people is the key message here, and I think NASCAR's done a really good job at that.
Josh, I haven't been on a simulator, so I have no idea exactly how this works, but I did read a story in the paper about, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago, where guys were concerned because there was one point where you come off, I think it's Balbo, and you got to take a right turn where you could go airborne. How dangerous does this thing seem to you? Are drivers buzzing about concerns with it, or do you just trust that they'll have it capable of being driven?
I trust NASCAR, and I trust this whole process. This is the first NASCAR street race, but it's not the first street race in the country. There's sports car series and there's IndyCar series that have raced on the streets here in this country, and we're pulling a lot of resources from those series to make sure our track is prepped. So the only difference is our cars are a lot different than those sports cars and those Indy cars. Our cars are a lot heavier. So, you know, I do think that our cars are going to get airborne several times a lap. But when I say airborne, I mean literally maybe only an inch or 2 inches off the ground. I mean, we're going to be going so fast over some of the bumps. We will, you know, lift tires, and maybe, you know, the front right tire will be off the ground, but the rest of the car will be on the track. But I wouldn't be too concerned about a car going up and getting, you know, to the point where it's going to go over the fence, just because our cars are so heavy. Our cars never really take off like that anymore, unless you're at Daytona or Talladega. So I'm not too concerned about that. You know, the only thing I think we're a little bit concerned about is the concrete wall. Usually when we race at tracks, we have something called a staper barrier, which is basically like a styrofoam wall, and that absorbs a lot of the impact. So I can tell you I've hit a staper barrier at 170 miles per hour, and it doesn't feel that bad, honestly, as crazy as that sounds. And I've hit a concrete wall at 100 miles per hour, and that concrete wall hurts really bad. So, you know, I hope that nobody gets hurt this weekend. Our cars are very, very safe, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens if somebody does hit the wall.
You're going to be in the number 79 car for Ziegler Racing. You drive a Chevy Camaro. Is that a kind of a standard car that people drive? Are there all different cars? I don't know a lot about NASCAR.
Yeah, so I'll actually be in the number 78 Zagata Group Chevrolet Camaro.
I'm sorry.
And no, all good. And our car it's a purpose-built race car that has a body on it to make it look like a street car. But basically, nothing from our race car is from a stock car, which is ironic because they call our race cars, they call them stock cars, but they're nowhere near a stock car anymore. So the closest thing is probably just the fact that it looks like a street car that you would buy from the manufacturer. But I mean, even the headlights are stickers. So there's not many stock parts on our cars. But part of that reason is they're built for speed, but they're also built for safety. And NASCAR has taken a real initiative in the last couple of years to make our cars so safe. So if you ever get a chance to look at a car up close, there's a lot of steel bars welded throughout the whole car, and that's basically just to build a safe race car. And then the engine itself too is unique, just because it's a bigger engine than what you would buy in a Chevy Camaro. So our cars crank out a lot of horsepower, so they're really, really fast. But our cars actually, they don't stop that well. They don't have big brakes, and they don't corner that well either. So it's a fun car to drive because it's really fast in a straight line, but it doesn't handle that well. So you have to really kind of figure out how to drive these at the road courses.
So let me guess, Josh, on your way to Chicago right now, you're driving like a Chevy Spark or something like that? Or
close. I'm in a Chevy Silverado, which I bought from Ziegler Auto Group. Which is probably going to be one of the bigger vehicles here this weekend. But I got to drive the Chevy down to Chicago.
That's right.
The is it called the Hans device that kind of got into racing after the tragedy with Dale Earnhardt? Is that now standard for everyone? Do you wear some special device like that, and does that give you more confidence while driving?
Yes, that's standard. I think that's been a requirement in NASCAR since that accident in 2001. So I have a lot of confidence in the safety equipment that we're using, from the helmets to the Nomex fire suit. I mean, there was a driver last year that caught fire at Talladega, and the car caught fire while he was still moving at 120 miles per hour. He had to navigate his way down to a dead stop. And, he was burnt, but not very bad. And that just shows how safe our cars are right now. And, that's the Nomex fire suit right there kicking into action. The Hans device has definitely saved a lot of people, saved their lives. It's saved people from serious injuries. And even myself, I had a pretty big hit at Talladega earlier this year, which I thought was going to hurt a lot more than it did. And as I was facing the wall at 170 miles per hour, you just you take your hands and you kind of go into like a fetal position with your hands on your chest. And when you hit the wall, that Hans device kicks into action and it limits your head movement from moving forward. And it did a great job because my neck was a little bit sore, but without it, I don't know what shape I'd be in. So, yes, the Hans device has been a requirement since, I believe, 2001, and basically in every single racing series across the country, whether it's a short track, whether it's Rockford Speedway or, NASCAR, you're required to wear it.
Josh, great stuff. Really appreciate all the insights, and my God, don't go airborne. Please. If I went a quarter of an inch off the ground in my car, there would be an accident.
My car would sound like this.
I'd have a personal accident. I didn't mean there'd be.
That's a different kind of device for that.
Exactly. That very much scares me. Josh, great stuff. We'll be cheering for you. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me.
That is Josh Bilicki. He is going to be in the number 78 Ziegler Racing Chevy Camaro car. Now
I got something to cheer for. First of all, well-spoken, extremely intelligent.
Yeah.
Love that he was on. Great job, Brandon, on that one.
Yeah.
But even just what he was saying, and he there's just that level of confidence. I guess when you've gone through it so much, I didn't realize how many hours they were putting in on a simulator.
Yeah, I had heard that they were doing the simulator.
Well, we were just talking about how is he driving down right now, Friday before the race? Well, they spent tons of hours. That's why
it's still fairly early.
Yeah.
But man, that's pretty cool. He lives in Wisconsin, and he can come down for the race, and that's got to be special. I'm sure he's got family and friends that are coming out too. That just sounds terribly frightening. 170, 190 miles an hour.
Yeah, I ran into a wall and I thought I was gonna hurt. Just put myself in the fetal position. Like what?
Yeah.
Who talks so casually like that about a 170 mile per hour crash?
All right, let's give something away, shall we? We've got a pair of tickets to Dierks Bentley with special guest Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden. That is Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park, Illinois. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com, but call for a pair. Call right now, 312-540-0670. 312-540-0670, and you get you get Dierks Bentley tickets, and that's going to be a really good one. So congratulations to whomever wins it. Man, I got to tell you, that blows my mind, the idea that we are going to be airborne.
When he said that, my eyes just like lit up.
Here's the thing. Like, let's say you go airborne. How do you direct the car if you're airborne? He's saying just a couple inches. A couple inches off the ground.
And not panic as the right tire is elevating.
Exactly. So wild, man.
I can't. It's the level of calmness that surrounded that conversation that threw me off.
The matter of fact kind of,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I'll be off the air at some point.
I guess it's really good that you spend that much time on the simulator and that isn't there some movie coming out about some guy who like won some contest on a simulator and became a race car driver somewhere in Europe or something?
Oh, wow.
But it's just a wild idea that you can go through the course like that and feel like you know it. It's, you know, I just remember years ago hearing that was the future of sports, that there will be a time when on the way to a game, you'll be able to like watch something or do some kind of film study where you'll be in the thing and you'll be able to kind of,
that's cool.
You know, defend a guy before you have to defend him, whatever his tendencies are, that will have all that available to you, and you'll be, you know, doing some weird 3-dimensional defense before you get to the game.
I could see that. I remember I went to Lane Tech, and in our driver's ed program, you know, because they give you driver's ed at school like your sophomore year, and we had simulators. I'm just thinking back. Like they had simulators, and I'm old, so we had simulators back at Lane Tech.
Right.
But geez, I could just only imagine what they look like now for something like that. I mean, that's incredible.
No, it's
so
a different deal altogether.
all right, fine. I'm watching the race. He convinced me.
No,
Josh
I got to
Bilicki.
tell you, he did a good job of selling that thing. I'm curious. I'm curious to see how good Chicago looks. You know.
It's going to be beautiful.
Do you watch The Bear?
I've seen season 1. Haven't seen season 2 yet.
I mean, I just feel like that's like a love song to Chicago. You know, it's like a postcard to Chicago. It's beautiful. It makes the town look good, and I think this race might do the same. So I suppose I'll watch.
Except when they sign the contract to bring it back annually, you're going to protest.
I mean, the thing is, man, did I mention that Lakeshore Drive went down to one lane on my way in this morning? I could have been here 20 minutes earlier. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. God. All right, we've got Dan and Lawrence next. We'll bring them in. We'll chat with them. It's Mully and Haugh. It's the great Gabe Ramirez, and thank you, Gabe. We'll come back and close it out. Mully and Haugh on the score. 2. Yes.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on the score. We're going to get you ready for the weekend in the right way. We are going to preview the Cubs series with the Guardians. That starts at 12:45 with pregame with Zach Zabin. Steve Stone talks White Sox with us at noon. And Bubba Wallace is going to talk about his block party.
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You know, you're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of Pizza Friday. You're welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, we got a little worried.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters. Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Spiegs calls me 5 minutes later. Oh, my God. I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are.
Hang on to those feelings about feeling terrible.
Yeah,
by the way.
Can I get the pizza there? Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background. Just sausage.
Because the indecisiveness.
He's
not
screaming.
Saying,
yeah, he just wants sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now and then I go back. Hold on.
I go back to the email, and I see spinach and giardiniera is what Lynn said, so I made sure I got them spinach and giardiniera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh, it is. Just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's is
is
awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing,
And what
as
else?
requested.
And what else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I got sausage on the entire thing, and then I made an executive decision.
Okay,
It's not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination with which
literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
being
irrelevant.
Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Speaks. We told you on Wednesday. You don't have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah.
This is our
I eat
thing.
the pizza.
Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing, we get to decide what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never asked me for bacon and giardiniera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him.
Shane, hold on a second. There is sausage.
At the edge of my seat. What was
There
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way
Your
to
opinion
judge a
doesn't
pizza.
matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate
that's
yelling.
true.
It's 2:37 and I'm
That's
already
true.
yelling.
I didn't bring
Now-
my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion
I
because
would've
sausage
said-
and onion
Do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage. If I wanted onion, I'd be like sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case, when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm gonna assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just gonna throw onions on it.
There's
And
onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
You only paid for half onion.
that would
I only paid for half onion.
That
He
would
wants his
as-
$2 back.
it wouldn't
Yeah,
happen
I-
if you wouldn't have interjected.
And we should thank the fine folks. We should let everyone know we're broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Thank you for that. Thanks to Evan Thomas, who gets us up and running and twitching and motivated every morning. Good man that he is. And Alex Kuhn, thank you, buddy. Great job. Great work. Appreciate it.
There's plenty of blame to go around, right? I mean, I'll take responsibility, right? I'm the owner.
That's Jerry Reinsdorf talking about the New York Mets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That wasn't Jerry. That was Cohn, the New York Mets owner. He took all the.
Imagine that.
Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work.
Hey, Pat, what did you just say?
What?
What you say?
I was told Clay to watch out for that hole.
Wow, 3-1 jokes. Wow. Ooh. There we go, Clay.
Kyle over here talking about 3-1. Step whipping the big ass shoes all in the line. Like Joey Burrow. He's stepping all in your line. Home a year ago. Oh, you talking about 3-1? They just want to say, I don't care.
Draymond Green making fun of Patrick Mahomes at that celebrity golf.
The match. It was
match.
Klay Thompson and Steph versus Travis Kelce and Patrick this year.
Okay. That's good.
And the story was how Steph was carrying Klay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the story. Not that
Steph's
Mahomes
like
and they beat him.
really good golfer.
Really good.
Yeah.
And how about that? That is the voice of Lawrence Holmes. Woo! Dan is here too. Dan's here.
That never gets old for me. That's great. Every time
It's so mean. I've tried to brighten it up a little bit. Dan insists it's perfect. What's happening?
Well, thanks to our NASCAR friends, I've been taking the CTA in for work. I had a special ride today.
Why?
I had a Red Line Classic today.
Yeah.
I had the Belmont to Lake Screaming Crackhead Express.
Oh, nice.
This is either between
Go White Sox
between nodding off, either completely passed out or screaming. It was,
and that was you.
Right. That was the thing. And people finally told me, get off here.
Sir.
It's enough. Please stop. But that was a special one.
So at no point do you find yourself, maybe, getting to like Addison and then saying, hey, I need to just switch cars?
Well, no, I get on the brown line at Addison. I switch to red at Belmont.
Okay.
And take it down here to Lake. And then instead of taking the pedway, if it's nice out, I pop out and just walk up because I'd rather do that than be
Get
in
some
the
air.
Be in all the pee. So it was pretty interesting. I didn't know where it was going to lead or what was going to happen, but eventually it was in between screaming and nodding off. It was time to leave.
I took the Metro, the way to really fly. Perfect.
Right into the building.
Right into the building.
Right into
14 minutes from Hyde Park right into the building.
Is that all it takes?
Yeah.
Wow.
55th Street. Beautiful.
That's good.
10 when they go express.
Yeah.
It'll be like 55th Street,
Why don't you do that
Museum
every
Camp.
day?
Because the gym's here, so I'll drive and work out some mornings and stuff. I don't want to be carrying two bags with me onto the Metro.
And the Metro's not $225 or $250 or whatever it is.
Yeah, our parking is, we get a pretty great deal with the parking, so it's worth it. And in certain cases, like this week and probably the beginning of next week, get your 10 ride pass from Metro.
There you go.
And get yourself in the building.
And the NASCAR people are walking around our fair city. They are dressed up. They are in their colors. It's wearing their
gang colors. You say it?
Gang. Tight fitting shirt. They look like bass fishermen, but they were NASCAR because it was all automotive things. They're dressed like the drivers. I didn't know that's what you did.
But aren't they easy to spot out anyway, Dan?
No, I mean, yeah, but the clothing kind of gives it away when three people are walking in the exact same shirt on a Friday, all decked out in free advertising for these companies.
It's kind of a pain in the keister having this go on this weekend. I'm not trying to. I don't know why anyone would want to come downtown this weekend. Even if you wanted to go out for a nice meal.
Mully,
it would be hard to come down here because of the traffic.
My train is leaving back to Hyde Park at 12:45,
and that's the last time we'll see me.
I'll be back in Hyde Park at 12:59, and I won't be leaving the neighborhood all weekend.
It's extraordinary. If you go to New York, there are people in New York who never leave their neighborhood, like because New York is so gigantic. I remember being there for the Super Bowl. And I'm telling you, if you went to a different neighborhood, there were people that didn't even know it was ongoing because New York kind of the only city ever that swallowed the Super Bowl. But I think people here like to go out and like to go
and
to
explore
different places. And
I mean,
but there's so much going on in every neighborhood around here too. There really is. I'm not going to have to leave. I think the furthest away I'm going to get from is some baseball games in Rogers Park.
Yeah, but the problem isn't that the NASCAR races in Chicago. Like I'm fine with that. The problem is the arteries that it cuts off. That's when you add it to everything else. Like if we didn't have the issues with the Kennedy, You know what I'm saying? Like it would be
mean,
fine because
that
then
is
you
so
would have
true.
another alternative if you wanted to travel north south in the city.
It is, it is. Chicago is winter in construction, but the construction, there's never. I always wonder, like, can't you get all those trucks and get out to the Kennedy and just do one thing and get that done, and then we can move on to the next thing? But we end up closing down all sorts of different arteries all the time.
The Kennedys, the interstate stuff's a federal project, though. That is all infrastructure stuff. There all these it's all bridge repair in this phase.
But and I know that I'm the only one that lives south. The other thing that's going on south is the Obama Library is being built.
Yeah.
So there's a street that's no longer going to exist. Cornell, like wrapping around the Museum of Science and Industry, is no longer going to exist.
Is it still going to be at 47th, though?
No, it's going to be at 63rd.
No, but I'm saying, where Cornell is still going to be available.
Yes,
near the viaduct
by the parks. It'll be fine
okay.
there. But that wraparound that you would usually do to get to University of Chicago is no longer going to be there. And so Lakeshore Drive. So like think about it. Like it's bad all the way to 47th. Then there's a break for 10 blocks. And then you get to the Museum of Science and Industry, and it's bad over there too. Yeah. So it's like if you live south and you want to go north, it's almost impossible. If you live north and you want to go south, it's almost impossible. I hope that this goes off well. I hope that everyone's safe and no one gets hurt at this thing, because I'm watching the grandstands and I'm like, this feels a little close.
You know what's a great place to be right now? At your summer house in
Door County,
Southwest Michigan, or in Door County, or
shout out Ryan Porth,
Lake Geneva. If you want to rent one, if just retreating to
Porth headed out. He's like, oh yeah, got a house.
Go sit on a lake somewhere for the next few days and be extremely happy. 708 says Bernstein saw pit crew members. First of all, pit crew members are not walking around in uniform, and they're also the belly on this guy. I mean, he was testing the tensile strength of this dry fit
that's like
that he
bench
was
guys
wearing.
for the Bulls walking around in their warm-ups.
Right,
they're not doing that.
They're not pit crew. The pit crew members are probably lifting weights right now because those dudes are in ridiculous shape, and all they do is train. So, no, this guy was like 65 years old, and he had a massive beer belly.
Oh, it's Carleek Jones. Look, he's in his warm-up.
Walking around dribbling down the street.
He's in his warm-up.
It's Dalen Terry.
What up?
Notice Carleek Jones not on the Summer League roster.
Neither is Simonovic.
Yeah, I understand why Carleek Jones isn't, but Simonovic needs all the work he can get.
Yeah, they were saying that Simonovic, that since this was his last year, he's going to be going back to Europe.
Fine.
Yeah.
He's terrible.
It's hard to find space for him.
Yeah.
Really? On this team?
Yes. He didn't do anything.
I heard Gabe selling them Wolf tickets earlier. The Vučević deal's not that bad.
I don't mind the Vučević deal.
Fine.
It's not in a vacuum. In and of itself,
okay, fair.
It's not. But related to what they might be doing, it is.
You got to trade DeMar.
We'll get to
Got to trade DeMar.
Have to
trade DeMar.
They're bringing it back,
even
Mully.
if it's for
They're
nothing.
running it back.
No,
Even if it's for nothing.
I don't care.
Andre Drummond's back. Io's back.
Whatever you're matching with salary, even a bad contract, you've got to get rid of him. It's enough.
Zach's back. Vooch is back. Let's go. Play in.
Don't even jokingly be there.
Play in. And you know what? I'm sure that they're taking solace in the fact, like, we lost the play in, but we lost the play-in to a team that won the Eastern Conference.
That's totally what they're doing.
Math is mathing there.
If only we scored a couple points at the end of that game.
Right. If we didn't go the last 4 minutes of the game without scoring, we could have won the Eastern Conference.
How are you guys celebrating the glory of today?
Well, we were a little cut short for Cubs baseball.
Right.
We are going to lead you right into Cubs by talking about how dumb the Cubs were last night. Also, I've got a fascinating story about the Oakland A's, and we're going to revisit something I believe I said about them to begin this season when I first laid eyes upon one of the worst baseball teams I've ever seen, who the White Sox are expected to sweep relatively easily and or no hit.
4.5 out.
We will talk
11 under, but 4.5 out.
We will talk Bulls. We've got high noon. Bubba Wallace is going to join us at 11:45, and Steve Stone will follow that up at noon.
All right, guys, have a great show.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey.
Mike was on, and then Jason decided to have fun with sound with Mike.
Hello? Did you see Paul Newman and Sally Field in Absence of Malice?
Who's talking to me? Who?
I don't think Oswald did that. I don't think he might have been in the plot, but I don't think he killed Kennedy.
Oh, you're talking Bob the movie man.
They're getting this new Cuban slugger, I guess, from Cuba. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. We go there.
I'd rather have McDonald's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet.
Well, hey.
So is Paulie coming back, or did Frank say for sure?
Frank? Who the hell is Frank?
Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Are you kidding? It's way beyond that.
What about Eddie Murray and the Nutty Professors?
Well, I'll see you on the golf course.
All right, Mike.
Happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, right?
What?
We'll put Chris on for a minute.
You know, I can't understand you guys. You know, it's like, jeez.
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, I don't either. I don't know. Am I talking to Bob?
Hello there.
Hello there, Bob.
Do you ever try that new pizza yet? That one with the cheeseburger pizza yet?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I haven't tried it yet either.
Yeah. Well, I'm up here. You know I'm in.
What do you think about women's boxing and that?
Women something.
What church you go to?
Are you crazy? I can't understand you.
How do I wash the shirt? Do I wash it or do I dry clean it?
Well, I think you should throw them away and just buy new stuff.
All right.
That's what I do. Pull the line drive. He was up in the air, and he pulled it from Jungle Jim.
What's wrong with my balls?
Huh?
What's wrong with my balls?
Look at that free shield. You know, I'm telling you, me and my brother were at Comiskey when they gave the Nellie Fox night. I don't know if any of you.
I kind of wonder if you Kyle Davidson just hang out with him. But the problem is that when we bring hockey people on, other than Mark Lazarus, they do all the hockey stuff.
They play their sport on the hardest surface in the world with knives on the bottom of their feet. They get their teeth knocked out constantly and don't bother to get them fixed.
Can you just be a guy?
As they say in hockey, let's do that hockey.
Also, 100% convinced that character is me. The guy's name is Laszlo Holmes.
Yes, that is a S, a K, and a J all next to each other, so that's a no.
The best part of the whole bit is when they bring the white guy in and he's talking all the hockey, like what you were just saying with the hockey terms. He's like doing all the stuff.
And he goes, that's what's up.
We got to watch the icing calls. Coach said we were icing so much we could open a bakery.
I do not get that.
Then we found out today that Kevin Lapp is black, so big shout out to him for that.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
Wait, what? He's the Babe Ruth of
the softball league.
The softball.
So we were like,
just softball in general. There's
so
nobody better.
Be black. So
he's doing things that nobody does on the softball field.
You miss a lot.
Wow.
There.
Yeah, I guess I had no idea, and now I know.
Now you know, and knowing's half the battle.
I guess that explains some things then. Okay.
Yes. There it is.
As we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. It is a sticky one. You know what? We have an actual summer day.
Kind of.
Actually have a Chicago summer day, and it's taken us until the last day of June to do it.
And only moderate pollution out there in the sky. Hell yeah.
Like you can look at the western sky and see like actual clouds and not smoke clouds.
No smoke.
So we've got Cubs talk, we've got White Sox and Bulls, Bubba Wallace, Steve Stone, High Noon, and we're going to give away our last pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Friday, July 7th at Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. We will be giving you the cue to call at some point in this show, so listen up.
And we are leading you into today's game for the Cubs as they start a home series against the Guardians. Pre-game starts at 12:45. First pitch is at 1:20 on the Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Plus, did you know that you can hear all Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 the Score.
I told you that the Oakland Athletics would be no hit this year.
You did.
I believe I said multiple times. I don't know. Here we go. I will make you a bet right now.
Okay.
At least one time, the Oakland Athletics are going to be no hit this year.
No, I'm going to need you because
you didn't say that in the pre-show meeting.
I said someone's going to no hit him.
No, multiple times is what you said.
Multiple
times. So
I'm going to need a little exaggeration.
I'm going to need the over/under to be 1.5 for us to have a bet, and you have to take.
Yeah,
because
I took.
Damn it!
I took that bet. I was like multiple times. Yeah, I'll take it.
The A's this year getting no hit. You're taking over 1.5.
I guess I have to.
You
Fine.
You came in.
Fine. They're terrible.
They're awful.
They're so terrible.
They have like 2 major league players on their roster.
You came in blazing.
Yeah,
you
fine.
Were like,
okay, fine.
The A's are going to get no hit multiple times.
Fine.
And I was like,
yes, they will. There was. So that's one.
You got one. You got a half a season to go.
We got one. Now, will
it be the bullpen start that the White Sox are going to throw at him that no hits him this time?
Of all people to do it, though, Domingo Germán didn't exactly have people getting all that excited for him because he's a piece of crap.
Mm-hmm.
And his teammates didn't even really like him. Nobody likes him. He was a violent abuser and a cheater. He's been on administrative leave, suspended the harshest ban levied on a player investigated following domestic violence allegations, but not criminally charged. And it was a time where I want to say when he came back to the Yankees, somebody said, well, you don't get to choose who your teammates are. And what was fascinating was that The Athletic in New York wrote the story about it and sort of used the lead of a perfect game by an imperfect person. And it bothered some longtime Yankee fans, at least one longtime Yankee fan who happens to be an inveterate, ink-stained, old-fashioned newspaper person who sent me a very angry note and a link to another newspaper story, a famous one, with a famous lead. And this is from 1956. The New York Daily News, October 9th, 1956.
Uh-oh.
The lead was written by Joe Trimble. Do you know what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
What?
Perfect game in the World Series.
Don Larson.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing about Don Larson, is some people don't realize this. People didn't like Don Larson. Don Larson was what you say, how would you describe?
Taciturn?
No, drunk.
Oh. Drunk, I don't mind.
Yeah, but apparently not well liked, and he was a drunk. And everybody knew it.
Drunk, I don't mind as long as you're not a mean drunk. Is he a mean drunk?
This is how it was described. You talk about the way words change over time, because this was meant in the meaning of the words back in 1956.
Okay.
This was the lead on Deadline. The imperfect man pitched a perfect game yesterday. Don Larson, a free soul who loves the gay life,
retired all 27 Dodgers in the classic pitching performance of all time as the Yankees won the 5th game 2-0 at the stadium and took a 3-2 edge in the set. So when they say a free soul who loves the gay life, they don't mean it
that he's homosexual.
Correct.
They mean that he's happy and he likes to party.
That man likes to party.
And maybe he did. I don't know.
The imperfect man pitched a perfect game. So we've done this before. And as it was explained to me by this well-researched New York native and longtime Chicagoan and former newspaper bigwig, it says, given the restrictions of the time, the reporter couldn't out and out say that Larson was a well-known drunk. But we've been here before with this. Domingo Germán, yay. Nice job.
I feel like there's a severity here that needs to be discussed.
Well, of course.
Like, a guy being a drunk, as long as he's not a mean drunk, is there anything in there that says that he was an abusive, mean drunk? Because if it is, then okay, now we're talking a little bit more apples to apples. If not, if he's just a guy who stumbled around the clubhouse until it was time for him to pitch, there are plenty of stories like that in the history of baseball and basketball and football. And hockey.
I think a lot of this has been cleaned up over time regarding Larson.
It's been scrubbed.
It's been sort of this whole free spirit and enjoyed the party lifestyle.
So he's
a fun-loving guy.
He's Bill Walton. Is that what?
No. Bill Walton.
No, but I'm saying, like, are people trying to turn him into? He's just kind of him, and he's out there and. See, because I'm getting Mickey Mantle vibes from this.
No, I do know that there was an issue where he didn't pay child support.
No tip in Larson?
There was some aspects to that. I can't delve all into Don Larson. It's just that there are people who are older people with longer memories who remember the same angle about the imperfect man and the perfect game that happened to come up again. But I got one. I got my one, and now the White Sox are going to be there to get another one for you.
So last I checked, and I mean, I could check right now to just make sure it's accurate. I'm pretty sure that 2 of the who's starting pitching in this series against Oakland is TBD.
Okay.
TBD. That's a no good because Michael Kopech is seemingly tired. They had one planned like bullpen day, but it might be 2 planned bullpen day. And then they were talking about how if Lance had exited the game early when he was really, really struggling, then maybe you could have brought him back for Sunday, but then he ended up.
It doesn't matter who you pitch against this team. This is barely a major league team. If they don't sweep them, and if they don't score double-digit runs in every game, they're doing something wrong.
Well, look, the White Sox offense over the last 2 days has been terrific. Guys are coming up with hits. They were singling the Angels to death yesterday.
Bloops and blasts.
Yeah.
Bloops and blasts. That's a great way to live.
Eloy was hitting home runs. You got Robert hitting home runs. Benintendi has been great over the last month in the leadoff spot. And yeah, Oakland's really, really terrible. But just like the White Sox, terrible teams win games. Would it really surprise you if the White Sox were to lose a game in Oakland?
The way they're going now?
It would surprise you if they lost the game in Oakland. Remember,
it would. They're 21-62.
And remember, we're talking about the 3rd worst team in the American League playing the worst team in the American League.
They are so bad. They're so terrible.
But it's baseball, and baseball's weird.
Correct.
And people,
they've won 21 games somehow.
Exactly. They've won a third of their games.
Their team ERA.
They're terrible.
You know what their team ERA is? Take a guess.
5.5.
6. Their team ERA is 6.08.
That's bad.
That's historic. 6.
Isn't that what Lance Lynn's ERA is?
Yes, their whole team is Lance Lynn.
So today, the White Sox will be throwing TBD out there against Medina, who's terrible.
They're all terrible, I'm telling you.
Dylan Cease will go on Saturday.
Okay.
And then TBD.
There's your no-hitter.
TBD will pitch on Sunday.
Dylan Cease.
Wait, they're going to have TBD pitch twice in one series?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
rubber arm. Tungsten arm O'Doyle.
But here's the thing. Sunday's game is against Blackburn, and he's actually decent.
But Saturday, Dylan Cease should be thinking no-hitter. This is the best chance he's ever had in his career for a no-hitter. Hasn't he thrown multiple two-hitters?
Even when he was 1 out away?
He should be thinking no-hitter.
I think when he was 1 out away, it was
That's
closest.
probably the closest that he's been to a
But
no-hitter.
this is awfully close.
Going into a game.
Going into a game.
No, I know what you mean.
He should be
being semantics
approaching.
guy.
Like I know pitchers say they do that every outing, but this one, just have a good bullpen. Go out there and mow them down.
All right, when Jesse Schultzens is starting tonight, and they're trying to put together innings, and you're seeing because remember the bullpen did work yesterday. There was extra stress on your winning bullpen yesterday because that man was in the lineup and he kept hitting the ball over the fence even late to draw them back within 2.
Just get sweepy and get no-hitty, and let me cash my bet on this one. I wonder what the actual bet would have been
if you'd have bet over 1.5 for no-hitters
against the team.
That's a good question.
I wonder what
you probably could have made. You probably could have made a decent chunk of change.
I don't know. Probably would have lost it at something else.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it.
Can we talk about the dumbass Cubs?
That was too bunty.
Too dumb. There's time and a place, a very rare time and a place for a bunt.
Yes.
And the explanations were like the cover-up was worse than the crime.
I mean, I'm gonna let the one guy mitigate it. I'm not letting the other guy mitigate it because we've seen it too much. We've seen that guy continue to do stuff that you go, do you not know how many outs there are? Like, we will discuss the Cubs. Like, ever since I was like, go for it, they just keep losing. And they have a new series with the Guardians, so maybe they can get right. They can help out the White Sox, which is the other problem. It's all a problem, which is the other problem for the White Sox. The Cubs are in a bad way, and here come the Guardians, and they might be able to get fat off of the Cubs if they don't get it together and play more heads-up baseball. I am not one for punitive actions, but I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are.
I'm telling you. The Des Moines Express would have happened last night if I were managing the Cubs.
We'll explain next on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone.
So, do you think that David Ross is feeling appropriate pressure on the now more scrutinized decisions that he makes on what we're told was going to be a competitive team?
This year, absolutely. He's aware of more scrutiny. He's aware that there will be more criticism and every move will be analyzed. And I think part of this is, we just talked about this, because there's so many high leverage moments, that puts the microscope on him even more. I mean, that every single move is analyzed right now. And managers make these questionable decisions. Outside of Terry Francona, I don't really watch a manager and say perfect move every single time, right? This is just what happens. When you lose a lot of close games, the manager is going to take heat unless they have a track record. And David Ross just doesn't have a track record of success right now. So he's going to take a lot of heat. I think my biggest concern with him right now is some of the players on his roster that he's using as much, particularly Eric Hosmer. Eric Hosmer is a guy that should get a couple at-bats a week. I don't think he should be starting more than once every 2 weeks, maybe, to give a guy a breather. I think he really hamstrings the roster as a whole. I think when Nico comes up tomorrow, I think Eric Hosmer should be the move. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's going to be the move, but Miles Mastrobuoni puts up a much better at-bat and has more defensive versatility. I don't understand how that is the better move for roster construction. If you're telling me it's for leadership, I can point to 6 other guys in the clubhouse that can also lead that team and don't require to be played. I know he takes players under his wing, but that only goes so far. And if you're trying to win, you can't have that guy on the roster right now, in my opinion.
Holmes, middays 10 to 2. Your midday destination for Chicago Sports Talk on 670 The Score and Odyssey Station.
Madrigal hitting .400 in his last 13 games. And the pitch to the right-handed batter. He bunts toward first, and it's going to be grabbed by Clemens, and he will tag Madrigal out for out number 3. Madrigal trying to bunt with men at first and third and 2 down. And his bunt right to Clemens, the first baseman, on 1 bounce.
So here's Christopher Morel. The pitch shows bunts it in front of the plate. It's fielded by Walker, and he slings to first in time to get Morel. Advancing to second base is Horner, and that's the second time tonight. Last inning we saw Madrigal do it, and now Morel.
You can hear it in Zach's voice. It sounded like Pat was trying to work through some emotions there, but what the hell? What are you doing? We're all standing there screaming. I mean, what are you doing?
These are the problems of Nick Madrigal his entire career. For a guy that doesn't hit the ball out of the ballpark, you would want him to be more buttoned up in other areas. I get that he's not as fast as he was built. Like he's not slow, but he's not as fast as people were saying. He's not as good of a defender, but he has improved at third base so far this year. He's been hitting well. You know, it's been singles, but you know, he's been getting on base for the Cubs.
Well, that's his on-base percentage is slapping singles.
But the idea of like
I'm the Slapping Singles podcast.
It's a good name for the podcast. I'm just bothered by the fact that if you're not a guy that has slug in your player profile, you got to be smarter than that. There are other things that you've got to be
not just smarter than that. You have to
on.
be smart. You have to get all the everything around the periphery perfect. You've got to be the best base runner. You got to be the most sure-handed fielder. For you to have value, you've got to be David Eckstein. You've got to get every little thing right if you're just a Punch and Judy slapnick.
And speaking of base running and Nick Madrigal, it's interesting that
base runner.
Yes, it's interesting that we brought back that little piece of audio about Dan's bet about the A's and the no hits, because on that same day we were reacting to the dumbass Nick Madrigal play where he went through the stop sign and got called out at home. Like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing, Wagner? I mean, he's a baseball moron. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, he is below water in base running runs above average.
Yeah, he's not a good base runner.
Right.
He's a you know, I know we joke around about it. He's a one-tool player.
He can make contact.
Yeah, he gets the bat on the ball. And that's fine. And I think it's fine to have him as a 26 man. And like I said, he is.
So you would have chloroformed him, put him on a train, and then he wakes up in Des Moines. What happened?
He definitely wouldn't have been in the lineup today. And he is. He's batting ninth and playing third. Because, I mean, and someone's like trying to defend him. Like some people on the text line are like trying to defend him. You don't have to take our word for it. Hear what the manager of the Cubs said about those decisions that were made.
Mo, you know, how good he's been for us and what a great player he is. I think he's still learning a little bit what's expected of him. You know, he thinks he's helping the team, trying to help the team there, do anything he can to get runs in. We want him to swing the bat in that situation, obviously. He's a guy at the top of our list in home runs. He's a game-changing bat. Just one of those things I think he thought he was doing the right thing, and now he knows what's expected of him. You know, 3-hole hitter, we want him to bang. But you can see why you love the kid so much and the way his mind works and how much he cares about winning. He's still learning. Nick just, you know, forgot the outs, forgot how many outs there were. So, you know, we got to be better in that way. Give away a game and a chance to really kind of the 2 innings we had there was some not our smartest baseball. So we'll be better for it.
I saw a really good tweet last night that was like, am I wrong or do they still have that big scoreboard out in center field that tells you how many outs there are?
The problem with Madrigal is that he's like, if we were building a player on MLB The Show and we were talking about awareness, his awareness would be low. And you can't, like, you have to be, I'm not going as far as Dan where he has to be perfect, but he does have to be closer to David Eckstein if you're not going to slug.
You can't be Mike Caruso.
Yeah, you can't.
And he's way closer to Mike Caruso than he is David Eckstein.
It's really frustrating. And this is what I was trying to explain to Cubs fans when the trade was made, that I was more excited for Cubs fans about Cody Hoyer. Now, granted, Cody can't get himself healthy than Madrigal. And it's because when you watch Madrigal, you are watching a player who is fundamentally deficient. And when you add that to him not having slug in his player profile, you can't, like, if you're trying to win games and you're hopefully trying to win a division, you can't have that from him. I understand what Rossi's saying about Morel. Morel still doesn't have a ton of major league experience. He's young, and Rossi's 100% right. You're the 3-hitter, which is why we get frustrated earlier in the season when Patrick Wisdom was out there laying down bunts. Your job is to hit the ball out of the park.
At least, though, at that point, even though we don't like it, I don't like it. I don't like to see Patrick Wisdom laying down a bunt, but that was called by the manager. This time, that was not the case with Morel and was not the case with Madrigal.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The other thing is, I hate to say it this way, but it's the truth. You're not good enough to go outside of whatever the game plan is. If you're Dansby Swanson and you see something that you like and you want to make a play, if you're Nico Horner and you see something you're like, there might be a hit out there for me, cool. Not Nick Madrigal. Go up there and swing the bat.
And not Morel either. Morel's not good enough either.
And
I agree.
As you point out, Lawrence, okay, they're both in the lineup again. Okay, Morel's
got a job to do. This guy makes loud contact.
Absolutely.
Never choose not to unless you're told not to.
Well, he chose not to yesterday, but at least with Morel, he's made some fantastic plays. He's made an impact this season that has led to some wins. Nick Madrigal, this is a multi-time offender of dumbass plays.
Yep.
And he's the one that needs to sit down. I understand, all right, Morel, you went rogue. Don't do it again.
Don't do that. Don't ever do that again.
But
ever.
This is a Nick Madrigal sit your ass down day if I ever saw one.
Well, look, they sent him to Iowa. He came back a better player.
Send him again.
But these are the things that you get with him.
It's like double dipping when you're battering fish or something, right? You do it. You do the egg wash. You do the flour. You do egg wash. You do breadcrumbs, and then maybe it ends up being perfect.
Part of the problem with Madrigal is, and I think that it comes from a good place. Like, he wants to win. Like, he does have that thing. Like, if you're looking for fire and passion,
TW.
He's definitely got the will to win. He wants to win.
The will to win.
Wins. He's got all of that stuff, but he doesn't know how to harness it, and his baseball intelligence is questionable. And when you add those things together, when you have a guy who's kind of hyper, wants to do his best at everything and knows that he probably has to take some chances because he's a slap hitter at the major league level, you're going to get dumb bleep like that. Like, it's
But I'm just saying, we're letting Morel slide here. Because Madrigal, it's easy to pile on Madrigal because everybody loves Morel, and Morel is a really talented player.
I bet you Morel won't do it again.
I bet he won't either.
But I bet you Nick Madrigal will do something in the next couple of weeks where you go, oh, you threw to the wrong base? You didn't cut off a throw from the outfield to get the runner at second? You ran through a stop sign? You didn't know that the hit and run was on? I guarantee you he'll do something where you go, come on, man. I'm sure that Morel was like, oh, I messed up. I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to be swinging from my heels from now on. Like, situationally, like, looking at where the Cubs were at in that moment with Madrigal.
And know who you are. Know how many outs there are. Know what your job is. Morel had a different job. And Madrigal, I don't know what that was going on.
I would almost be okay with it if he was on the struggle bus. But he's actually hitting. Swing the bat. Like, and to not know the situation. Like, that isn't, for the manager to say that you forgot how many outs there were, it lets you know that he's kind of tired of your mess. Like, you didn't hear Rossi be like, oh, he's trying to make a play, trying to make a winning play. The manager said he forgot how many outs there were. You're Nick Madrigal. You don't get that luxury. You don't get to do that. And he does it constantly. There's enough evidence from his career on the South Side and now with the Cubs that this guy is not heads up, and he needs to be if he's going to survive in the major leagues.
Oh, I forgot to do something. Give me a second. I gotta go check on him. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Where are you going?
I'll tell you when I come back. Just give me 1 second.
All right. Is he going to the bathroom? Like,
I don't know.
Is he gonna?
I have no idea what's going on here.
Is he going to bring in Nick Madrigal as our special guest?
He might. After
Special
we just
guest Nick Madrigal.
After we just piled on.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's Nick Madrigal. All right, so
I don't know. He's back.
Dan's back.
He's back.
And
I let the brooms out.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on. For whom did you let the brooms out for?
For the White Sox.
Okay. Are you going to let the brooms out for the Cubs, or?
You should.
I think they're out. I mean, they could be
let the brooms out.
Who?
Yes,
I'm Sean Moore.
I didn't want to forget because I know we're off early, and I didn't want to run out of here and try to make a train. And the last thing you want to do, is be at the Southport. Stop, be like, I forgot to let the brooms.
Well, that's
out.
what happened 2 weeks ago.
I know.
2 weeks ago, you Dan Bernstein forgot to let the brooms out, and then the Cubs didn't sweep.
I know.
Who let the brooms out?
Dan.
Yes, I did. They're out, and they're. If you see them around, you'll know I let them out.
Now, Dan, you got to remember to change the water and the food in the bowl for the brooms.
Yeah, I know. And I think
you didn't last time.
I know, and I think in the food, like once a day, there's a little bit of salmon oil. I think, right this time of year.
That's right.
We do that in the summer, and then
make sure they get brushed.
It's good for the bristles.
Whatever you do, yeah.
Yeah. And then the what is it? Tylek powder? Is that what you put in? Maybe some like brewer's yeast or something. I got it.
Cubs Brewers starts Monday.
They need those games.
Who let the brooms out?
By the
We're all
way,
set. We're good.
By the way, guess who beat the Brewers?
Who?
The Oakland A's.
I mean, they've won a quarter of their games.
I'm just saying that if you were saying to me that Lucas Giolito and Dylan Cease and then it's question marks. But if you were telling me
TBD.
if you were telling me that those two guys are going to pitch in this series, I would say to you, all right, you got a good chance to sweep. But the idea that you're going to have probably 2 bullpen games makes me nervous about calling for a sweep. Things happen. A guy from the bullpen blows up. He doesn't give you the length that you were expecting. He makes, like Lance Lynn, makes 3 mistakes in a game. And then you're like, wait, why are the White Sox losing 2-1 to Oakland?
Well, and actually, somebody's asking the question, didn't Madrigal get thrown out on a walk?
Yes, he did. It's a bad rule, but yes, that happened.
Because he overslid, right? He's not the only one. Because if it's a steal and there's a walk, and then once you've established ownership of that and a right to that bag, you come off it at your own peril.
Yeah, so we have that play, which I'm not as mad at him for, but obviously it's not great. Him running through a stop sign and being thrown out by 5 steps at home, and him forgetting how many outs there were in a game that you desperately had to have. That's 3 transgressions from a guy who gives you no slug.
Is there anything else notable about the Cubs lineup today?
You know what? There actually was. I saw a couple of notes on the Cubs here that like Patrick Wisdom is going to DH today. Stroman is good to go for Saturday.
Okay.
So he had the bullpen session yesterday, and his blister seems to be fine. So he will be there. So here's the lineup, and we'll go over it again as we get closer to first pitch. Tauchman in right, Horner at second, Morel's the DH. Happ is in left, Swanson at short, Bellinger in center. By the way, Happ and Bellinger looked drunk in the outfield yesterday. Like, let's not forget about that part of them losing.
I will say this. Ian Happ told you guys about the new lights and how much of an impact they do make, and they're trying to get adjusted. I wonder if that's part of it.
I mean, there's also the smoke because the Phillies outfielders look just as drunk in the game. They had a play where they're like, you got it, I got it, you got it, I got it, and then it falls. But the Cubs outfielders yesterday looked drunk as hell. I would like for them to not look drunk as hell today. Gomes is your catcher, batting 7th. Young, who had a really nice game yesterday, batting 8th and playing first base. And Nick Madrigal will play third base and bat 9th. Here's hoping that he understands how many outs there are in an inning.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes.
That'd be really, really awesome. Let's talk about the White Sox now that the brooms have been let out and they have an opportunity to sweep.
Let them out.
The hapless Oakland Athletics. We will discuss next on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Ian Happ.
Ian cracks one in the air. Deep center field. That ball is gone. He clobbered that ball over the wall.
Right now, you're listening to the...
What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
No.
Nope.
So-
back in the room and spend another 30
I
seconds
was
writing a
telling Ray,
thing.
how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
I always look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
You don't let brooms out.
and everybody barks when they sweep, right?
Wait, I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too.
He
I
sure
promise
did.
you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and
Crushed
left.
it. Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, "Yeah, he felt good about that."
He did.
He felt
sure
good about
did.
that.
Yep.
On
Objectively.
a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
Feinstein, who's also a really nice
Fool
man.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on, can we do the fake? What are these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yeah,
We got one
Do
from
it.
Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, "Won't you be my neighbor?" with a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rogers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in two quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update. It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
And that is the end of the line for the Angels. So Tani's home run doesn't mean anything in this box score other than a 2-run victory. The Sox split in Anaheim with a nice comeback the last 2 days.
Yeah, awesome job for them to come right back. They were down 4-1, put up a 6 spot in the third inning, picked Lance Lynn up, and Lance Lynn was able to log some good innings down the stretch, and the bullpen did the rest. A great job by the guys. Good job to come back and split this series against the Angels when they lost the first two. So they did what they needed to do, and we'll head to Oakland.
And you know what Lance Lynn got? The win. The pitching win.
The win, the precious win.
That tells you everything you need to know about the quality of that statistic.
You know, if he could just have those 3 pitches back, Dan.
Uh-huh.
If you just have those 3 pitches back, it would have been a great start for old Lance.
And if Wani could just have those big plays from Brett Favre, just those big plays, Bernstein, you just take those away. Those are the touchdowns. Yes, exactly.
I still don't understand what it is about Lance Lynn that allows for him to be incredibly bad early on in starts, and then he's able to find it. And I don't know whether or not I should be taking solace in that if you look at the way that like his starts go, if he can just kind of make it through the third without you having to pull him, then he settles down. But that ERA is 6.5. 6.5.
And can I tell you how bad this division is? And right now, the Sox are 4.5 games out. And after they sweep this, they'll probably end up 3 games out after the weekend.
I cannot wait. And you're here Monday, right?
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
I let the brooms out.
Yeah. What if you let the brooms out and it's Oakland that sweeps the White Sox?
Steak dinner.
Boom.
Steak dinner.
Okay.
What if they lose 2 out of 3, the White Sox?
Not a ham sandwich.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. I'll buy you whatever your
Starbucks order.
I'll pick up your Starbucks order for 2 out of 3.
Steak dinner. Boom.
A sweep. You and I are going to Gene and Giorgetti.
Steak dinner. Boom.
Yep.
Now I'm rooting for Oakland.
Yep. That is.
I can use a good steak.
Yep. Good. We're going to Gene and Giorgetti, and we're going to get the onion rings. Ooh. We're going to get the garbage salad. We are going to get the cottage fries that they do in the beef tallow.
Love that.
And we're going to get strip steaks.
That works for me.
Yep. And then we'll go to the bar afterward. May have a little anisette.
A little taste.
Yeah, just a little some. I like a Pernod or an anisette or something, a digestif, and then we'll make our way home. So this is how bad we are at an inflection point here. That I've noticed because I like to check on the Fangraphs projected standings because our Sox math has been based on 85.
And now we got to lower that number to like 82.
We've gotten to a first. We've gotten to an absolute first here. The highest projected win total for any team in this division is down to 81.
Oh, God.
The Twins are now projected to finish 81 and 81.
Man, they're not good.
The Guardians are projected to be 80 and 82. The White Sox at 74 and 88. The Royals at 58 and 104. The Athletics at 55 and 107. So the winner of the AL Central, as currently projected.
Did you say what Detroit's record was?
Did I?
You gave me the A's. You didn't give me Detroit.
That's right. Tigers are at 72 and 90.
Okay.
Because the A's are at the very bottom of the top of mine since the White Sox are playing. You're right. But Detroit is at 72 and 90. Behind the White Sox at 74 and 88. And they use Zips. They use their proprietary projection systems to play this out. The winner is at 500.
It's maddening watching this division. Cleveland's played pretty great over the last week or so. I think they're 7-3 in their last 10. But watching this division just fumble over itself, the idea that we're at the end of June and we know in our core that the White Sox are bad at baseball.
They're terrible.
We know it, but they're in it. At 11 games under 500, they're in it. Here we are, face to face, a couple of silver spoons.
But they're not, because they're bad.
They're terrible. Terrible. Shout out to Aaron Gray.
They also know they're bad. And that's why there's players on the team that are trying to get traded.
Yeah. I'm hearing a lot of stuff that, you know how like when we saw Tim and Tim was like, I hate it here. And then he went on the Pivot podcast and he's like, I kind of feel alone.
I kind of hate it here.
Kind of feel alone.
He didn't say I hate it here. What did he say on the Pivot podcast? Well, he said he pretty much hates it here. And he's miserable. Aha! Yes. Of course he is.
I had some people hit me up and let me know that there might be some reasons why he hates it here. and that there's a lot of guys that are campaigning to get up out of here. And the way I feel, get them on up out of here.
Then play well enough to get traded, Lance.
He does seem to be one of the peoples.
Yeah, if this is something that, if you're on that list, pitch better.
Yeah,
Bob, maybe somebody will want you.
Bob Nightingale had that story, and then an MLB source hit me up and was like, so yeah, there's at least 3 guys that want to not be White Sox anymore. And one of them was Lynx.
Okay. I'm down with that. I just wish anybody wanted him.
I think that he thinks that when he goes someplace, it's just magically going to be better. And I don't know if Lance is being incredibly self-aware about what's going on with him this season, that you might just be headed towards the end. You've pitched a lot of innings, a lot of great innings for a long time. You have not adjusted well to the pitch clock. Your stuff doesn't move the way that it used to. And you're able to find it once you like warm up inside of a game.
Yeah, and
but usually by then it's too late.
And you're taking it out on teammates sometimes when things go badly behind you.
That's right.
And that doesn't get received well.
You've got a 6.5 ERA and you're mad because a guy kicked the ball behind you. You've got a 6.5 ERA. That has nothing to do with the guy who kicked the ball behind you. That has to do with you. So there's a lot, man. Like this. I mean, I don't want to try to make White Sox management look sympathetic figures because they're not. Because this is their fault. Like, this is the team that they've put together. But it seems like now that they've put together a collection of guys that aren't great. And I get that anytime a team is losing, it feels that way. But they've got some bad apples. And one of them they couldn't wait to sign. So,
yeah, but he's at least not pitching for the moment.
Yeah, we'll see after the All-Star break. His arm's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to know Lance Lynn's numbers in the first inning now? We've talked about this before.
Okay. The ERA was at 10, right?
It's at 10.59.
Okay.
OPS of 1.036.
Jesus.
So basically, in the first inning, hitters are Barry Bonds against him. It's not much better in the second inning.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's got to make it through the third.
OPS goes down to 873, so it's just barely a Hall of Fame player.
Right,
in the
that's
second
still
inning.
a Hall of Fame player in the second inning.
And then
versus
you go
him.
third inning, great, 690. There you go.
There, I told you, he's
That's
just got to
below
make
league
it.
average.
He's got to make it through the third inning, and if he does that, then you have a chance to win if your offense comes to play. And the White Sox offense has been much better. The move, like I'll give Pedro credit, the move to putting Benintendi up at the top, pretty good, smart move. I don't like Tim batting second, although in the last 2 games, I thought that his at-bats were really good. He had some bad luck in Wednesday's game, and then he got good luck yesterday. So, like, the really good at-bats on Wednesday didn't turn into hits. The kind of so-so at-bats ended up turning into hits for him yesterday.
708 says, why not have Kopech be used as an opener on Sunday?
I
Let
think
him go 60 pitches.
I think that's probably in the cards for them.
But would that make him tired?
Probably.
And if the plan is to go 60, you'll know he'll have 80.
If the plan is to go 60, that gets him through 2.
Oh, yeah, but he's tired.
So tired.
He gets tired, and they have to take him out.
It's so frustrating.
It's so frustrating. Why can't they just have a?
I am tired.
When did she finally die?
She's not dead.
Think 20.
Wait a minute. She's not dead.
No. She has to be dead because
that.
that drop is from like 12 years ago.
It's fine. She's still hanging out.
The drop is from 2016, and she was like 110 then.
Right.
So she's 117 now. Andrew Benintendi
Died in
over his
2016.
last 30 games. Ready for this?
Yep.
307, 386, 416.
There you go.
Over his last 15 games, 364, 407, 509.
There, that's.
And over his last 7 games, 417, 462, 542.
Oh yeah.
A little bit of slug.
That's trajectory. That's if he can sustain what he's been doing over the 30, that's worth your money.
Maybe his hand's fine now.
Oh, he was playing hurt. That's right.
Because you know what the White Sox love to do?
Because you know the White Sox players are always hurt, and then they tell you after the fact that they've been playing hurt for a while.
They love to let players rehab at the major league level. Love it.
Not just rehab at the major league level, while playing.
Yeah. And you paying them all the monies in the world.
Okay. All right, let's talk Bulls when we return.
Oh, you're hot about the Bulls.
I am, because we've had a lot happening. There have been roster decisions. We got the Summer League roster out. We actually had to postpone the recording of the Organizations Win Championships podcast yesterday because of extenuating circumstances. But we are recording today, and we've got a lot. You going to talk about my guy, Javon Freeman-Liberty? I think so, because he's we're a fan. Both of us are fans of Javon Freeman-Liberty. More so than some of the others on that Summer League roster, I can tell you that, and some guys who aren't on the Summer League roster. But the Bulls are making some decisions. The big one still looms. We'll discuss next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
The Bulls are about to acquire Nikola Vučević from the
Whoa. That promo's been in heavy rotation, man.
The Bears got Jay Cutler. They got Cutler.
Whoa. I don't fault their excitement.
Chicago didn't get the Olympics.
Whoa. Pat Manley's coming by at 5 o'clock with Aunt Judy's lasagna. That's true, by the way.
That's exciting.
Pat Manley's bringing his Aunt Judy's lasagna right here to the studio, all heated up and ready for action. Whoa!
Victor Oladipo's on the Miami Heat.
No,
sorry. That's too far.
You went too far. With that.
Bad. Sorry.
Not everything gets that reaction.
Not everything gets the whoa. I gotta say, I
deserved a whoa.
It really did. I have no problem with the reaction. I probably would have done the exact same thing. And the Bulls are legitimately interesting, watchable, and dare I say, got a real shot at the real playoffs now?
I think they absolutely have a shot at the real playoffs.
the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Well, I think, again, we're going to look at this free agency. We have a lot of free agents, and we're going to address shooting, address the lead position, and it's this is the time to talk about it. And we have group next week. We're gonna address it.
The very excited Arturas Karnisovas is always excited to talk Bulls basketball. You can feel his passion for the game come through whenever he speaks in front of a microphone. It makes you want to go out and buy season tickets because he's so genuinely excited about Bulls basketball.
And then it makes him want to get on a plane and leave. But usually the plane's right there waiting every time he talks to the media. But we're just waiting to find out what he's selling us. Because I don't know yet.
Feels like he's selling us Run It Back.
It feels like he's selling it for the moment. This sounds a lot like Run It Back with some stuff around the edges. We had some news. We know that Nikola Vučević has signed a 3-year, $60 million fully guaranteed contract extension.
How do you feel about that?
Meh.
That's what I said.
I feel meh because I think in a vacuum, it's a pretty good deal for a pretty good player. And he is. He's a very productive player. It is a very small group of only Hall of Famers who have sustained his level of production into their mid to late 30s. So he'd have to be a pretty special guy to do that. It's hard to stay at 17 and 11 into this stage of 33, 34, 35. But his father played until he was 40. He said he wants to play until he's 40. Whatever. In a vacuum, that's a good deal. Andre Drummond is staying with the Bulls.
Will they play him more?
Probably not. It's fine. He's effective in limited minutes if used properly. He had some fun stretches and was a big important defensive rebounder for them at times, but he's obviously very limited what he can do athletically now.
Not really a rim protector, even though you would think he was.
No, he's an enormous human being, but he doesn't have a great deal of verticality to his game. He is not an above the rim. He's a below the rim big, even though he's 300 some pounds. I know where he's listed right now, but he's probably 320. It does look like Kobe White is probably going to be their point guard. They haven't made a decision on what they're going to do with Ayo Dosunmu. But some version of a redo only works if you get rid of DeMar DeRozan. They have to remove the restrictor plate. DeRozan's game is a weighted blanket that suffocates this offense. I understand if you envision a poor man's Joker and you've got Zach running around doing his stuff and jacking up threes, and then maybe you sign Dante DiVincenzo with your mid-level.
White Dante.
Maybe you sign, and then you get your perfect 3-and-D guy. I would love for Javon Carter to be gettable with the biannual exception. I don't know if he is, because I wouldn't pay him the mid, but I would love to see Javon Carter on the Bulls.
I like that guy. He plays hard. He can hit threes. I don't have to worry about his motor or his effort.
Professional,
getting that.
Professional basketball player, professional guard. I would love to have him.
What do you think of the idea of Kobe as point guard?
It can work if you don't ask him to be a classic quarterback, because Zach's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. The problem is if DeMar is out there, then you've got that in the back of Kobe's head too. How do I keep him happy? When do we turn the offense? Okay, DeMar, do your thing. Do your stuff with your moves and your thing and your foul and your fall and your pump fake. And it's whatever you can get for DeMar. And I'll stipulate to every caveat. He's an all-star. He's a Hall of Famer. You're all right. And he's good, and I like him, and his daughter is cute, and the family is fun. It's enough. It was a mistake. His limitations are too much.
I don't know if I would categorize it as a mistake because it was working until it wasn't. When you had a point guard that was able to kind of make things work, and then you ended up in some bailout games after that, and DeMar was making. I don't think it was a mistake, but going forward, I think it would be a mistake.
Could you imagine? I want you to picture if in fact you're still looking at the Nuggets and have always been looking at the Nuggets and what they do. Could you imagine if the Nuggets had somebody taking the long twos that he does? Not saying DeMar himself, but add that factor in. The Nuggets thing falls apart too.
Yeah.
Everything they do breaks.
If Michael Porter Jr. is taking that shot from 4 feet in instead of behind the arc, it doesn't look as good.
Not just that, at least Michael Porter, wherever he is, he gets it, it's gone. With DeMar, it's stop. And then it's another 8 seconds of clock. And it's now everything grinds to a halt. It isn't just the distance. It's everything his anachronistic game does to suffocate this offense.
How would you feel about having to package Caruso with DeMar to move him?
It would suck, but I'd have to consider what I'm getting back.
Well, the most important thing that you're getting back is more shots for Vooch and more shots for Zach and more shots for Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most important thing that you'd be getting back. And maybe you could finally get yourself some, draft picks.
Let me ask you this. I'll tell you this. If you do that and tell me that there's a rim protector involved, finally, if you're going to lose, if you're going to sacrifice perimeter ball screen defense and actually be able to anchor your defense.
But you get Clint Capella back.
Something or some facsimile thereof of somebody who you can trust to deter shots at the rim, which they still haven't had. And it made all of their defense dependent on aggressiveness on the ball screens, where the direction of the help allowed for too many corner threes. If they can finally backstop that one way or another, I will absolutely talk about losing Caruso as good as I think he is.
I was talking with Darnell Mayberry about this yesterday. The idea of the two-man game with Vooch and with Zach. And I like the two-man game. Like, it's not like, I don't think it's Jamal Murray.
No.
And Jokic, like that. It's not that.
No, because you can't invert it.
Right. But I do think that it's good. The problem with a two-man game is that they're 3 men. And you can't play that two-man game when the third guy needs his touches. Unless they have had some sort of conversation with DeMar and feel comfortable that he will act as more facilitator.
Are we doing this again?
An emergency break glass guy.
Are we doing this again? How many times do we have this discussion about DeMar?
As it stands right now, that's what the Bulls are telling you pretty loudly, that they're doing this again.
Yeah, but how many times do we have to do the old dog new tricks thing with DeMar? We know it doesn't happen. There'll be a couple games here where he'll shoot an extra 3. Or a couple games where he'll be a pass first kind of player. And at the end, as a box scorer,
or shoot more threes.
That's what I mean. Like 1 more a game or 2 more a game, whatever it is. But as it always comes out in the wash in the box score with him. Because you can always go back and say, "Wow, what did you do? Look, the guy's got 24 points and he was getting rebounds, doing all this stuff." It always looks better in the box score than it looks when you watch it. Because I think that there's you got to do a controlled burn here to get some growth. And that's the move. And if they're going to overvalue him, then you got to understand the inherent detriment to the evolution of your modern offense. And when you say two-man game, let's not confuse the classic NBA two-man game.
Inside, outside.
Correct, which we picture as I'm out here, you're down there, repost, kick it out, draw the double. It's not 1995. The two-man game now is a screen roll.
And movement.
Is a screen roll and movement. And sometimes that two-man game in the screen roll is more often getting a shot for somebody else.
Correct. It's the hockey assist that you're able to make the defense move in a way the ball can travel faster than the defense, and then you find Kobe White. Ideally, he's open to take a 3-pointer instead of taking 2s. I'd really love for the Bulls to make this interesting. What's interesting, and our guy Rick Camp, like, he put this in the group chat a couple days ago, and I think it merits like a little bit of conversation. The only time when, in this era of Bulls basketball, where we see like the heavyweights in basketball talking about the Bulls is when things are really bad. So like the Low Post podcast did a whole episode on the Bulls and why the Bulls are bad and why they're kind of stuck in the middle. My hope is that Arturas is some sort of secret keeper and that there is something going on. But I was listening to Mully and Gabe talk a little bit about it, and I keep coming back to we assign these guys some intelligence credit that they haven't necessarily earned. And we assume because Arturas was in an organization where they were able to find and develop maybe the greatest center of all time, that's going to carry over when he's the guy that's making the decisions instead of the guy that's making suggestions. And what I've seen from him as the guy making decisions is a guy that falls in love too quickly and too hard with his plan. And he's not willing to move off of it. Now, I would love to be wrong, and over the next couple of days, like we see some activity around the Bulls where they are moving off of their plan. But they couldn't wait to tell you how much they wanted to get Vučević back under contract.
But the problem with his plan is that, as initially stated, it failed. Like, that's staring us in the face because they wanted to get competitive and stay competitive.
Yeah, but
they weren't really competitive.
There are extenuating circumstances. Like, as much as I hate talking about the Lonzo injury, it's significant to the plan failing.
That's over.
But Dan, that's my point. My point is that it's completely over because you don't have that guy to run your offense, to run your secondary break. And so now you are trying to do the thing that you wanted to do, but don't have the personnel for it. So it all falls apart. And you end up out here trying to get someone in the buyout market to come play point guard for you, to try and duplicate something that was very specific. You wanted something very specific in Lonzo Ball. You wanted a transition point guard that can be the tip of the spear on defense. I love Patrick Beverley. He's not that.
No, I'm done with him too.
I'm not saying that you have to be done with him. I'm saying that
no, but I don't want that back.
Your plan is over. Lonzo being hurt changes everything about the way that you were going to construct the team and have a point guard that is going to hold this offense together.
Well, it changed it last year. We knew this last year, and all we said, they need shooting and they need rim protection. They got none of it. They got Goran Dragic and Andre Drummond. And then Goran Dragic was sick of being here and said, get my ass out of here. This place sucks.
Right. And they still haven't figured it out. Now, some of it got better. Like, Zach got better as a player and I think as a teammate after feeling and smelling himself with the new contract. I think that he figured out some stuff once his knee was healthy and he was ready to roll. You still are going to run into the problem of Vučević after game. Like, if it stays status quo, if you run it back, we're going to have at least 10 nights where in the post game, Nikola Vučević is complaining about the fact that he's not getting touches. And you're going to have Stacey King talking about how the offense should run through Vučević. You're going to have all of that stuff. It's all going to happen again because Arturas, to this point, has not changed his lens. He still thinks that it's possible that they can do what they wanted to do. But unfortunately, you can't. It sucks for everyone. It really sucks for Lonzo Ball. It sucks for the rest of the guys that thought that they had a clear direction of getting better with the Bulls. But you've got to let it go. And he seemed unwilling to let it go. And until there's proof of that, there's no reason for me to get excited at all. Like this, we brought it up during the season. This group of guys seems like a great group of guys. There's not one of these dudes on this team that you'd be like, that guy's a bad guy. You like, I want that guy to win. I want Andre Drummond to feel better and win. I love DeMar. I want him to win. Vučević seems like a great guy. Kobe seems like a great guy. Ayo's a great guy. They have all of these guys that you want to root for that would be super easy for you to root for. But all of them are flawed. And they're flawed as they're connected to each other. Their games don't match. Vuč and Zach's game match, right? But as long as DeMar's there, they can't maximize the matching that those two guys can do. And I could make the argument that Zach, Vuč, and Kobe probably match as a trio.
But
again, if DeMar's got to get his shots, it doesn't work.
Well, specifically Kobe as point guard, because that hasn't worked yet.
Right.
And that's a huge leap of faith, because that's where the development comes in. The development piece that hasn't been there. Kobe was better last year.
I mean, his numbers are, it's weird because his numbers wouldn't necessarily tell the story, but if you were watching the games.
If you watch every game, you know. He was better last year. And I think his arrow is definitely pointed up. But if you are going to ask him to take that huge jump this year and say you are an NBA point guard, you can't saddle him with trying to keep everybody happy and say, well, I'd love to run it through Vuč here, but I can't because DeMar hasn't had touches in the last 3 possessions.
Right.
And I got to be mindful of that.
And is your coach strong enough to hammer that point home of the best way for us to win is to de-emphasize DeMar the scorer? There's still a lot of good in there because he is a good passer. He does see the floor well. He can't, like his flaw, he can't get over the idea of 3 is more than 2. And he can't get over the idea of, well, this is what's worked for me the whole time. This is what's going to make me a Hall of Famer, so why should I stop doing it? That's his flaw. His flaw is the justification inside of everything that makes DeMar DeMar. And unless you figure out a way to get through to him to say that it would be better for all of us, you included, if you weren't looking to be a score first guy, except for situations where we need you to be. Like, to me, it's pretty simple.
At the end of a game,
you're damn right.
But you know what? There was a lot of tension last year with Zach.
Well, Zach was also bad in those situations.
He was, but at some point, if you're paying somebody that money and then saying, well, we don't really trust you with the ball at the end of a game.
Yeah, but there's good reason to not trust him with the ball at the end of the game.
Yeah,
it is something that he has to learn, though.
Yeah.
And he might not be able to learn that when he's got DeMar there with him. Like, I mean, I guess he could learn through osmosis, but he's got to figure that out and feel it. He's got to understand game situations. Well, how much time is left on the clock? Where can you get to on the floor?
Where are your feet when you're shooting?
Who are you passing it to? And what's your primary? What's your secondary?
Not just that. If this person screens for you and there's a switch, where's the mismatch?
Correct.
Is it still your turn? It's all those things.
I hate the idea of, well, we'll try it again. I really hope that at the end of this, like next week, we come in here and the Bulls have made moves. That would make me ecstatic.
So we're going to dive into a lot of this stuff also over the weekend on the Organizations Win Championships podcast. So we probably will have that out later tonight. So we're going to just spread our wings and actually do a deep dive into the Summer League roster, too, with a lot of interesting names on there.
And one name that's not there. The Simonovic thing is weird to me.
Not weird.
So he's just leaving?
He's bad. No, I think he's on a two-way guy like Carlik Jones now. Although Carlik Jones, I think did he get full-fledged?
I don't know.
I don't know if he what the guarantee was for this year, but I think that Carlik is going to be an NBA player at least in terms of the Summer League. At this point, he's got nothing left to prove.
Simonovic is just leaving. He's like, you know what?
Fine.
I'm going to go over to Europe.
Get
fine. These buckets.
Go ahead. Get the money, get the buckets, get what you want. Don't forget that we can get for you a pair of tickets to see Dave Matthews Band coming up a week from today, if you're listening between now and the end of the show at 12:45 or so. We also have Bubba Wallace scheduled to join us in about 20 minutes, Steve Stone at noon. But coming up next, we're going to do an early version of High Noon. I've got some movie thoughts. I want to say so long to a terrific actor, and there's another movie where I think I've got the old I'm not interested sign.
Well, I am going to piggyback off of that with a birthday that happened earlier this week, and we will follow up on the story that we did in High Noon yesterday about guys having surgery to make themselves taller.
What happens when two shows
You're listening to Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. In Odyssey Station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Yeah, it's a little early, so sue us. We're doing high noon
It's
because
Friday, man.
it's Friday.
Bubba Wallace is going to join us in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to talk some NASCAR with Bubba. And we, so far, have talked about how dumb the Cubs were with that stupid-ass bunting last night.
And drunk outfield play. And I let the brooms out. I left the studio. But for whom?
To go check on them.
Who let the brooms out?
I did for the White Sox. And if the Sox lose 2, I owe everybody a Starbucks run.
Okay.
And if the White Sox are swept, am I taking everybody out for steak?
I mean, you probably should.
If the White Sox,
yeah, let's see how confident you are now.
If the White Sox get swept, I'm taking all 4 of us out for a steak dinner at Gina Georgia.
Steak dinner, boom.
Well, you have a little savings for me because I don't actually eat meat, so I'll eat something though. I'll eat something
Get some
fancy.
potatoes.
Get some nice wine.
Yeah, get a big old salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the salad's really good. Actually,
Go A's, huh?
They also have wonderful seafood.
Exactly,
if you like that
studs.
as well.
Sox aren't going anywhere anyway.
Yeah, we
So
might as well get fed.
I think I just turned everybody into Oakland Athletics fans. It's Friday. What the hell? It's only money, and it'll be money well spent. But yeah, if the White Sox do end up getting swept, I'm telling you, Dylan sees
we
that.
will sing
Oh,
your
no, and
we
also,
will sing your praises if the White Sox do what they need to do.
I also mentioned that I did call it that the Oakland A's would. I said they'd get no hit multiple times. I took over 1.5. That was 1, and Domingo Germán being the imperfect Yankee throwing the perfect game. Yeah, that already happened. It was already written about in 1956 when everybody's favorite drunk Don Larson pitched a perfect game.
So yesterday we got into a conversation about limb lengthening. You heard about this, Dan?
Limb lengthening?
Yes. Short men are traveling over.
Short people got no reason. Traveling where?
Traveling overseas. Turkey is one of the places where people will get it done. And they're stretching themselves. Meet Denzel Seegers, a 27-year-old former Navy medic from Atlanta, who recently shared his journey on social media. Seegers revealed that his motivation for undergoing the procedure was rooted in the rejection he faced from women due to his height of 5'5". So he's grown 7 inches throughout this.
Don't tell Kendrick Perkins.
So we were talking about like, oh well, that would be
Wait,
strange.
how do you lengthen the muscles?
I'm gonna get to that. This is courtesy of Econ Times. This experience profoundly influenced Seegers' perspective on his height and shattered his confidence when approaching women, causing him to miss out on numerous opportunities. Driven by the desire to find a solution, Seegers discovered limb lengthening as a viable option and wasted no time in scheduling his surgery. Quote, limb lengthening has been a lifelong pursuit for me.
Oh, so he's a weirdo.
I explored various options over the years, but none seemed realistic. When I learned about limb lengthening, I immediately booked an appointment. During the course of the surgery, doctors extend the length of a bone in the arm or leg while simultaneously stretching the surround muscles, tendons, and ligaments.
This sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, it seems like a really terrible idea. And now I'm wondering, because I'm looking at the pictures of him.
Super long arms, though?
So here's the
I
thing.
got 5 kids to feed.
If he grows 5 inches of leg and doesn't opt to get the surgery for the arms, he's got another problem on his hands.
Right.
He's T-Rex.
Right. And then you gotta don't you do the old wangaroo in there at some point?
Well, I don't know if they can do that.
Well, that's the thing, because once we talked about this a little yesterday, but once you start one thing, and this is like anybody that
it's
gets
like these
addicted
plastic
to plastic surgery,
right?
yes.
Like those weird French twins or Madonna.
Or
and I didn't know about those French twins. You put me on them, Dan. I didn't know.
Or the weightlifters in Brazil that are doing BBLs for their biceps and stuff.
Wild.
It's a bad choice, but this is the part that made me laugh when talking about all of this stuff and like kind of how it feels. Reflecting on the surgery and its profound impact on his life, Seegers expressed to the New York Post, I struggled my whole life with viewing myself as a small person, and no matter what I did, I always felt the same. Limb lengthening has given me the opportunity to change my life and my perspective as a whole. I have no regrets, except for him saying that the surgery has been undeniably painful. The pain is quite intense, but manageable.
I have no regrets. Ow.
Ow.
No, ow.
Ow.
No regrets. Ow. 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 Any regrets? Oh, no. Ow. Ow.
Did they
no
say
regrets.
if the pain ever subsides, or like does your body ever get used to this?
He's
It's a
still
fairly
going through it.
unnatural thing to do to your body.
He's still going through it. We don't know.
Yeah, like this is like the old school medieval stretch him out on the rack.
Yeah, the torture mechanism.
Yeah, that's what he's done, but
Except
it's all
he's
worth
paying
it
for it.
because he paid $80,000.
Maybe women don't like him because he's a weirdo and he probably smells bad.
Well, I don't know about that, but we were talking about like, look, if height is a deficiency for you, you got to step the short kings, man.
Be funny.
Tom Holland is
smart.
out here with Zendaya, and he's 5'6".
Right.
And he got the baddest woman on the planet.
Kevin Hart's made a whole career out of it.
He got a whole bunch of babies. A whole bunch of babies. So there you go.
A couple of movie notes. First of all, R.I.P. to a great one. Alan Arkin passed away. It was announced earlier this morning at age 89. Just a wonderful actor who had a productive career as a winner of an Academy Award, 2 SAG Awards, won a Golden Globe. He won a Tony very early in his career, back in 1963.
I didn't know that.
He won a Tony Award, and he had a great final act as an actor later in life. He won the Academy Award for Little Miss Sunshine. He was great in Argo. I posted one of my favorite clips from The In-Laws when he and Peter Falk had so many scene-stealing moments. Catch-22 in 1970, he played Yossarian, and it just gifted, funny, talented, and immensely well-liked. So salute and pour one out for Alan Arkin. That's one thought. The other thought is this. Indiana Jones, I got the old no thank you on it.
No, you don't want to see the last Crusade or whatever it's called.
Everything I've seen, the CGI looks jacked.
I mean, there's a lot of that going around.
Jacked. Way too janky and weird. And I'm just had it with the character. I don't care. And they've got some other MacGuffin that they're chasing.
Of course.
So the Nazis can't get it. You're a Nazi.
You don't want them to have it?
No, we don't want them to have it. And I think Sala is in this one. John Rhys Davies is in it, but no, I'm out. I'm not as out as I am for Asteroid City. I'm not like actively
the Academy Award winning Asteroid City.
I'm sure it's going to be, but I'm not as hard out as I am on that. Like I'd probably watch on an airplane.
Yeah, get off my plane.
I'd probably watch Indiana Jones on an airplane. Asteroid City, you would have to pry my eyes open and handcuff me.
I think I'm going to see it. Dean Richards gave it a B+ this morning on Channel 9. I'm going to read a couple more reviews. I missed out on the last couple, but I think I'm going to see it. And since you brought him up, I thought that you would enjoy this. Hit the thing, studs. So you know how it was Mel Brooks' birthday this week? He turned 97.
Right.
I found this out this week. It's been out there. I'm not breaking news, but I don't know if you know this. He went to Lucas and said, I want to spoof Star Wars, the masterpiece that is Spaceballs, right? Lucas's only thing was, you can't dress Lone Star like Han Solo. So the next time that you watch Spaceballs, you might recognize that what they dressed him as was Indiana Jones.
Oh, they did.
That's the brilliance of Mel Brooks.
Wow. Okay. And the fact is, Lucas, for the most part, is really cool about that stuff.
Yes.
Have you heard Seth MacFarlane's story about the Family Guy Star Wars?
Oh, no, but I mean, he's done so many of them that he had to have gotten permission.
Of course he did. He showed it to Lucas, and Lucas is like, this is awesome. He just, it was too good for him to say no.
Good.
Like he actually, I think he went to his house. He's like, here, just what do you think? He's like, okay, fine, go do what you got to do.
So yeah, like that to me is a cool little nugget that he might be playing Han Solo, but he's dressed as Indiana Jones.
I never knew that.
That's so cool.
I wonder why he didn't want him to dress him as Han Solo.
I don't know. Like maybe he thought that Han Solo was too iconic to spoof. I don't know.
Doesn't sound like him. I don't know. But Indiana Jones,
but they were like, oh, we'll do Indiana Jones then.
That is high noon early. I know. Don't get mad. Bubba Wallace is going to talk NASCAR and trading paint on the streets of Chicago next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone 6 innings, the Giants without a hit.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right
right?
up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap.
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
Station.
Never fails.
Every
does it?
time, man.
Never fails.
If you get them, it's great. Like, whenever you get a NASCAR driver, they're always great. But it's the getting them that is sometimes
we used
the
to have
problem.
Matty had a great contact back in the day. Matty had a guy he was friends with who always took care of him specifically. Like, we had guys in studio with us all the time, but there was just like a relationship then, and I don't know who his guy was or how he did it, but he always, we didn't have these issues with, but then they changed their personnel. I think like they've got all new people that do their PR stuff. So basically, Bubba Wallace is a maybe.
He might call in during this segment because it's the only time that he can call in because we have other stuff to do between now and the Cubs game.
I'm not moving Stoney for Bubba Wallace.
I'm wearing my Stoney shirt today.
I had to
tell. Yeah.
I had to tell the Bubba Wallace people, like, unfortunately, it's now or never, baby.
It's now or never.
Yeah, it's, we were doing them a favor. Because we don't talk about NASCAR because we don't care about it.
I mean, I really wanted to talk about the block party. It was right around the corner from my house. I went over there.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. I think that
I actually wanted to talk to him about how they train for something they've never done before.
Yep. Well, I mean, look, there's still a few more.
Do they do simulators?
There's a few more minutes left in the segment. Maybe we'll get a hurried Bubba Wallace who will be trying to desperately get off the phone with us.
Waiting for AK's airplane?
Yes, he's got to get on an airplane and then get in a car, and then there's all sorts of stuff.
But seriously, this sport has never done a road track, right?
I don't think so.
It's the first time they've ever done something where you got to slow down and turn and go this way.
Good luck with all that.
Yeah, but like these. So how do they train? They've never done it before.
I guess we'll never know.
Bubba is on his way to Wrigley, where he will be today.
Okay. Right,
for the Cubs Guardians.
But we knew that. Like that was the whole point.
That was the point. Yeah. There's a thing going on here that he's a part of. There's traffic.
This crazy thing that they invented. I don't know, 35, 40 years ago, called cellular phones.
Ah.
And so you don't have to be like near a landline.
Is it like the one in Lethal Weapon that's got a giant briefcase?
Well, they started out that way, right over at Soldier Field, I believe. I believe it was Motorola right over at Soldier Field was the first like cell phone call, and it was one of those suitcases with the phone in it. But they have these now. And so you don't have to be connected to a landline. We would prefer it, but you don't have to be connected to a landline to make a phone call.
Well, we were planning to have him on the Zoom line. Very, very new age of us.
Well, but, my thing is that we don't have to have him on the Zoom line.
You're correct.
And my guess is that he's not driving the car because he'll be doing all his driving this weekend.
What is he tired? Is it like Michael Kopech?
I'm so tired.
There's a finite amount of driving.
By the way, we came back in with a little bit of Fall Out Boy.
They were here,
right? I don't know if you saw the stories, and also Pete Wynn, secret black person. Not like Lapka, but you get what I mean. That the wind was blowing in such a way when they performed.
Yeah.
That people were able to hear the concert in Wicker.
What?
Oh, yeah. Sure. I heard. I was talking about this when I was going out to get ice cream the other night. I was sent out to get ice cream.
What kind of ice cream did you get? Did you get to go to Jenny's?
No.
Go to Dairy Queen?
I walked to 7-Eleven. I went there the other night. No, I was sent out because Beth wanted half-baked, Zoe wanted half-baked, and Jason wanted this new Häagen-Dazs. It's like coffee with chunks of cone in it. Have you heard about this?
What kind of ice cream is this?
Sounds good.
So, and it's 7-Eleven. It's like $9 for a pint of ice cream right now. But they said, Dad, go get ice cream. I'm like, I don't want to. I said, we don't care. It's 3-1. You go get ice cream. So I did.
Did you ever get any backing?
Not really. So, and then I walked out and I heard Morgan Wallen. I thought it was a block party somewhere. Like, oh, is there a block party going on? Somebody's band is playing, and there's a woman sitting out on the stoop on Grace, and I just said, is there a block party? She goes, no, that's the concert at Wrigley.
Yeah, this is from Block Club Chicago. The headline reads, concert noise carried for miles because of rare weather pattern, Cubs say. Aldermen representing Lincoln Park, Lakeview, Roscoe Village, and other neighborhoods surrounding Wrigley Field received noise complaints from the Fall Out Boy concert at Wrigley Field last Wednesday. The alderman said they received a pattern of noise complaints surrounding Fall Out Boy's hometown show at Wrigley Field last week, but Cubs officials say the boisterous show was amplified by a rare occurrence of atmospheric conditions that carried the sound waves farther than usual. The rock group stopped in Chicago Wednesday for the first show of its So Much for Dust tour. Concert noise is a normal thing for Wrigley Field's neighbors, who often camp outside the stadium to listen to the live music performances. But it's unusual for those shows to be heard in neighborhoods like Lincoln Park, Roscoe Village, Ravenswood, North Center, and Bucktown, as people reported on social media.
Yeah, I'm technically North Center, and some of this stuff is occasionally audible.
So there was a bunch of tweets. This young woman named Kate said, I stood on my brother's roof in Ravenswood, 2 miles away from Wrigley Field, and still heard Fall Out Boy loud and proud.
Well, maybe people didn't want to hear. They don't want to hear MUPs being lit because they're always chanting about lighting MUPs. And when too many MUPs get lit, then once the MUPs are lit, I don't know what you do.
This guy said
you can't, because then they explode and you have exploding MUPs because then they're on fire. And they said light a mup, and then you light another mup, and next thing you know, there's mups running
everywhere.
around. There's mups on fire
Kermit,
everywhere.
Beaker.
Yes, there's too many damn mups on fire.
Dave said, I'm probably 2.5 to 3 miles away from Wrigley Field, and I can hear Fall Out Boy from my apartment. So you got a free concert.
Yeah, it happened when I was at AC/DC, where my cousin texted me from Ashland and Irving Park and said, Hell's Bells sounds great from here.
Well, depending on the wind pattern, I can hear downtown fireworks.
There's going to be a lot of that. Oh, should we do the warning now while we
Sure,
can?
why not?
As I know the fireworks are going to be starting. A couple of warnings here.
No wine for Passover? Is that what we're doing?
No, it's not Ed Farmer's warning to the Jews. That's different. That's for the non-secular holidays. But don't light fireworks on your head.
For all of our Jewish friends, be safe when you drive home.
Yeah, we'll do that for Passover. We'll do it for all the other holidays. But this is my warning to you. Don't blow your hand off. And don't light fireworks on your head, because that will kill you. And also, for all of the cracker croakers who are in here from various parts, west and south, this is going to be hilarious, because they happen to be in the city that terrifies them, and they're going to hear firecrackers going off.
Yeah, and they're
all going to go diving for cover the entire weekend.
They're going to hear backfires in the race.
Yeah, you're going to hear all the loud firecrackers
loud
and
noises
things happening here. So all the people walking around in their STP shirts or whatever they're wearing are going to be terrible.
Eminem's shirts, like the guy at the Cubs game.
Yeah, it wasn't George Jacobs, right? Like, it was some young
this
guy.
This was a younger guy with like a NASCAR hat and a big beard.
So we got to get him together with George Jacobs.
That would be great. It's
for
too
a
bad.
Cubs Sox game.
Yes, I would love that.
So don't be stupid. I know fireworks are fun. They're generally fun to blow things up. I understand that.
I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do. 'Cause my parents have like the perfect setup where they live, where we don't have to leave their driveway and we can see everything.
Yeah.
And that's fun. Like, you just go out there, you put a chair out there. And then my dad's always like, well, what do you like? What do you like? And I like the loud noises. Like, I'm really like
the ones that hit you in the middle of the chest, the boom booms.
Yeah, I like the concussive explosions. Like, those are the things that when I'm watching a fireworks show.
The ones that the dogs go crazy.
Yeah, I do feel bad for the little puppies.
It's a rough time for dogs.
You can get yourself a Thunder shirt for those guys.
Yeah, no. Get Xanax shirt.
They have a Xanax for dogs?
If your dog needs to be drugged up, it works better than a Thunder shirt.
I'm thinking about getting a dog, man.
I thought you were saying thinking about getting a Thunder shirt. Are you really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I love dogs now.
I know, but it's...
And I had this awful,
but
like...
Think about that time you're at softball. You're like, I got to leave softball because I got to go home and walk a dog.
See, I know you're opposed to cats, but this is why I'm a cat guy, because...
You don't have to walk.
You can just leave them?
You could just leave them. They're fine. And
yeah, but then there's a box of poo in your house.
Yes, and you got to...
But you just have to maintain that
but
regularly.
It's still a box of poo in your house.
It's in the corner.
It's
far corner.
But it's still there.
It's still a box of poo.
It's still a box of poo, and it's
changing
still in
it
your
frequently.
house.
It's fine.
It doesn't matter. Box of poo in house.
And the beautiful thing is, like, look, this is for sure going to be the last year of softball. For sure.
Physically?
Yeah.
Or mentally? You burned out?
No, I'm not burned out. I love playing with the team. I actually really look forward to it. It's just physically, we played such a great game, and I played great on Monday. Like the rest of us, our defense was unbelievable. And then I was like, the drive back, and I get out the car and I'm like, as I'm walking up all the stairs that are in my house.
That's like 3 days a week for me.
Well, luckily, like I've at least gotten into good enough shape that I'm usually recovered by Tuesday night. The games are Monday night. If I do things right and I hydrate and I stretch and I lift on Tuesday, I'm usually good. But my hope is that we go out there, we avenge what happened to us in the title game last year, and we walk out, and I will retire champion. But even if we don't win the championship, I will retire.
Okay, fair enough.
But I want to retire champion. Like, that's what I want. I would ideally like to play WGN again because I like those guys over there. That game was a lot of fun, even though we lost. Like, I like the people. Shout out to my guy Joe Brand. I ideally like to play them again and beat them. But whatever it takes, as Captain America said. I'm just, you know what it is, Dan? And you were talking about it like with your knee as you're in here, and I still think you need to go see a doctor as you're wearing a knee brace here. I'm feeling my age in a way that is not great. So I am like, you know what you need to do? You need to lift again. Like, why are you not lifting? Like, you need to add that to your yoga regimen and everything else. So my goal is
the best way to protect the joints is by keeping the large muscle groups around them strong.
Yep. I think my athletic goals for the rest of the year is for us to win the softball championship, and I want to run the Chicago 5K. It's my favorite race in the city, and I haven't run it in a couple of years. I love that race. The route that Carrie and the crew come up with before, it's the day before the marathon. It's so beautiful, and seeing people who get to see our city for the first time, because usually the people who are running in the 5K are people who are along with international runners for the marathon, and seeing the way that they react when you come out of Randolph and you get to the lakefront and you look back at downtown. Like it caused me to stop like running. Like I was running, and then I was like, no, man,
like, ooh, yeah.
Like these people got it right. Like they're like, look at this beautiful city. And so I kind of ran the rest of the race. So I look forward to that race every year. So those are my athletic goals. Maybe I'd like to hit a double.
How about playing golf? How about getting on a golf course and going to play golf?
So here's the thing. Golf will be after all of this, because I can't put my back through golf and softball. So once I'm done with softball, then I'll move over to golf.
Okay.
So like fall, I think you'll get me out there in the fall. Although we do play pretty late. I think
we finished in like October.
Yeah, we had a bunch of rainouts last year. We had a bunch of rainouts, and when you have 11 teams in the league, Studs?
Something like that, yeah.
When you got that many teams, like you got to play everyone once, and then there's 3 rainouts, and then all of a sudden it's 3.5 months.
And there's always a week between the semifinals and the championship, which is usually because of Columbus Day or something like that.
Do we play Monday?
No, we don't.
Oh.
I don't believe we do. I'm like 90% sure we don't, because I was asking Shane about that a couple weeks ago.
We have some theories as to why Fallout Boy was audible in Wicker Park.
People are texting?
Yeah, the 802 says we had unusual consecutive days of north wind.
Well, that's what
that's why we had he said also, I'm no scientist, but the denser, smokier air might have been better for carrying sound waves.
But it wasn't this Wednesday, right? I think it was the Wednesday before.
That's like when you're on swimming or you're in a lake and you hear this motorboat that you think is right next to you.
Motorboat, son of a sailor, you.
And you look up and it's like a mile away because of the way sound carries underwater. Yeah, the denser it is, the more the sound is going to be able to get through.
Yeah, it says last Wednesday on the Block Club breakdown. I don't know when Fallout Boy was at. Were they at
June 21st?
Yeah, so it wasn't the smoke. So you can take your theory and turn it sideways.
Just
and
reading what he said or they said. That's all. So I guess Bubba's not calling in this segment.
It's too bad.
No, that's correct.
That's too bad.
That's correct.
Ray, it's not you.
No, it's them.
It's not you. It's them.
It's them.
I know.
It sucks.
Still doesn't feel good.
No, I know, man. Like, look, we were really looking forward to it. I think
they're trying to grow their sport.
I thought what Bubba did on the South Side was super cool, and I wanted to spotlight that and talk about it, and seeing all those children that were happy to see him and walking out with their makeshift NASCAR helmets, and it was really delightful. Perfect place to do something like that at the DuSable Museum. But it's too bad. That's all right, though, because when we come back, we are going to talk about the resurgent White Sox, and we're going to talk about them capturing the division. I got on my Steve Stone shirt. You know why? Because Steve Stone's on the show. Next on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest.
Well, it's a question of going out there and having that great stuff and learning how to harness it. That's one of the things that has allowed Dylan Cease to become the pitcher that it looks like he's going to become. And it's a question, Lawrence, of waking up one day, looking in the mirror and say, I belong. And my feeling was when I started to understand the psychological aspect of competition, when I understood how to use my mind as well as my body, because your mind will govern your body, when I understood that, it went something like this. I would look in, let's say, at Willie Stargell, Roberto Clemente, all the great Cincinnati Reds, the Big Red Machine, whether it be Joe Morgan or Johnny Bench or Pete Rose for that matter. And at that point, when I was trying to get them out, I didn't understand much about the mental aspect of competition. But later on, I still was facing Hall of Famers. And my thought process was, you're going to go to the Hall of Fame, but not tonight, because tonight is my night. I can't beat you over a career or over a year, but I can certainly beat you tonight, because tonight is my night, not yours. And when you get that feeling, you get to be unbeatable. And for a very short period of time, for a time of a season and a half, I felt that I was unbeatable because it was an integration of everything I still had from a physical standpoint combined with where I had taken the mental aspect of competition. Understanding to integrate both is understanding how to win with less than your best, and that typifies a quality major league pitcher, because you're only going to have your best stuff 25% of the time. And the guys who understand how to win with less than their best are the guys that float to the top of this huge talent pool that is the major leagues.
Well, I hope that this is what we continue to see with Dylan Cease, because I've loved it. And I love how confident he is on the mound and how confident as a fan I am now when he's on the mound.
Well, I think what you've seen with Dylan Cease, you will continue to see. He's at the point now, because he is a cerebral pitcher. He's a very smart pitcher, so is Lucas Giolito. And for his own right, Lance Lynn, despite the fact that it looks like, well, I throw a fastball every pitch. Yeah, he does, but he varies it. He's a smart pitcher also. But there's only one thing right now that will stop Dylan Cease from being a great in this game, and that's injuries. He's figured it out. He understands how to harness his stuff. He knows what to throw, when to throw it, and where to throw it. And if he stays healthy, the sky is the limit as far as what he can accomplish. I mean, you're looking at a guy that possibly can win 20 games just about each and every year. If people think that the wins are important these days, I happen to think they still are. I think Dylan can win 20 games each and every year, with the only thing stopping him will be an injury, and hopefully he'll be able to avoid that.
Listen to Sports Station 670. The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
Steve Stowe.
When I started out and Harry was my partner, he said to me, you will find your identity. It turned out that I felt that my identity was going to be to teach as many people as I could the game of baseball.
White Sox TV analyst.
Being an analytics guy, I would have known that a sub-6-foot-tall right-handed starting pitcher in the major leagues, the odds were infinitesimal. But if there was a contest that had a winner, I could never understand why it shouldn't be me.
Social media guy.
A lot of people love you, especially the people you haven't blocked.
I've been blocking more than Tom Brady's line.
Steve Stone with Bernstein and Holmes on the Score.
Let's talk some White Sox with Steve Stone on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hey, Stoney.
How you doing? It turned out to be a pretty decent ending to that series in Anaheim.
I guess they actually had some low exit velocity luck. They had some hits fall in, but bloops and blasts, you don't have to apologize for it. And if they can just figure a way to get Lance Lynn through the first couple innings of his starts, everything will be fine.
Well, I love the way he bounced back from that last start, because you give up 3 home runs early, and there's a lot of guys who would have folded the tent. It's not my day and gone home, but because of the way the rotation is and because of the amount of bullpen days the Sox are being forced to use, it was important for Lance to pick up some innings. So being rocked early and then going 6 innings. I know he gave up the 5 runs, but his team picked him up. But the fact that he could get his 18 outs, I think, is a testament to Lance, realizing that regardless of what happens, he was going to have to find a way to right the ship, and he was able to do that. So it was a nice bounce back. He did certainly give the team the outs that they needed and eventually won the ball game. So I think it ended real well. And now they go to Oakland. Not only that, but at the same time, Minnesota is at Baltimore. We know how tough Baltimore is to beat in Baltimore. And maybe the Cubs can help out the Sox by beating Cleveland, who, by the way, Cleveland is the hottest team right now over the last 10 in the American League.
So how do you fix this with Lance, where he does settle down by the 3rd inning of games, but the ERA in the first inning is a 10 and 10.5 for him? So what goes into the type of prep? What do you think the other teams are doing that they've got him so well scouted that he hasn't been able to kind of overcome that?
I just think really it's one of those things, and it's not anything that he's doing differently than he does later, except he gets more into the ball game, feels looser perhaps, makes better pitches. I mean, I was watching when he was actually on the verge of getting knocked out of the game. He made some outstanding pitches to Trout and Ohtani back-to-back. He struck them both out. He got out of the inning. That was early in the game. That was the inning of decision where he could have gone the other way. If both of those guys get base hits, there's a good chance that Lance is going to be taken out of that game. But they didn't. He made very good pitches on both of them and struck them out. So he was capable of doing that. And why it works, I don't know. I mean, we've said for years and years, guys, that the toughest inning for any starting pitcher is that first inning. And the reason is very simple. Even though they try to make the mounds as standardized as possible, the pitcher remains the only guy that does his warm-up at a place other than where he does his work. Everybody else, the hitters, they hit on the field. They hit in the batter's box that they're going to use during the game. The infielders take ground balls on the infield. They're going to play during the game. The outfielders take fly balls at a place they're going to do it during the game. But the pitcher is different. He warms up on a different mound, and some guys can adjust better than others. Some guys who are starters have slow starts. Now, relievers can't really afford that. If relievers have that philosophy, then they're not going to be relievers for long because they're going to come in, give up all the inherited runners and maybe a couple of theirs. But it's a different mindset when you're relieving, when you know you're going to go short, than a starting pitcher who's planning to go 6 or 7 innings. You have a tendency to maybe try to pace yourself, and then the reverse happens. You go out and try to throw as hard as you can early to get over those early woes, and before you know it, you're not hitting your spots, and it's a self-defeating prophecy.
You won the highest award that a pitcher could win in Major League Baseball. What's it like for you to watch Shohei Ohtani maybe win the highest award for a position player and put himself in contention to win the highest award for pitchers?
Well, I've said it a number of different times, and everybody, of course, because it's subjective, everybody has a different viewpoint. But you're watching Michael Jordan, you're watching Babe Ruth. I mean, you're watching a guy who has burst on the scene as a very young player, who's come of age as a major leaguer, who's doing it at the highest levels, both hitting the baseball and throwing the baseball. We're not likely to see his equal in quite some time. For me, it's thrilling. I mean, I try to look for soft spots. I try to look for places to get guys out when I'm watching them hit, when I'm watching them take batting practice, when I'm watching the center field camera. And when he came into this league, you could consistently throw the ball by him up and in. And he's gotten to the point now where you can still get it there up and in, but if you miss by even an inch, he's going to hit it really hard. And then you could throw it low and away, and you could maybe get him to roll over on occasion. Then he started to take the ball out of the ballpark the opposite way. Now if you miss away, if the ball is thigh to belt high away, now you got a big problem. He's really made himself a lot better hitter. What he's done on the mound is miraculous. I think he still throws the splitter, but not as much as he did. His breaking ball has gotten really good. Now he has discovered a big curveball that he throws on occasion, but that velocity is close to 100. I just love to watch great talents, and to me, Ohtani is the greatest talent out there. So every chance I get to watch him, and unfortunately the Sox saw too much of him in a short period of time because he kept on hitting the ball out of the ballpark. But it's not just the Sox. In the month of June, this guy hit 14 home runs and drove in 28. June's not over yet. I mean, that's still, he's got one more day, and he can still add to that. It's really been remarkable. I mean, you watch him, and you absolutely marvel at what he's able to accomplish. But the frightening thing is he's getting better.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to hear you talk about hitting. We had Ron Coomer in studio a couple days ago, and I was complimenting Coom in that I had a friend tell me that if you listen to Coom now, you wouldn't know if he was a pitcher or a position player based on his understanding of pitching. And he said that what he does going into a series, Steve, is he will look at film of the opposing pitcher and think, how would I hit against him? How would I try to overcome what he's trying to do to me? And that leads to this sort of dialectic of if this, then this, and figure this out and synthesize this. What's your approach? Like when you start a series or when you've got a pitcher, do you look at a lineup as a pitcher in the same way that you would preparing for a game when you played?
Well, I certainly do some of that. And I also look at, from a hitting standpoint, how can you attack this pitcher? And I don't believe that we take advantage of everything that's given to us as far as tendencies are concerned. You know, these guys are presented with copious amounts of notes and whatever the case may be, but you can actually simplify it. You can take a look at a guy, and hitters don't want to do this very often, but you can take a look at a guy and realize, let's say that 90% of his strikeouts are away. Let's say he's a right-hander, you're a right-hand hitter. 90% of his strikeouts are away. Most of the time, you get a guy and you can differentiate between arm side strong and glove side strong. If he's a right-hand pitcher, glove side strong is into a left-hander, away from a right-hander. Arm side strong is just the opposite, away from a left-hander into a right-hander. So you get a guy and you understand which strength is his. And then you try to limit, especially when you're ahead in the count or sometimes early in the count, you try to limit what he can do. The worst thing a hitter can do is look for a specific pitch and then swing at another pitch that he's not looking for. Sometimes you zone hit, meaning you're looking for a fastball and you're looking for it middle away. If you get a fastball middle away, you have to unload on that. But some guys then get a fastball in and they swing at that too because it's a fastball. But that's not what you're looking for. That plays into the pitcher's hands. From a hitting standpoint, I look at what a pitcher does and his tendencies. I look at where he misses. I look at how often he can thread the needle on the corner. I look at how many first pitches he throws for strikes. And that's one of the problems with a guy who consistently throws strikes early in the count. We're given numbers on how many times a guy will throw two of the first three pitches as strikes. And some pitchers go anywhere from 68 to 73% of the time. If you know that early in the count, there's no reason to wait deep in the count, jump on something early because he's going to be in the strike zone. So I do both. I do it from a hitting standpoint, and I do it from a pitching standpoint. And I watch the tendencies of these guys, and then I watch their warm-ups. And I've seen a lot of these guys in the course of a game, and I know exactly what they do. Sometimes it sounds easier than it really is. You remember a right-handed slider ball guy named Larry Anderson, who threw 98% sliders away to right-handers. And I remember talking to Ron Santo about it because he was humiliating the Cubs just about each and every time he went out there. And I said, why don't you guys get up on the plate? Why don't you get your hitters, talk to your hitters, get them up on the plate and look for the ball away because it's going to be there not 8 of 10 times. It's going to be there 9.8% of the time. He goes, oh, you think it's really easy. I said, no, it's not easy. But if you keep yourself in the same part of the batter's box, you're not going to hit that pitch. And that's one of the things hitters don't do today. You take a look at a hitter's feet, which I did as a pitcher all the time. I want to see if he makes an adjustment. Now, good catchers will notice a hitter's feet. Is he closer to the plate? Is he back farther in the box? Is he up in the box? What's he doing? But most hitters, they set up in the exact same spot. Doesn't matter what you're throwing. It doesn't matter what you have on that given day. To me, that batter's box belongs to the hitter. He should be able to use it. Most guys don't do it, and I think that's to their detriment.
You just mentioned the Cubs. I just saw this cross, interestingly enough, from Codify Baseball. Do you know the last time, Steve, that someone has matched what Shohei Ohtani has done in the month of June alone of 14 or more home runs and 4 or more stolen bases?
Was it Sammy Sosa? I know he had a 1 June that he hit a ton of home runs, but I'm not sure.
It's like the 20 home runs in June or whatever it was with Sammy.
Yeah, something like that. But
it's only been done one other time, and this is the only time in Major League history in the month of June.
George Mitterwald?
Not George Mitterwald, and not Barry Foote either.
Okay.
1990 Ryne Sandberg.
Yeah, he can credit Jim Fry for that, because Jim Fry was the guy that took him from an opposite field hitter to a guy that could hit home runs, and Rhino, of course, parlayed that into the Hall of Fame. But yeah, it's an amazing stat, and what's even more amazing is Ohtani could steal as many bases as he wants to. He's got that kind of first step acceleration. He's got that kind of speed. But why would you want a guy who's pitching for you every 5th or 6th day and hitting home runs at an alarming rate? Why would you want him stealing a whole lot of bags? So he's capable of doing a lot more than he's really doing, but he's doing so much now that it would seem like it's overkill.
Andrew Benintendi has been terrific over the last 30 games. He's been one of the best hitters in the White Sox lineup, and now he's sitting at the top of the lineup. Why do you think we're seeing a better version?
Well, I just think you're seeing a guy who's a quality and has been a quality major league hitter. Now, when I talked to him about it, he said, I just haven't felt that stroke yet as far as power is concerned, and maybe it will come to him. But the Sox got him for a guy that was going to work counts, going to get on base, not strike out a lot, and he's done all of that. If you add home runs to that, that would be icing on the cake. But as a leadoff hitter, you want him on base. Tim was able to fulfill that, and then he went into that horrendous slump, like 2 for 45 or something along those lines. But a couple of hits yesterday, maybe he's ready to break out of it. But in the meantime, Benintendi has done a very nice job at the top, and if he stays there, that'll be a good thing. The simple reason is that where Tim hits left-handers pretty well, Benintendi hits right-handers pretty well, and you face the majority of starting pitchers are right-handers, you might as well hit Benintendi at the top, or you might want to maybe shift them back and forth. Against a left-hander, maybe put Tim at the top. Who knows what is going to happen, but one of the keys to this team is Tim to start hitting like Tim can, and if that's the case, and stealing some bases, this team offensively is going to look a lot more like they looked the last 2 games in Anaheim than the first 2 games.
Stoney, there's been a couple of reports, and I had some people kind of give me some information too about maybe there being players inside the White Sox clubhouse that want to be traded. My question is, how should Pedro go about dealing with players who are seemingly not happy right now, but they could be happy if the White Sox have a great 10-day stretch and find themselves in second or first place in the American League Central?
Yeah, if you're going to try to deal with players who are unhappy on a daily basis, you can't do the job you're supposed to do, which is to get all of these guys together and actually win the baseball game each and every day. All the Sox have to do is sit there and look at 4.5 games back. There's still a long way to go, about half a season to go, plenty of time to make up for that deficit, but there's always going to be guys in your locker room that are unhappy to be here. However, not unhappy enough to say, you know what, I'm going to go home and not play and give up all of that money. And then, when you trade me, and then I'll be really happy and I'll go to whatever team you're going to trade me to. They're not that unhappy. They're unhappy, but they're still cashing the checks. And when you're cashing the checks, you have to go out there each and every day and play as hard as you can. These guys are professional players. And if you want to be traded, and there were times, I felt, boy, I got to get out of here because, whatever the case may be, the manager doesn't like me, the general manager doesn't like me, whatever it is. There's 20 different reasons. However, the fact is that each and every time you go out there, you are auditioning, if not for your club, you're auditioning for every other club. you're going out there to do the best job you can do and realize, control the things you can control. Don't worry about the things you can't. And more times than not, a player can't control what exactly is going to happen to him. But the one thing that all of us said, you guys talked about it, I talked about it a lot, was that June was going to be an exceedingly difficult month for the Sox. They were going to play 7 teams with records over 500. This was the month of decision. If they get blown out in June, then it's pretty easy. Then you unload at the trade deadline. But they didn't. I mean, we're at the end of June. The Sox are 4.5 games back. They did not get blown out in what looked like the toughest month of the year. Now things ease up a bit, and hopefully the team can take advantage of it, because if you pull together as a 26-man unit and realize you're close enough, you got a lot of games left with Minnesota, Cleveland, Detroit. A lot of times you see them, all again. You can get this done, but they've got to get it done as a unit. And then if they don't, if they run through a real cold spell, well, a lot of guys who want to be traded probably will be. Some of the guys who don't want to be traded probably will be. But that remains to be seen. There's still a good, solid month to go yet. Probably in 3 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, you start making your decisions on what you want to do, who you want to move, or who you want to acquire. Could very well be that the Sox are buyers at the deadline, depending on how this division shakes out.
How disappointed will you be if they don't sweep Oakland?
Well, look, that's your goal each and every series.
But this is barely a major league team.
Well, I understand that, but that barely major league team beat the Yankees a time or two, and they
and
won,
the Rays.
They won 7 games. They won 7 games in a row, which is longer than any streak the Sox have had. So they're still a major league team. But believe me, I understand. I mean, you're sitting there and you can't get anything right. You're 21-62. You're playing, 29 games out. You're playing just,
Their run differential is minus 240. The next worst is minus 135.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say we should sweep them, and that's the goal. However, you get a really good pitching performance from one of these guys, you find yourself taking 2 of 3. You can't feel disappointed if you come home with a winning road trip, but the Sox would like to do better. They would like to go in and take advantage of Oakland when they have them, and eventually they will get Oakland back in Chicago. So, you got 6 games left with them. You'd love to take 5 of those 6.
I keep telling Dan, even bad teams win baseball games.
No, I understand that.
And with the way that the White Sox have this set up, with 2 of their days in Oakland are TBD starting pitchers.
TBD is better than anything Oakland's going to trot out there.
I disagree. I believe Blackburn would be much better than TBD.
Well, their starting pitcher, their pitching in general has given up an ERA over 6 as a team. They're all Lance Lynn.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't forget something, guys. They are 11-31 away from Oakland, but they're 10-31 in Oakland. So,
well, there you go.
You can't sell them short. They're capable of losing both home and away. However, that being said, I think you're right, Lawrence. I mean, bad baseball teams still win games, and if you get a good pitching performance out of your guys, and maybe a couple of their guys hit home runs, you go in with the idea you're going to sweep them, and you hope that that's how it works out, because I believe Toronto is awaiting the Sox when they get home.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Toronto and then the Cardinals, and then we can all take a break. Stoney, before we let you go, I wanted to let you know, because I know you're not on Twitch, I am rocking my Steve Stone fan club t-shirt.
Way to go. Nice job. Boy, you have wonderful taste.
That's what I thought.
Did you get a bucket hat?
No, I didn't get the bucket hat. I want to get the bucket hat because I noticed that you changed it up. So the shirt is purple, but the bucket hat is a little bit more team colors. And I know that our good friend Jason Benetti feels like that's why you won the challenge with the bucket hats, is because it was a little bit more team-friendly colors. I think it's smart marketing by you.
Yes, he was very bitter about that. But then again, when I spiked the bucket hat in the booth at him, but the thing was, even when you're raising money for charity, it's also a game of adjustment. And I realized losing with a purple shirt, I couldn't very well lose with a purple hat. So I decided to go with the black hat. I just thought it looked pretty good, and it worked out really well. And once again, I mean, I think on the shirts we raised over $250,000, and on the hats we raised over $200,000. This is all for White Sox charities. And it's such a wonderful charity that deals with so many young kids in the greater Chicagoland area, kids that get a chance to play baseball. They wind up going to college. Some of them actually became pro players. And without the ACE program and a number of other programs the Sox have, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to do that.
See, I want you actually in the home run hat. I mean, the White Sox ceremonial home run hat. We can get the home run hat so we can put them on. We can go to Rogers Park and walk to shul together. And then,
or you can dig up Frank Nitti.
That was in my plan for the weekend anyway, so it works out perfectly. Stoney, thank you.
Okay, guys, have a good show. I'll talk to you next week.
That is Steve Stone. Do some Cubs stuff next?
Yeah, why not? Cubs are getting ready to start a series with the Guardians, and you're going to be able to hear that starting at 12:45. First pitch is at 1:20 on the Score and the Cubs Xfinity Network.
You know what else we have?
What?
Dave Matthews tickets.
We do, and we're going to get all of that stuff done before we get out of here for Zach's pregame next on the Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons.
So the Score's been around forever, right? 30 plus years. I'm curious if you are from. How many times in your life have you been called Ryan Sandberg instead of Ryan?
100% until Harry gave me the nickname Rhino. That was huge. That was huge.
Okay, so I want to play for you, and I can't.
But not only that, my parents, I'd go to grade school, and finally 2 months into it or a month into it, they have Parents' Day, so they come to the school, they walk around, they go, "Where's your desk?" Mine's over there. They go and look, and there's my name tag, RYAN.
Oh, God.
They'd go to the teacher, "Hey, that's not how they spell his name." And they say, "What do you mean? It's RYNE." And they would say, well, he didn't say anything.
They weren't Ryan Duran fans.
They weren't
Ryan Duran fans.
No, they weren't.
Well, I want to play you this iconic clip from the Score's history. A host who still is here, Dan Bernstein, when a caller could not figure out what your name was. I don't know if you know about this clip. He went insane.
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Rhine. Rhine, not Ryan.
Lost his mind.
Did you ever get that mad?
No, but I've heard the clip.
You've heard the clip?
I've heard the clip, yeah. And you know what? It's really improved since '82 with Rhino as my nickname.
Yeah, okay,
now
good.
They kind of figured out because it's Ryan and then an O at the end of it. So that's worked very well.
Makes it easy for us Chicagoans who mispronounce every name.
That's awesome.
on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah, you can look forward to the weekend as long as you're making sure you're not going to places where it's going to be too crowded or impassable. Air travel apparently is already a nightmare. So like I say,
I've been trying to figure out how people are even approaching this weekend.
You should have already left for Cottage.
Yeah, like last night.
Right,
But
last
my,
night. Like
but
go,
my
go
whole
to
thing is
Wisconsin or go to Southwest Michigan.
We don't have Monday off.
Right.
But then we have Tuesday off. So
Correct.
it's like, what do? You take one of your days? And I've always felt like the 5th should be the off day for the 4th anyway. Because you spend, the 4th barbecuing and you're up late because you're watching fireworks shows and you've been drinking and all that good stuff. The 5th should be the day where we're off.
That's how I'm playing it this year. I took a day.
You're not going to be here on the 5th?
Yeah, I took a day.
Oh, team player. Oh.
Sorry.
I'm just
I
kidding.
got days.
Studs, I'm just kidding. But it's just so weird. Like, this weekend is so strange. It's like, you want to do a 3-day weekend? Well, I guess you could turn it into a 4, but...
Yeah, they're kind of begging you to turn it into a 4 and just get out of Dodge.
Last night.
We just got too much going on. I would love, maybe once we're empty nesters is the kind of thing where I would just throw up deuces and go up to a lake, like go to the Osthoff or go just somewhere and find an Airbnb and go canoeing by myself.
I don't know what the Osthoff is now that the Studs. That sounds fancy.
It is. It's a resort on, it's actually near the Road America course in Elkhart Lake. It's on Elkhart Lake. And it's a terrific place. And there's a little town with like an old-fashioned ice cream parlor and stuff to walk around with. The fishing's okay. The zebra mussels got into the lake, so it's super clear. You got to really know what you're doing. I went with a guide once, so we didn't really catch anything. But it's just stuff to do. There's a couple of real good restaurants, and the actual property of the resort itself is super nice. So I used to like when the kids were little. But I mean, look, you can go to the Abbey. You can go to Grand Geneva. There's all sorts of places you can go to get out of here if you want.
Well, I mean, Southwest Michigan is on my list of things that I might be able to do because it takes me away. And it's 45, 50 minutes for me.
That's true.
Yeah. I like it up there too.
Get yourself a burger at Redemax.
Yeah, well, I like Stray Dogs burgers better because Redemax usually does they have seeds and I can't do the seeds.
Didn't the Stray Dog burn down? Did they rebuild it?
Yeah, I was there.
I thought there was a fire there
ago, and everything's cool.
Okay, yeah, everybody has that shirt. I thought the food there was okay, but it's more the setting there. You go there to sort of be among the people in the whole milieu there.
Yeah, I dig it. Like, and I like watching the sunset on Lake Michigan. Like, you can honestly like have a day where you watch the sunrise and the sunset.
Oval Beach in Saugatuck.
Yeah,
that's the best.
You can't beat that with a baseball bat.
Yeah, then you go to Wally's for fried perch.
And there's a lot of good like little bakeries there too, like as you're going up the coast and
yeah, but fried perch.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm saying like if you keep driving, there's baries, there's wineries,
we went to a cheesemaker that's right there and not far from Crane's apple orchard and where the great pies are. There's actually a cheesemaker back there, and she was showing us like you actually see the cows and the goats and the sheep that are wandering around, and then you try all these incredible cheeses. Yeah, there's cool stuff. And the winery in, I'm not going to think of it now. Shoot, but I found a really, really good Pinot Noir. It was, I got to think of it now. We went there, it was good. I'll find it. But it was that's where I should. Why am I here? What the hell am I doing here?
I don't know.
I should be there.
Well, you could still go.
All right, let's talk Cubs.
Let's do that. You had a really interesting point about Justin Steele.
I did?
Yes, you saw something with Justin Steele, and then you and Rossi were talking about whether he's abandoned his four-seamer?
Right, because Fangraphs is now labeling all his fastballs as cutters, and it just seems like he's got a different pitch mix.
So here's what Ross said about that.
No, his fastball just cuts, and it gets around it a little bit more. I think just, it may be characterized. I don't know how it's characterized on the data, but it's a four-seamer that he gets around at times. It's got real cut action to it. But if you and I were going to sit around and watch him pitch, and you're not looking at the velocity, you're just looking at the shape of the pitch, you definitely would call it a cutter.
Okay? So there's Rossi saying that if the two of you were sitting down and you were watching it from the side, that you would see that natural cut that he has in it. It's funny because Justin Steele ended up talking about it. Did Lance do like a big breakdown too? I think Lance did a huge breakdown on Marquee, breaking down the Justin Steele four-seamer versus cutter type deal. But Justin Steele was on Marquee, and he said this about the way that he's changed as a pitcher.
Just kind of moving the ball, manipulating the ball, and moving it around. You know, I kind of have that natural cut to my four seam. So when people put righties in the lineup, I just kind of put that four seam in on their hands and, you know, try to break some bats, get it under the barrel, above their barrel. And then, you know, when I need to, backdoor it or do whatever I need to. And then I have the other fastball that goes the other way for when I face lefties and stuff. And it's just moving the ball around.
Have you always been that guy, or is where you're at now kind of an evolution?
It's definitely something like an evolution. Like, I mean, I would say even when I came up and I was in the bullpen, I was kind of just throwing my best stuff over the plate, you know, letting it play. And, you know, as I've gotten in the rotation, I've tried to, you know, hone in my craft and try and get better and better.
I love hearing that. I love hearing a guy not relying on stuff. I honestly think, not to continue to bring stuff back to the White Sox, I think that's where Kopech's at. I think it's like, you know that you've got great stuff, but it's not always going to be there. You're not always going to feel it. The art of pitching has to come into play. And eventually, the guys at the major league level, unless you've got Nintendo stuff, they will figure it out. So you've got to get crafty. It's another Beastie Boys reference. You got to do that. So we'll see if this, because he's still what? Isn't he one of the odds-on favorites for National League Cy Young? I think so. Although I still got my Marcus Stroman ticket. I'm hoping that Dan's wrong about regression. Stroman, it looks like, is going to start tomorrow, which is good news for the Cubs. The Cubs need a win, man. Like, they were real bad against the Phillies. And I know the Phillies are on a heater right now. But the Cubs desperately need a win. And so Justin Steele is going to the bump today. He's got to do it. It should be him and Quantrill today, so this should be good. Should be interesting for sure.
By the way, Lemon Creek Winery.
Where's that at?
Berrien Springs, Michigan.
That's right there.
Lemon Creek. They have some terrific, their Cabernet Franc and some of the blends that they do, and I love the Pinot Noir. I don't know if they get the Pinot Noir every vintage, but I really enjoyed that. Caller 6 of the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670, wins a pair of tickets to Dave Matthews Band Friday, July 7th at the Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island in Chicago, Illinois. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
Let me give you the lineup before we get out of here because Cubs baseball's on the way. Tauchman in right field. Horner at second, batting second. Morel is a DH, batting third. Ian Happ bats fourth, plays left. Dansby Swanson bats fifth, plays short. Cody Bellinger in center field. He bats sixth. Yan Gomes will catch and bat seventh. Then we've got Mr. Young batting eighth and playing first base. Had a nice night last night. Nick Madrigal, after the bunting thing happened last night, finds himself back in the lineup. He will bat ninth and play third base.
Another reminder, as people begin their weekend, I know July 4th isn't until Tuesday.
I mean, we could tell them on...
We can tell them Monday, but I'll do it again.
Okay.
Don't be an idiot.
That's a really good piece of advice.
Don't blow your head off. Don't light fireworks in your hand and say, well, I'll just throw it. Oh, no, it's stuck to my finger, and now I'm missing a finger. Just be careful.
Maybe don't light them around like babies.
Don't light them around, baby. And especially if you're drinking. Don't mix alcohol and fireworks.
Like, let the professionals do it.
Right.
There's so many good fireworks shows.
Right. Go to the Cougars. Go to the Dogs.
All the villages. Itasca has a really great fireworks show, apparently. Go to the villages and let someone else do it. Don't come downtown, though, because bad. And like the White Sox are home, right? The White Sox will be home on the 3rd. There you go. Perfect. Go to a White Sox game and watch some fireworks. And maybe some fireworks.
Cubs baseball is coming up. It is Pat. It is Ron. Woo-hoo! It is Zach. And see if they can get things back on track after the London hangover. Here's hoping.
The job is done. We can go home now.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station.